Good morning, Hockenheim. It's the final day, it's endurance day today. Yeah, everybody's loving it already. And yeah, today it's decision day as well, because it's the final event of the competition. Most points to be scored. There's a lot going on today. All fates will be decided. A lot of hopes will be dashed. We will see cheering, we will see laughter, we will see crying. Everything in one day. I love this day. Jonas?
Yeah, of course the sky is crying down upon us as well. We have a slightly damp track at the moment. We are expecting some showers later on today. So yeah, while in previous events the teams were able to play around a little bit strategy-wise, this is not the day for this. We have a fixed running order. Of course, it wouldn't be a FSG if it wasn't a little bit complicated. We have a couple of cars that are so-called zero order. They should be expected to be here at 8:30. Of course, we're slightly past the official opening time. But yeah, we have, by my estimation, about 20 cars that did not manage to get a placement during the autocross yesterday. Of course, the autocross performance determines the overall running order. The slowest cars are expected first out on track. First cars in the actual running order that aren't zero order, we expect Wrocław, Aachen, Düsseldorf, Ghent, Freiberg and Sion first. This is then the beginnings of session A. Once session A concludes, all those cars have run. We will have a 45-minute break, just a quick interruption for everybody to chow down on some lunch. And after that, we have session B commencing. There are a few fewer cars in that session. And once session B concludes, we will have another short break. And then we will get to the most exciting part of the day. This year we have the final 5 running. And speaking of running, I think Igor has some information from the green flag.
Yes, indeed. Car number 340, TU Eindhoven, is lined up and ready to go at the green flag. Just waiting for some final go-aheads from the officials. We should see them on track imminently.
Yeah, Eindhoven is quite a ways down in the zero order car list. Only Trondheim coming after them before we start with Wrocław in the first position.
Well, I guess when it comes to zero order, it doesn't really matter. All sort of interchangeable, but good to see that teams are here, teams are ready, and teams are confident about their performance.
Yeah, I also see Trondheim and Wrocław queued up already. Behind them, I think the regular running order queue is forming already. So yeah, we will have some on-track action very soon.
Eindhoven driver getting a little bit impatient. They're ready to go, but the officials are just waiting to confirm that the track is clear and all the marshals are ready.
In the last few days, of course, we saw basically single lap events happening here. The autocross is 1 lap of this endurance track, acceleration and skid pad just the same.
Sorry, Jonas, I'm going to interrupt you really quick because we have Eindhoven joining the track, first endurance runner of the day.
I really hope they have their damper settings correctly out on this very damp track.
Yes, and just to give everybody a little bit of information, it's damp track, so that means that the teams are allowed to choose their own tire, whether that's full slick or the wet tire. So that's up to them. You have, I know for a fact that there are some slick tires that behave pretty well in the damp conditions as well. And this is, as long as it's not raining really hard, those tires might be available as well. But yeah, we'll have to see what the choice will be of the teams.
Yeah, if I was running a car out here today, I think, especially if I was the first runner like Eindhoven, I would still put on wet tires. But this is a good moment to talk about when they would be able to change this, since The driving of a Formula student car is relatively exhausting. The 22 kilometers that each car needs to run here will not be maneuvered by the same driver. Halfway through we will have a driver change. About 3 minutes are available for the team to perform this, and in that time slot they could also change from wets to slicks or the other way around if the track is not declared wet.
I see the car 63 from Trondheim lined up at the starting line. The officials are just waiting for Eindhoven to complete a first lap and build up a bit of a safe gap.
Yes, and these teams had a bit of bad luck yesterday. We know Trondheim failed a couple of times. Eindhoven had some issues. So they're not per se slow cars at all, by any means. They're actually quite fast. They just have some issues. And as we speak, Trondheim is on track as well. Car number 63 from Norway. Ooh, very close call there. In cone clear chicane, already clipping one cone.
Yeah, this was a section yesterday where even in the dry teams were spinning out. This is right after the start, very tight chicane. And in the wet this gets even worse.
And as you mentioned, Mickey, it can be due to teams having issues that you have some faster cars that you would expect later on in the endurance running at the very beginning. And of course what can also happen as a consequence is that cars with very different performance levels might end up running on the track at the very same time. So we could get to see a lot of overtaking action here in the out of order running or zero order running session.
It is good to mention though, for the overtaking action, this is not at the driver's volition. There are dedicated zones here. They are marked with the blue cones instead of the yellow ones. And the drivers need to be specifically motioned into those zones by blue flags.
As we say that, car number 63 from Revolve has stopped on the track. Marshals are running over to see what the issue might be. And Trondheim does manage to get going again. Revolve now going through the last few couple of corners, completing their first lap. And we now also have
Eindhoven is, sorry to interrupt you, Igor. It seems like Eindhoven stopped out on track. They had actually quite a bit of pace in the car. We had a little chat with them this morning. And they were actually feeling quite confident in the speed of the car and the grip of the tires in the wet. And they did a lot of wet testing. But now it seems they have some sort of issue and they stopped just behind the fence that we can't actually see them.
Yeah, Trondheim is being waved past them now. Of course, Trondheim themselves also stopped on track a little bit earlier. Meanwhile, we have car number 114, TU Wrocław, lining up at the starting line. But I'm sure the officials will wait for the Eindhoven car to be either cleared off the track or to get going again.
Of course, the proceedings for yellow flags being shown are slightly different than during the autocross yesterday. Because each team only gets one attempt at the endurance, there will be no rerun proceedings.
Wrocław, meanwhile, has been doing a green flag and they're setting off. Looking a little bit tentative, perhaps the driver just trying to feel out the wet conditions, see what the car can and cannot do in this damp weather.
Yeah, we just heard from our Dynamics official channel that the cause of failure of the Eindhoven team apparently is a brake over travel switch, the bots, and if that means that it's a safety feature actually. If the brake pedal is too long, it will activate that switch, and then the car stops. Unfortunately, there's no way to reset the bots, so that means, unfortunately, well, probably a DNF for Eindhoven, which is really sad because it was only in their first couple of laps.
Yeah, I think we saw Eindhoven struggling a little bit in general. The bots, of course, being a bit of a bane in the existence of electric teams in general, since there is really no way to reset it. It has to be mounted out of reach of the driver on purpose. So yeah, that's a big bummer for Eindhoven. But I think they will be seeing their car out on track for a little while longer, since it can't really be easily retrieved out to an exit from where they are.
And as we say that,
down.
we have our first blue flag situation. Revolve Trondheim has caught up to Wrocław, officials waving the blue flags. The driver from Wrocław getting into the blue overtaking lane very quickly.
And this is, I'm not sure we've already described this feature of the endurance, because yeah, this is something that has been done. Let's not forget, this is all these cars are being driven by student drivers, so there's no wheel-to-wheel racing or overtaking, and so these overtaking lanes are well, their only purpose is to make the whole event a bit more safe.
We now also have car number 99 from Aachen lining up at the starting line. Another one we expect to be very quick in these conditions. We see Trondheim passing on their third lap, sitting in 95.9. The officials will just wait for the car from Wrocław to get past before Aachen is released onto the track.
Yeah, I think the conditions out on track are not the only damper on the mood of the Wrocław team. I would think that there is some sort of limiter actually being applied within the car. Maybe it is due to the energy content of the accumulator not being enough to run the whole 22 kilometers at full speed. Maybe it is an issue that they've been contending with. We can't tell for the moment. But yeah, this will be a long walk for Wrocław still.
Aachen now getting the green flag and beginning their endurance run, car number 99.
Yeah, and we have a very cool feature as well. We have the drone operators here as well. This is, I think, probably the third or fourth drone that I've seen. We've seen the big one, which was actually live streaming images to the YouTube live stream. And we have a couple of really fast ones that are able to keep up with some of the cars, most of the cars even, maybe not the fastest ones. But that should be a lot of good images for our viewers back at home and for us as well later on. In the meantime, we have Düsseldorf, car number 173, just lining up at the start line and just patiently waiting to get underway. I think we will have, at a certain point of time, we will have 5, 6 cars even.
Yeah, I think 5 or 6 is usually the upper limit. We see the officials are just resetting a couple of cones at the start-finish line that Trondheim clipped on their most recent lap. We see Aachen has now caught up to the car from Wrocław, car number 114. And unfortunately, the Aachen driver will have to wait a little bit until the next overtaking section. See the officials ready with the blue flag, and it is indeed being waved. The Wrocław driver gets out of the way for the Aachen car to continue forward. And I think in a minute or two we'll see car number 173 from Düsseldorf join the track as well. Trondheim now coming back around. Their times have actually improved quite a bit. Their first lap was a 103, then the next two were in the 95-second range, and now they're sitting lap time just around the 85-second mark. So perhaps the track is being dried out just a tiny bit by the cars driving over it. Maybe the driver is finding the limits of the car, getting more comfortable, more settled in. We're definitely seeing quite a bit of improvement from all the teams on track. Trondheim has now once more caught up with car number 114 from Wrocław, so we should be seeing some blue flags on the track soon. Aachen now making their way into the infield and having a big spin, and actually having 2 off tracks in their attempt to recover and get back on the proper course. Trondheim getting ahead of the car from Wrocław now, with good performance of the blue flags by the officials. Aachen getting a little squiggly at the braking zone of the last straight. The driver from Trondheim again taking just a little bit too much power into the entry of the horseshoe, clipping a cone, but recovering nicely. And in the meanwhile, I'm not 100% sure what happened, but we had car number 173 ready to go next. But it appears that they've actually been pulled back, and the next car to enter the track will be car number 51 from Ghent. I think, yeah, given the apparent performance differential of the cars out on the track at the moment, the officials are trying to give everybody a bit of a wider berth to make sure there are as few blue flag situations as possible. As Ghent, car number 51, gets underway on their first endurance lap. So 4 cars out on track in the moment, and we see a 5th one about to join them, car number 130 from Sion.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the lap times. So far, Trondheim is doing a very solid 84, 85, 86 second lap. Closely followed by Eindhoven, actually before they were just DNF'd. And Aachen is doing an 89 second laps, and Wrocław is doing a 131 second lap.
We're hearing some bad news on the officials channel. They have spotted a loose fan on the rear of the Trondheim car.
Yeah, they're just making their way back into the infield, the car from Trondheim. Let's see if we can take a closer look.
The last thing we want is a car losing parts, since if there is another car following close behind, the potential damage would not be so nice. As long as it is holding on, they might allow the car to continue. If they are very unhappy with the situation, Aachen might be shown the meatball flag, so a mechanical inspection flag essentially, where the car has to pull into the driver change area to have that issue looked at.
I think maybe just to provide a little more context on the lap times that we were seeing, Mickey, we of course see a lot of variability in the lap times, even from Trondheim, ranging all the way from 105 to 83 seconds. So that is, yeah, as we were mentioning before, one of the consequences of some faster and slower runners being on the track at the same time, and there is indeed quite a bit of shake from the right rear cooling fan of the Trondheim car. As we say that, car number 36 from Chemnitz begins their endurance attempt.
Yeah, and the car from Trondheim was given the last lap sign. So normally when scrutineers spot something wrong with the car, they suspect some kind of issue, then the car is shown the meatball flag, which is a black flag with the orange dot. But this time I think they will just wait for the driver change, and we have a whole army of scrutineers that will probably check the car to see whether it's safe to continue. Safety is foremost, so if there's any doubt about the safety, they will not allow the car to rejoin. Obviously they want the team to finish the endurance as well, so that's always a tough choice to make.
We see now Trondheim making their way through the infield on lap number 9. As I say, Mickey, last lap for the first driver. The teams will be hoping to complete 18 laps in total, a distance of 22 kilometers. And let's see now as Eindhoven makes her way back to the driver change area. Perhaps Jonas will be able to check what the status on the vehicle is. Chemnitz having a bit of enough track, underestimating, perhaps overestimating the braking capabilities of the car in these conditions. But getting back on the track, continuing along nicely. as we have car number 29 from Bayreuth ready at the starting line. The car from Chemnitz again having a little bit of a slide, having an off-track moment at the last chicane, clipping a cone along the way as well.
I have a little bit of an update on the Trondheim car. The radiator is mounted with just 2 bolts, and it's actually hinging like a door on those 2 bolts left and right. I don't think that would be an issue unless one of the, or if not, for one of the cooling lines actually pinching and dragging on the floor. So yeah, this might be a safety-related issue. The scrutineers now also taking a closer look at the rear wing, which is showing excessive wiggle. So yeah, some mechanical ailments troubling Trondheim in the driver change at the moment.
And as you see that, Bayreuth gets out for the first lap of their endurance run. A little bit of a slide from car number 51 from Ghent, going into the horseshoe, clipping a cone along the way.
Yeah, and we have a couple of very experienced scrutineers looking at the Trondheim car, so we have to be sure that the car is safe. But if anyone can assess that situation in a proper way, then it's these scrutineers. We've known them for a long time, and they will have to make a judgment call right now whether it's safe for the car to go out. As far as I can tell, they're still looking. There's no judgments made yet, and the second driver is already in the car, so maybe they will be allowed to go out. Let's hope for the best.
Indeed, and plenty of action out on the track as well. I believe we have 6 cars going on simultaneously at the moment. If Trondheim is allowed to continue, then we'll even have 7. We see the cars have actually bunched up quite a bit. We have car number 99 from Aachen, following very closely the car from Sion. The car from Chemnitz also had a bit of a spin on the final straight, but does manage to get going again. And surprisingly, they are not held in the overtaking queue. And so now we're going to have a bit of a traffic jam unless, yes, we see Chemnitz is being put into the next overtaking queue. Sion not getting the same blue flag, however, so the car from Aachen will be stuck behind them just a little bit while longer.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit of a
car number 5-1 from Ghent has actually stopped out on track in the middle of the infield.
Yeah, as you said, we have a lot of cars out on track, and I think there was a little bit of a blue flag misunderstanding. The pink and purple car, I think, was also shown the flag, but did not pull into the overtaking lane. Aachen still stuck behind them.
Yeah, but I see Sion is getting the blue flag now and pulling off into the overtaking lane. Let's see if they let Chemnitz pass the car from Sion as well. Yes, they do. But I do feel like the competitor from Sion might actually catch up to Chemnitz once again. And Jonas, can you see what is happening with the Ghent car? Is that the driver I see exiting the vehicle?
Yeah, it looks like we have a driver out on track for car number 51. This is the end of the endurance for them. I'm not sure how many laps they were able to complete, but this is a bitter end. We can't tell from here what is wrong. It doesn't look like it's a mechanical failure. Maybe something with the electrical system.
The middle of their 4th lap. We see now the car from Bayreuth has caught up to the car from Sion, and the car from Aachen following very closely behind the car from Wrocław. Chemnitz sort of stuck between these 2 pairs.
Yeah, and good news for Trondheim as well, because they have been given the green light to enter the track again. I'm pretty sure the officials will just have to wait a little bit to create a gap between the already bunched up cars.
No, indeed, all 5 cars, let's say, separated by just maybe 100, 200 meters at the moment.
I'm taking a closer look at the Trondheim car again. There is still a pinched cooling line, what I would say is a pinched cooling line anyway. So I think Trondheim will be missing half of its radiator capacity for the rest, the remaining 11 kilometers.
Thankfully, it's a cooler affair today than it was the last few days of the FSG. Of course, I think a little bit of dampness, a little bit of water out on the track is going to help with the cooling efficiency of the single radiator. But, well, as far as we can speculate, Trondheim has remaining. And we have Aachen now making their way back into the infield as Trondheim resumes with the second driver for the second half of the endurance. I believe this is lap number 9 for Aachen, so they should be coming into the driver change at the end of this lap.
We have a little bit of a train developing behind what I think is Wrocław. There is Chemnitz and Bayreuth now caught again. I think race control is readying the blue flags as they are now coming up for Wrocław indeed.
And from what I could see, I think Chemnitz might have actually been waving the blue flag as well, but because the cars are so close together, there's a bit of confusion, of course, around who the blue flag is being waved to. And as we say that, Aachen comes into the driver change, completing the first half of their endurance successfully.
Yeah, and when you have these 3-car situations with the blue flag, the trick is to point at the car as you are waving the blue flag. And as long as you don't do it, then that means that the driver doesn't know whether it's for the car in front of you or for yourself. So obviously I would be driving on as well.
I think once again we might have a bit of a train developing. 5 cars very, very close to each other. Trondheim already having caught up to the car from Sion. Chemnitz just got the blue flag to let Bayreuth through. They hit a cone, 2 cones in fact, on the last corners.
While Wrocław is still trundling along and Trondheim is going past Sion, now they will be immediately stuck again behind Wrocław.
Yeah, Trondheim and Aachen actually are quite faster than the rest of the cars out on track. So they have a bit of a bad luck because of that, and they are held up almost every lap. But that's the situation when you get if you, well, somehow fail in the autocross and, well, don't manage to put in a good time. This is what can happen.
Yeah, this is the risk you run, not being in the later sessions, in session B with the other faster cars. But yeah, the blue flag situation definitely being a little bit difficult out on track.
Marshall's definitely having to earn their keep in this first section of the endurance. And in the meanwhile, we also have car 107 already completing the horseshoe. We didn't mention them earlier. That is the competitor from Bern, having begun their endurance attempt. We see now Trondheim has already caught up to Chemnitz, but a little bit too late for that overtaking section. So now they'll have to wait all the way until the final straight of the track.
Yeah, and this must be so frustrating for these drivers because they know they are a lot faster and they just want to get on with it. But now they have to wait for almost half the track to come into an overtaking zone, and you have to be really restraining yourself not to be very close because one mistake can be potentially catastrophic.
No, indeed, and not only from yourself, but perhaps something happens with the car up front and you don't have the time to react. So indeed, we see Chemnitz now being waved the blue flags. As the car from Wrocław getting to the horseshoe, they've been a little bit more tentative around the track, slow and steady as you would call it, but without any issues, they should be coming into the driver change very soon. The car from Trondheim finally getting some clean air and going very, very quickly through the outfield section. But the driver from Sion. And yes, we have the car from Wrocław successfully completing the first half of the endurance, coming into the driver change area.
And coming out of the driver change area soon will be Aachen. They are now driving towards the green flag again for this second half of the endurance.
We have a bit of a gap now. The car from Bern just passing the starting line, and the car from Bayreuth coming up. I think the officials will wait to release the car from Aachen after the car from Trondheim, in fact, makes her way through. Important to find a safe gap to release these vehicles into. And yes, we have the car 99 from Aachen, second driver onto the track for the second half of the endurance. Of
course, we still have Chemnitz, Sion, and Wrocław is taking a bit of a break. So yeah, judging by the pace of Trondheim and Aachen, they will have to fight their way through the pack again for the rest of their 11 kilometers.
Yeah, I just have to say, guys, looking at the track and these drivers and cars, I'm actually quite impressed how well they managed to navigate this very tricky course with hard braking zones, tight corners, overtaking each other. Yeah, I have to give a big compliment to these drivers because it's not easy out there for sure.
I was checking out the queue situation a little bit and comparing it to the running order. I think the running order as a whole has been skipped a little bit. I see Freiberg, Bochum, Stralsund and Göttingen lining up. But yeah, that is mixed up a little bit in comparison to the posted running order.
Big slide from the Aachen cars. They catch up to Bayreuth. Bayreuth themselves also having a bit of a slide through the horseshoe. And yes, very good. Bayreuth immediately getting the blue flag to let Aachen through.
Also looks like Bayreuth is dragging around at least one cone, if not two, under its rear right suspension. I really hope that doesn't get caught on anything and causes any mechanical damage there.
I think we're going to have another blue flag situation now. The car from Bern being allowed to overtake their compatriots from Sion.
And we have two cars getting ready at the green flag. Freiberg out on track to start their endurance, and Wrocław is preparing to set off for their second half.
We have Trondheim now also catching up to the competitor from Sion. And Aachen is not too far behind. The Aachen car clipping a few cones.
Yeah, Trondheim really has to back off a little bit, keep a little bit of gap to the car in front, wait patiently for the blue flag, and there it is. Now they can pass the car, and immediately pulling out a huge gap. Really fast car, this one.
And I think Sion might see an immediate blue flag again to let Aachen through. Yes, indeed. And good work from the officials there to make sure nobody is impeded. Sion now beginning their last lap of the first driver.
I think we have Trondheim making their way through the hairpin at a rapid pace, but coming up for them is Freiberg as a bit of an obstacle, and Chemnitz as well. Bern, I think, is still trucking along quite nicely though.
And we have car number 114, TU Wrocław, successfully making it out of the driver change and continuing with the second half of the endurance. Still not looking blisteringly fast, but they were very reliable in the first half. Let's see if they can continue that trend. As you see, Trondheim has caught up to Chemnitz, and Chemnitz is about to catch up to what I believe to be Freiberg ahead of them, and Aachen right behind, and Bern also following very closely. Here we see a bit of a 10-step situation, but I have to say there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars out on track at the moment. I think that might be a new record.
That might be a new record, Jegor. Definitely. We are fortunate that the track is really long, and it seems that the officials have a lot of faith in these drivers as well, because putting out 8 cars out on track is actually quite a challenge for both the track marshals and the white shirts here that are in charge of the whole situation.
We see now the car from Aachen actually catching up very closely to the competitor from Trondheim. I'm sure the Aachen driver will be aching to get ahead. And it seems actually that Trondheim is pulling away a bit on the straight sections of the track, but I feel Aachen catches up through the corners a little bit.
Sion has made it into the driver change area. They will be installing the second driver. They have of course, 3 minutes to do so. We'll see them out on track soon.
And I believe Chemnitz right now is also on their last lap of the first half of the endurance. You see Freiberg getting the blue flag to let Chemnitz and Bern through.
I also see blue flags being prepared for Wrocław to let Trondheim and Aachen pass into the final straightaway before the finish line.
Yeah, we have sort of two groups of 3 cars out on track, and also Bayreuth in a little bit of clean air at the moment. Trondheim and Aachen are both through. The Trondheim driver doing their absolute best to stay away from Aachen, make sure they don't get a blue flag.
But yeah, it is pretty evident that it is still quite greasy out there on track. Trondheim looks a little bit more planted than Aachen, but both of them are still occasionally sliding through the odd turn here and there.
Yeah, just a little bit of a trivia from the feedback from Aachen. And their racing team name is for a French word actually. It's Écurie Aix. And it was adopted for the name of the Aachen team from, and it's linked to Aix-la-Chapelle, the French name for Aachen. So there you have it, a little bit of feedback from this team. Really nice to see that people have filled in the form. We will be using this information later on as well.
We have good news for Chemnitz and Bayreuth. They have made it into the driver change. I see officials checking the cars mechanically, making sure that no suspension has gotten loose, giving each panel and wheel a little bit of a tug.
Trondheim, meanwhile, has pulled away from Aachen, but I do see the rear wing is indeed wiggling quite hard, maybe even a little more than it was before.
Yeah, of course, just because the car is allowed to run out on track does not mean it has been declared rules compliant, so I would expect the scrutineers to still give this car a very thorough check in the post-inspection. That will determine whether they actually score points or will be having some issues there.
Yeah, we see Trondheim and Aachen are really pushing their cars to the limit, each clipping quite a few cones in the last lap. Of course, in these tricky conditions, it's not easy to maintain a high speed. We see now the competitors from Wrocław, Bern and Freiberg making their way through the infield. And I do see some marshals running out of the track. I think that might be the car from Aachen that stopped just at the beginning of the grandstand.
Yeah, that's a section that we can't see particularly well.
I do see Trondheim making their way through the infield, and Aachen is no longer following close behind them, so I do think indeed it is Aachen that is stopped out on the track. Yellow flags being waved in that section.
Yeah, Wrocław and I think Bern slowing right down as is appropriate.
Yeah, the car from Trondheim still trundling along.
Yeah, let's talk about Trondheim. They gave us a lot of feedback actually in the forum, so I'm just going to share that with you.
Sorry, Mickey, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. As Trondheim just got the checkered flag and successfully finished the endurance.
Oh, well done. Yeah, that gives me another opportunity to do a little bit of information about them. Well, first of all, they want to thank their sponsors because without them they will be nowhere. And also they had their driver names as well, Harvard and Stian. I think those are the ones that actually managed to finish the endurance here. So well done for the team.
And we're just hearing on the radio that Aachen is trying to restart their vehicle. Not finding the success that they're looking for just yet, but hopefully they will be able to get going again. Aachen, this was their 15th lap, so they only had 2.5 laps to go. 3.5 laps to go. And the action cooling down just a little bit on the track. We still have competitors 107 from Bern, 78 from Freiberg, and 114 from Wrocław. Currently driving, car number 99 from Aachen, at least from what I can see, still trying to get the car going.
Yeah, it was Rolf managed to finish the endurance as the first car, right? Yeah, well, so they have been building a car since 2010 even. So actually this is their 14th year that they have built a car. Well done. They were the first one to finish endurance today. They actually told us that they have increased the reliability through the years, and also for the first time this summer, Revolve won the first Formula Student competition, which was the Formula Student Netherlands.
And congratulations to Trondheim on their win in the Netherlands. Meanwhile, car number 130 from Sion has made it out of the driver change and are getting the green flag for the second half of the endurance. And the car from Aachen, meanwhile, still stalled out on track, and I believe I see the officials pushing it away. I think, unfortunately, that might be a DNF for the Aachen competitor.
Yeah, we have two cars still waiting to return back out on track, Bayreuth and Chemnitz.
Bern just sliding their way out of the horseshoe and trying to find their way back in. And they do manage to get going again. And I believe this is their last lap at the moment of the first half of the endurance. So we should see them coming in for the driver change in just a little bit. As car 107 from Bern seeing the checkered flag for the first half, getting a round of applause from their teammates.
Yeah, we have Freiberg having some issues out on track. They have pulled off just in the infield section. I can't quite see the T-cell, the light that indicates the status of the high voltage systems. Yeah, we're hearing from the officials that the car is overheating. The driver wanting to use some time on the side of the track to let the car cool down. There is definitely a time limit for things like this. The officials do not want an unsafe situation out on track for a prolonged period of time, of course.
Yeah, I think the car from Wrocław just coming up on that section where the car from Freiberg has stopped. Meanwhile, Chemnitz 36 successfully navigating the driver change and back on the track.
Yeah, the officials are willing to give Freiberg 1 minute on the side of the track. Half of that time has already elapsed, so unless they get going again pretty soon, I think they will be DNF'd. Yeah, yellow flags out for Wrocław because of the Freiberg situation. And also, yeah, Wrocław has slowed down, Sion has slowed down. Chemnitz is still looking pretty sprightly out on track, similar to their first part pace. But yeah, cars struggling out on track with overheating, probably the motors derating in order to protect themselves and potentially also the power electronics.
Wrocław, Jonas, in fact, have not slowed down. They have been keeping a very consistent pace all throughout the endurance. Might not be looking quite as quick as some of the other competitors, but of course, finishing the endurance is the most important thing. Bayreuth, car number 29, now also making their way out of the driver change for the second half of their endurance attempt.
Just like Bern, they got released towards the green flag as well.
And we see, unfortunately, the car from Freiberg, car number 78, being pushed away by the marshals now. I believe that means that it will be a DNF if the marshals need to provide manual assistance. Unfortunately, yeah, Freiberg adding to the legend of the broken dreams chicane. I believe most of the time that's due to suspension components failing, but yeah, dreams can be broken in many ways, unfortunately.
Yeah, even in the 20 degrees that we have here now in these damp conditions, it can be pretty tricky to cool down these electric cars. There's a lot of power going through them. Radiator placement, like we saw with Trondheim, is sometimes a bit difficult. too bad for Freiberg.
And with that unfortunate DNF for Freiberg, we now have 4 cars out on the track, but a 5th one joining them, 107 from Bern, coming out of the driver change and for the second half of the endurance.
Yeah, and the officials not wasting any time. They are sending a lot of cars out there. I do believe we have a couple of cars in the queue as well, so they're ready to go. And as we had 8 cars out on track just a couple of minutes ago, I'm pretty sure the organization wants to fill up the gaps as well.
I see once again some marshals running to the hairpin at the outfield. Yellow flags being waved for Bern. And due to the barriers, I can't quite make out which car that might be that stopped out on the track. But I think I am not seeing the distinctive aero-less car, so I think it might be Chemnitz that stopped out on the track. And Bochum now gets the green flag and sets off on their endurance attempt. Yellow flag still being waved in the hairpin on the outfield. I do see a flashing red T-cell light of what I believe to be the Chemnitz car, so hopefully they will be able to get going once again.
We have a new car joining us at the green flag as predicted, car number 224 from Stralsund, and I think we will also see HAWK Göttingen and Diepholz up next joining us.
And I think I do see some motion from the car from Chemnitz. I believe they did manage to get going again under their own power.
It looks like they are crawling along those snail's pace and almost coming to a stop again, just 10 meters. Oh no, they were just waiting for the officials to motion them back onto the track.
So once again, we have 6 cars in motion out on the track at the moment, and a 7th one, as you mentioned, Jonas, Stralsund, waiting to come on as well. The car from Chemnitz collecting a couple of cones on their way back into the infield, but continuing along. Bochum, we see, have been given a meatball flag. Jonas, could you perhaps take a closer look at the car, see if there are any obvious issues that might have prompted this?
Yeah, this is not Bochum, this is Bayreuth, car number 29, pulling into the driver change area.
Indeed, Bochum is just making their way through the finish line on their first lap. We see a little bit of a Swiss traffic jam once again. The car from Bern catching up to their friends from Sion.
Jonas, any update on the Bayreuth car?
Yeah, I'm trying to listen in to the conversation. I think the discussion revolves around the braking system. The team members are trying to defend the behavior of the mechanical brakes.
And as you say that, Jonas, we have the car from Stralsund getting the green flag and setting off on their endurance attempt.
Yeah, I think this is...
A little bit of a slide through the horseshoe from the Bochum car, but the driver collecting it back onto the track. A few cones being reset by the officials.
Yeah, I have some update for Bayreuth. The issue was that the mechanical brakes were lighting up the brake lights, but the regenerative braking wasn't. So in the very heavy braking zones, the brake light was actually lighting up red, but the team did omit that functionality for the electrical brakes. And yeah, that is a bit of a safety issue for cars driving behind, and the car was pulled out. They will not be able to finish the endurance.
And Jonas, as you say that, I think the car from Bochum also experiencing some trouble out on the track. The car made a bit of a thudding noise and now has come to a stop on the track. Yellow flags being waved. The car from Bochum has managed to get going again under their own power. And we have now car number 114 from Wrocław going through the horseshoe in what I believe to be their final lap of the endurance. And we see Wrocław being waved the checkered flag and crossing the line to finish their endurance run. Congratulations to Wrocław, only the second car to successfully complete the endurance at FSG 2024.
Yeah, they were one of the first cars out on track. They were with us for quite a while due to their pace, but nevertheless, great performance from them.
Yes, and we have car number 181, HAWK Göttingen, out on track. They did fill in our commentary form, and they want to do a shout out to Andy Bire and Katy Perry. And also car fun stuff, they said HAWK TU, spit on that thing. So we're just reading what they said. So yeah, good job from them. And also they want to thank Karlsruhe Kit for the sleepover, and also after their team tent flew away at FSN 2023.
The car from Chemnitz had just received a blue flag to allow car number 48 from Bochum to overtake them. We have another car ready to join us, car number 122 from Diepholz Dynamics.
Maybe this is a good time to lose a couple of words over the track conditions. The track is still rightfully declared damp, but you do see in some areas dry tarmac coming through a little bit. And of course also, since we only have more or less one line through this track, some dry ruts are forming here and there on the driving line. As I say that, there's a big spin by the 224 car.
A massive spin, and the driver doing a bit of a burnout to not go into the fire extinguisher post. Yellow flags being waved for 181, HAWK Göttingen, the driver slowing down just in time. I think there doesn't seem to be any mechanical trouble with the car from Stralsund. The driver hopefully just waiting for the track to be clear for them to resume.
Yes, in the meantime, I will just take the opportunity to do the commentary feedback form for 122.
Sorry, Mickey, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. I also see yellow flags being waved at the transition from the infield to the outfield.
I think that is the white color of Bochum with some issues, and they're being pushed away by the officials. That's a DNF for them.
No, Bochum, in fact, are just making their way across the finish line, so I think it is somebody else.
That could be a HAWK then. That was the only other white car on track that I could recall. I see a driver walking away, so this is bad news for them. They were just joining us.
Okay, I'll continue back to the commentary form. From the University of Diepholz, car number 122, they want to have a shout out at the high-speed Karlsruhe team, Elephant Racing, high voltage as well. Because they supported them a lot this year, and not so fun, but they broke their suspension during the brake test. which they had to fix. And also, they have been with us since 2006 already, and their team is about 54 students. And yeah, that's about it. And they like to play a lot of specific games with high-speed Karlsruhe.
Since we have a few cars dropping out, we have a new contender lining up at the green flag, car number 127 from Lausanne.
And I think if they get the green flag before Sion finishes their run, we will have 3 Swiss teams on the track concurrently. I think AMZ might then be the only Swiss car at the competition that is not on track at the moment.
And since I see the car from Göttingen zooming around, I think I was wrong earlier. It must have been the car from Diepholz then that ran into some issues out on track. The Stralsund driver having issues here at the final straightaway though. He went just straight through after the braking zone and did not manage to slow it down enough for the final chicane.
And I see the car showing a solid green light, so the tractor system is disengaged.
Yeah, that could have been the cause of the issue. Of course, if there is less braking performance from the electrical brakes, then yeah, the driving behavior changes drastically of the car and can cause this sort of issue. He did manage to charge again and get going. He's crossing the finish line now.
And you see now once again Bern right behind the car from Sion. Slowdown in the proceedings at the moment. The officials just waiting for the right gap to let out the car from Lausanne, car number 127. It's a bit of a... Oh no, there we go. The car from Sion getting the blue flag, letting by the car from Bern.
Yeah, and also we have some information about car 127, also from Switzerland. And yeah, they just want to do a shout out to everybody from their team for working really hard. And they hope that broken dreams will be kind for them.
Yes, and Lausanne sets off as he gives that commentary, Mickey. Looking at the other Swiss teams, the competitor from Sion, I believe they are on their last lap at the moment.
Yeah, they are being waved into the overtaking lane. HAWK Göttingen behind quite a bit faster than them. They have slowed down drastically, I would expect.
No, I'd say Sion has been very consistent in their lap times. In fact, they've been speeding up throughout the second half of the endurance.
Oh, well done then. I think the eyes are deceiving me. We have a lot of cars out on track, and the pace in general, I think, is also picking up a little bit.
We see Bern going through the last chicane, and they are getting the last lap sign. And there are marshals running over to the car from Bayreuth, car number 48. And the driver is getting out of the car. Unfortunately, that will be a DNF for car number 48. Yeah, we fear that the rear right tire is experiencing some trouble. But as we say that, car number 130 from Sion finishing the endurance.
Big cheers from the teams here on the sidelines. Great performance from them. They managed to get the car, keep the car going for long enough. Of course, they still have the post-inspection to contend with, but I don't see any mechanical issues, at least from up here.
We see the car from Chemnitz letting the car from Bern pass them. And this is the last lap of the car from Bern as well. Let's see if we can get 2 Swiss finishers in a row.
tell that the Stralsund driver is being a little bit more careful, especially in the heavy braking zone on the final straightaway, just to avoid the situation that they had earlier with the missed braking spot there.
The car from Bern now on the final straight. Going through the last few corners, a power slide to finish it off in style, and across the line to finish their endurance run. Congratulations, Bern.
Wow, two Swiss teams finishing endurance right after each other. Well done by Switzerland so far.
Chemnitz now also getting the last lap sign. You see the marshals recovering the car from Bochum, the driver trying to help them out. Hopefully they get it out very quickly, because at the moment I believe it is a bit of a yellow flag situation there. I'm sure the other teams are not happy having to slow down, but of course safety is the number one priority. And Jonas, looking over at the queue, do we expect any new cars to join us soon?
I would hope so, since we have two cars leaving. The next two cars in the queue are car number 92 from Sevilla and the car number 167 from Osnabrück. The Sevilla car is on position 18 of the running order out of 34 for session A. And so we're already about halfway through the runners for the first session.
No, indeed, we've had 15 cars out on track so far. As you see, Chemnitz now going through the Broken Dream chicane and coming into the horseshoe. Chemnitz car seems to have slowed down a bit, but still going onto the final straight for Chemnitz and into the final few corners. And we see the checkered flag being waved, and Chemnitz, car number 36, with a big lockup, but finishing the endurance run. Congratulations, Chemnitz.
Wow, awesome performance. It was a touch and go a couple of times, because they stopped a couple of times on track. But yeah, managed to finish it, so awesome job, well done.
Now only 3 cars left out on track, at least of the driving ones. Of course, the cars that have DNF'd at a location that is difficult to recover will have to wait there until the break at the end of endurance session A. That's when the cars will be allowed to be recovered by their team members.
Yeah, that's why I think we will have a couple of more cars. So car 92 coming up to the line from University of Sevilla. Cautiously away, because this driver doesn't want to spin right in the first corner, as Matti is hoping to see a couple of times at least. But they're on the way on the first lap of the endurance. Yeah, looking at the track, we see from our position at least 3 stalled cars parked out of the way. This is a reminder of how difficult this endurance is. Even in these conditions where, let's say, it's a bit more lenient on the suspension and tires, still it's a very difficult event to get through for these cars as well. So yeah, unfortunately not everybody will make it, but so far I'm quite impressed, because we're over 50% finishing rate as far as I can tell.
Not great, Nicky, but with all the cars that are out on track right now, I think we will be at that 50% point. In terms of the cars that unfortunately do not finish, we saw earlier the car from Bayreuth get a meatball flag, and they have now unfortunately been classified as a DNF. They were not allowed to resume their action out on track. So 4 cars out on track at the moment. 224 from Stralsund, 181 HAWK Göttingen, 127 from Lausanne and 92 from Sevilla. And we have one more rolling up to the start line, car number 167 from Osnabrück. Do you think we'll get to see 8 cars on track simultaneously again, Vicky?
Well, we do have enough of cars in the queue. It's just a matter of whether the organization will allow 8 cars again, or maybe want to have a sort of a lull in the endurance event to collect all the stalled cars. We don't know from our point of view here, but we'll have to be just patient and see.
Hearing the cheer from the audience for the car from Sevilla. And I'm seeing 3 cars out on track at the moment. There it is, car number 4, Stralsund. They will have gotten the last lap sound just now. Lap number 9 should be coming into the driver change at the end of this lap.
Also, customer rewards. I see a bit of a shuffle necessary in the queue. We have the cars from Pisa, Schweinfurt, Ulm, Ravensburg, Darmstadt, Düsseldorf, I believe, and the car number 79 patiently waiting. That does not quite reflect the running order, so I think there will just be some reshuffling there.
Which of the zero order cars have we seen so far, Jonas? Are there any more that we were expecting to see here at the beginning of the endurance event?
The rest of the zero order cars I would only expect towards the end or the beginning of the next session. So any zero order car that hasn't made it yet, I don't think will be running until Hamburg being the last on number 34 of the session.
There's a big scrape from Stralsund in the horseshoe, but they are now seeing the finish flag and successfully completing the first half of the endurance run. And I see some more on-track action at the hairpin on the outfield. Marshall's running to recover the car. I believe it is 181 HAWK Göttingen. Car number 127 from Lausanne slowing down as well. The driver choosing to pull off the track voluntarily. There are some weird sounds coming from that vehicle. Meanwhile, HAWK Göttingen, I see the marshals are keeping their distance, trying to see if the car will be able to get going under its own power yet again. Because of course, once the marshals have to provide manual assistance, once the marshals have to touch the car, that does unfortunately mean a DNF. Car number 127, I believe, trying to restart as well. And this was the 9th lap for the car from Göttingen. Hopefully they do manage to get going because they were just half a lap away from the driver change. Just 2 cars moving out on the track at the moment, but we have car number 100 from University of Pisa waiting patiently at the starting line. The officials just waiting to clear up the situation with cars 127 and 181. I do hear the startup sound for car number 127 from Lausanne, but the driver is unfortunately shaking their head. Yellow flags for the car from Sevilla, very good from the marshals.
Yeah, we just heard from the officials that car number 181 from HAWK Göttingen, they have exceeded the allotted time for them to be able to try to restart the car. So unfortunately, the driver has been told to switch off the car and get out of it, because that's unfortunately a DNF for HAWK Göttingen.
Thankfully, meanwhile, the car from Lausanne does manage to get going, but it seems only just. Car number 167 from Osnabrück following very closely. The officials a little bit late there with the blue flag, but thankfully the driver from Lausanne moving out of the way just in time. And it seems car number 127 from Lausanne has stopped on track once again, as Pisa, car number 100, does get the green flag, but also setting off very, very tentatively at the moment.
Yeah, there's yellow flags out for them immediately as well. I think the driver might have been able to spot the stricken car from Lausanne already from a distance, and is just being very careful around that area.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lausanne is stuck in a really bad place for the other cars. They really have to slow down that part. It's already a tricky part, so they really can't have any speed in that section of the track. Have to command the driver because they are taking it slow, and safety above everything, especially for the struck car and the marshal standing around it. So well done by the other teams, and let's hope Lausanne can continue as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, car number 224 from Stralsund have made their way out of the driver change, and they're just waiting for the green flag to start the second half of their endurance run.
Lausanne got going again. Very careful pace. Yeah, somebody's immediately stuck behind them. I would expect the blue flags out immediately.
Yeah, car 167 stuck just behind Lausanne. It didn't sound really well either, the car from Lausanne, as it was passing our position. And again, I think there's something going on out on track, on the North Curve.
Yeah, that's car 127, I think, has stopped on the track once again. Meanwhile, car number 297 from Schweinfurt is lining up at the start line and getting the green flag, a bit of a burnout to start their endurance run. And yeah, Matti, I think something just happened that you have been hoping to see. The driver overcooking it just slightly through the first corner, but recovering nicely and back on the track, ready to go.
Yeah, it was understeer instead of power oversteer, but well, it was nicely recovered anyway.
Yellow flag still out. Pisa now coming up on Lausanne again. Bochum also driving into that direction.
That's not Bochum, I believe that is Sevilla UAS.
My bad. Yeah,
Bochum,
white
in
cars,
fact,
confusing to see sometimes.
Indeed, Bochum, unfortunately, is the blue car you see standing still just at the transition from the outfield to the infield. Schweinfurt, meanwhile, has already caught up to Stralsund. Unfortunately, they did it just after an overtaking section, and will now have to wait until the very end of the lap. As we now have car 44 from Ulm, completely missing the first corner, just driving past the marshal, not sure what the driver saw there.
Yeah, that was a very tight situation. The Köln chicane completely bypassed by Ulm. That was a very close call indeed.
Yeah, let's just be thankful that it wasn't renamed the Marshall Killer chicane, because that was quite a dangerous situation.
Schweinfurt now overtaking Stralsund, who got the blue flags. You see car number 92 from Sevilla right behind the car from Pisa, and I think car number 167 from Osnabrück will catch up to them as well. So Pisa will perhaps have to let two cars by in the next overtaking section. But we'll see if Sevilla gets the blue flag as well, or if Osnabrück will have to wait until just after the Köln chicane.
No, Pisa now definitely having the green flag, but no such luck for Osnabrück behind them.
I think in the meanwhile we're still not seeing any motion from the car from Lausanne.
That was a really close call, sorry. This was Sevilla slowing down for the overtaking section, and Osnabrück nearly crashing into the back of them. I think as a result Osnabrück has stalled out on track.
I hope Osnabrück did not trigger the bots with that slowdown action.
Yeah, that would have been particularly bad luck for them. A situation that is no fault of their own, and yeah, I can imagine the driver definitely needing a new pair of underwear after that incident.
We have Ulm now approaching that section as well, taking out a few cones in the final corner, navigating the cone killer chicane correctly this time around. Slowing down well for the yellow flags and just going around the car from Osnabrück. I think these tricky damp conditions are really providing a lot of hard stopping action for us here, Jonas.
Yeah, indeed. Some of it has happened indeed right in front of us here, and man, this Osnabrück incident was quite something to see. I'm looking at the Osnabrück car, and it's not looking too good. I can see the driver trying things on the dashboard in the car, but it looks like they won't be able to get going again. I think it was a pretty good theory from Igor that the bots might be tripped in the brake over travel switch, which can't be reset by the driver intentionally, and yeah, this will disable them for the rest of the endurance.
Meanwhile, we do have a confirmed DNF, unfortunately, for car number 127 from Lausanne. I did see some marshals running over to it there on the outfield section. A little bit of a traffic jam here at the first overtaking section. Osnabrück still stopped on the main part of the track.
Pisa now coming up on the Osnabrück situation as well. The car is just being waved through the overtaking lane. In that sense, it is a convenient spot.
Ulm now slowing down very well ahead of time. The driver aware of the obstruction on the track.
Yeah, and just we saw the situation with Osnabrück, right? And we already saw that it was very closely following the Sevilla car. So the moment Sevilla decided to slow down to go into the overtaking lane, it actually was too late for the driver of Osnabrück. So, well, I wouldn't say if it's own fault, but it was very close indeed. And he had a very good reaction to avoid the crash. But he should never be that close to the Sevilla car anyway.
This is where some of the nuances of the safety features on board the electric cars come into play. The bots needs to be a safety feature for when the brake fluid in the reservoirs is low, so that it then shuts off the electrical system. But it also needs to be pressable demonstrably so during scrutineering. So yeah, this is an incident where that fine line between safety and unfortune was just crossed by Osnabrück.
Yes, and they are now being recovered from the track manually by the marshals. Not sure whether it's a confirmed DNF yet or not. Mickey just notifying me that it is indeed an unfortunate DNF for Osnabrück, the driver getting out of the car. I'm sure they'll be feeling absolutely dejected. No issues with the car, but unfortunately they did have to stop. As we now have Sevilla seeing the last lap sign for the first half of their endurance run.
Yeah, this gives me a moment to talk about the car number 44 from Einstein Motorsport, Ulm. They want to do a shout out to Barbara Kuster, one of the mothers of the team members, biggest supporter on Instagram, and also they want to do a shout out to Infinity Racing from Kempten, because they always borrow their rod wires, and that's also shout out worthy. And last but not least, they got a pool on the campsite and they invite everybody to join them.
The car from Stralsund looking considerably slower in the second half of the endurance than in the first, but still going along reliably. And we're just hearing that car number 244 might have stopped in sector 3. I'm sorry, not 244, 224, the competitor from Stralsund.
Yeah, they were trucking along so nicely, trying to complete the last few laps of their endurance.
And they still are trucking along nicely, slowing down the cars behind them just a little bit. Pisa being allowed to overtake and Schweinfurt being allowed to overtake as well. And Sevilla now coming through the horseshoe, bottoming out on the bumps just a little bit, but about to see the checkered flag for the first half of the endurance.
Schweinfurt stuck behind Pisa as they come back onto the infield section. I think the blue flags are out for Pisa indeed.
And Sevilla does come in, completing the first half of the endurance very nicely. Let's hope to see them out of the driver change very soon.
Maybe this is a good moment to mention the driver change procedure a little bit. We already talked about the 3 minutes that they have available to swap drivers around. Of course, for different drivers, you might need to insert a slightly different seat due to a different body shape or adjust the position of the pedals for good actuation. But that's about everything that the teams are allowed to do with the car. We already saw Trondheim with a mechanical issue. Those sort of things are not allowed to be fixed. The electrical system is supposed to be turned off, but that is about it. 3 minutes, unless the team elects to change tires.
Now, yeah, the drama has seemed to sizzle down a little bit. All the cars that are out on track at the moment going along very smoothly. Stralsund does seem to be slowing down even more than they were before, but still rolling along.
Also slowing down a bit, by my eyes anyway, is Ulm. They were so ferociously attacking the first few corners here. It seemed to have slowed down significantly through the horseshoe. It's not looking so dynamic anymore.
Maybe it's all relative, the time and speed. So we don't know. Einstein Motorsports.
Yeah, I feel like that they're scraping along the bumps a little bit more than they were before as well. Let's see what their lap time says. Well, the lap time is on par with their second and third lap, Jonas. It seems that only the previous lap they had a bit of a speed up, had the sub 100 second time, but now well, reverting to the mean, as they say. Sevilla, car number 9-2, meanwhile out of the driver change, waiting at the start line.
I cast my eyes into the queue and I spy the car from GFR, the cars from Brno, Darmstadt, car number 79, car number 52, and 111 from Trento.
And Sevilla, meanwhile, starting lap number 10. And Mickey, just to give you a bit of an update on the breakdown of the DNF and the finishers. So far we have seen 5 cars finish the endurance and unfortunately 10 cars DNF. But there are 5 cars out on track at the moment. So if they all finish, we will be back to equal terms. Ulm slowing down by a couple of seconds again and being waved a blue flag to allow the competitor from Schweinfurt to come through. And I did just hear the tractive system of a car engage. That is car number 11, Global Formula Racing, getting ready at the start line. And they, I believe, might be the first car that is electing to drive on slicks instead of wet tires.
To be honest, if I look at the track, I can't blame them, because at least the long straight is almost completely dry, and also on this smaller straight, just after Konkiller chicane, the 40-45 meter long straight is also almost dry. So it might not be a bad idea to go for the slick tires.
Yeah, I'm also taking a look at the weather radar here. It actually looks like it will be dry for quite a while still.
We just saw that the car from Global Formula Racing, similar to Ulm, on their first lap, they went completely through. They cut off the cone killer chicane, rejoining the track on the first straight. Maybe the marshals will want to consider putting an extra cone there for the afternoon session, because it is a bit of a dangerous situation that we do not like to see.
Normally, this is why all the teams should do a track walk in the morning, because it's quite clear what the situation is. And we see Ulm again slowing down. They have done this a couple of times during the last couple of laps. And also another car, also 224, Stralsund again pulling over. I think the driver is doing a good job, because he pulled over out of the racing line, but Ulm is still struggling. So we have a bit of a situation with two cars that certainly have some issues while driving.
Yeah, we saw the Stralsund driver holding their head. So I think, unfortunately, they might know that they'll be unable to continue, but I'm sure trying their best to make sure they make it. That was lap number 15 for Stralsund. They were very close to competing the endurance. Let's see if they can get going again. Ulm getting the green flag. Pisa behind them and GFR behind them as well. There seems to be a little bit of confusion between the marshals and the drivers, who gets the green flag, who does not. Ulm once again slowing down on the straight, but managed to get going. There's a bit of a traffic jam forming at the moment. Car number 224 from Stralsund, we're hearing unable to restart.
Schweinfurt is on their last lap before the driver change procedure. So they are just passing Stralsund car and coming into the driver change area now. So they will have the 3 minutes to change a driver, maybe do some tire change, but I don't expect that to happen anytime soon. I think they will just use these tires and go out on track. In the meantime, I think we see car 224 being pushed out of the way, so that's unfortunately a DNF for Stralsund.
Yeah, that clears up some room out on track. I would then expect the next car at the green flag to be let go very soon. That is the car from Brno, 74.
Yeah, and I think Ulm has still a lot of issues driving around. It looks like the car stops every now and then after a while it can continue. But it's a big struggle for this driver for sure.
Yeah, well, I think the Ulm team will definitely cheer the car on to keep going for as long as possible. Of course, the other cars out on track might not take to that quite so kindly. They are on their 8th lap, so yeah, 10 laps to go for them in total, and a couple more laps until they can pull into the driver change and perhaps let the car cool down, or yeah, at least let time solve the ailment that is plaguing Ulm.
And we have car number 74 from Brno joining the endurance as well. In the meantime, we are seeing Ulm again stopping on track and then going again. And I think Pisa, University of Pisa, car number 100 coming into the driver change area.
Yeah, we have Schweinfurt and Pisa now here in the driver change. I think Schweinfurt has the second driver in already, and we will see them back out on track soon. Ulm got going again, made its way through wings into the second slalom, but still very, very slowly, almost walking pace It looks like the tighter corners might be a bit of an issue for them. Perhaps that is pinching a cooling line from moving the steering around. We can only speculate from up here, unfortunately.
We have now car number 240 starting their endurance run, the car from Darmstadt. We remember the driverless version of the car was a bit of a conivore, eating up the cones all around the event. The driver understeering a little bit through the cone clear chicane, but getting back on track and going along nicely.
And they are also out on slicks, but maybe here in the section it's a bit too wet. Ulm is slowing down in the overtaking area just before the finish line here. And, Sevilla being shown the blue flag now so that Brno can pass them.
Ulm also seeing the blue flag, and they also just got the last lap sign. Sevilla not quite understanding, I think, that the blue flag was for them. So now Brno will have to wait until the next section to be allowed to overtake.
Ulm pulled off the track into the overtaking area as intended, but had to stop for a little while yet again.
Yeah, and I see yellow flags being moved on the outfield as well.
Yeah, that is now affecting Sevilla and Brno. I am not sure which car is causing this, though.
I think it might be GFR, car number 11.
Yeah, this is out in the ring section, part of the track that we can't see particularly well. Sevilla now finally getting a blue flag so that Brno can pass.
Darmstadt seems to be going a little bit slower than they were before, but as I say that, they accelerate nicely out of the corner.
Yes, and talking about Darmstadt, they filled in the commentary form and they lost one team member to the Greek team Centaurus Racing, and also they crashed their car at the FSN Endurance. It took a while to build a new one, and they realized a weight saving of a whopping 35 kilograms this year.
Did they get a lighter driver?
Yeah, well, sometimes you need to compensate for the static downforce.
The car from Sevilla, meanwhile, seems to be coming to a halt.
And we should also mention Schweinfurt, who have made it back out on track for the second half of their endurance. Yeah, Sevilla indeed just stopping, unfortunately, right in the middle of the track, just before the second slalom. We'll have a very slow Ulm creeping up on that position, and Schweinfurt catching up quite quickly as well.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing the car from Ravensburg GFR in motion either. Or could that be them that are moving along the grandstand in the back there?
Yeah,
no,
it could be.
No, I think that is 240 from Darmstadt, so I think Ravensburg GFR are unfortunately still at a standstill.
Similar liveries striking again. Of course, the red and black being pretty hard to differentiate from a distance. Ulm is now slowing down for the yellow flags, just like Schweinfurt, caused by Sevilla, still stuck in front of the second slalom. Two cars now being allowed to pass, but I think blue flags are in order for Ulm.
Yeah, I'm not
so
sure.
that Schweinfurt can get
I'm not sure that slowdown from Ulm was voluntary. I think it was caused by the car. We see Sevilla with a tractive light system off. They're being pushed off the track. Ulm are, I think, hoping beyond hope that they will be able to finish this lap and come into the driver change area. And we also got confirmation that car number 11, GFR, has unfortunately been pushed off the track manually by the officials. So that will be a DNF for GFR. And we now see a rare sight, 4 cars right behind each other going through the horseshoe. Bit of an elephant walk procession, as they call that.
Yeah, blue flag now for Ulm, Schweinfurt, Darmstadt and Brno stuck behind them.
And I think Schweinfurt is definitely one of the faster cars, as are Brno, so they shouldn't see blue flags. I think Darmstadt might get a blue flag in the next section. We'll see how that develops. Ulm, meanwhile, has unfortunately stopped in the overtaking lane. We did see the green flag being waved for them. They're achingly, agonizingly close to the driver change, only 100 or so meters away. They do manage to get going again as the checkered flag is waved.
I had a very brief conversation with the Ulm team members here. They suspect that it's just a derating caused by high temperatures, but they were a little bit puzzled themselves. They have driven multiple endurances in much hotter conditions without any issues.
Well, let's see if they'll be able to cool down a little bit right now during the driver change as car number 79 from Pforzheim enters the track.
Yeah, and they're also on slicks. I think that the slicks is definitely the right choice for the moment, because we do feel some drops of rain coming. And according to the estimation of Matthias, our weatherman today, we will have significant rain around 11 o'clock, so that's not too far away. But for now, slicks is the way to go.
Taking a bit of a closer look at the Ulm car, I don't see any movement in their cooling tubes. There's a bubble stuck there, and that is not moving out of the way. So perhaps their pump has failed or something similar is causing the car to overheat drastically.
And I think with all the excitement going on the track, we might have missed the car from Pisa, car number 100. Have also successfully made it out of the driver change and are on lap 10 at the moment.
Yeah, we have a bit of a race on our hands between Schweinfurt and Brno. Brno chasing Schweinfurt. Schweinfurt trying to get away from them, but they don't seem to manage that. So I'm pretty sure they will be given the opportunity to overtake.
No, and indeed, now blue flags out in the grandstand section. Schweinfurt being slowed down slightly so that Brno can pass.
As we see that car number 79, Pforzheim, seem to have had a bit of a stall at the last few corners, but they do manage to get going again. And we now see a new car, car number 52 from Kempten, entering the track.
Yeah, also a worthy update, it's raining, man. The droplets are really starting to fall now. Mickey was still saying that slicks are the way to go, judging by the track surface. That is absolutely the case. I don't see any big clouds heading our way on the radar, but yeah, things are going to be slightly more interesting here from a tire strategy perspective today.
Yeah, we didn't see, or rather we didn't pay attention to what tire the Kempten car chose to run on. Maybe as they come around in the first lap, Mickey will be able to take a closer look. But no, meanwhile, does seem to be pulling a little bit away from the Schweinfurt competitor.
Yeah, so we have a couple of cars out still on wet tires, and a couple of cars seems to be on slicks. So that should be interesting if we compare their lap times again as well.
Yeah, no intermediate tires in Formula Student. So really a very binary choice for the teams to make. Pforzheim is one of the cars that is running on slicks, and you see them sliding around just a little bit in some sections of the track.
Despite their temperature struggles, Ulm got going again though. They have the second driver installed and are making their way through the cone killer chicane.
And the car does seem to be running more quickly than it was before. We'll see how that situation develops. Meanwhile, Brno has caught up to Pisa, and Pisa will be getting a blue flag waved to them soon.
And since the weather situation is changing slightly, I'm also casting my eyes into the queue, taking a look at what the cars are running there. We have a predominantly rain tires mounted, but I also see Trento, who are going to be up next, arriving here on slicks.
I see car number 297, Schweinfurt, has stopped on the track. Darmstadt being waved by. The driver from Schweinfurt talking to the officials, yellow flags being waved for Pforzheim. We also see a lot of yellow flags on the outfield section. I think that might be because Ulm has slowed down a little bit again, and there is a bit of a train developing there. Schweinfurt does thankfully manage to get going again. Ulm being shown the blue flag. And I think Brno will be stuck for a little bit behind Kempten now, all the way until the final straight of the track. Pisa catching up to Ulm once more. Ulm going very slowly indeed. Seven cars out on track at the moment. Kempten letting the car from Brno overtake. There's a three-car train once again behind the competitor from Ulm. We have Ulm, Pisa and Darmstadt.
Judging by their pace, the car number 79 and behind them Schweinfurt will also be catching this train pretty shortly. Ulm is really struggling out on track, stopping and starting every 100 meters or so. But at least there are blue flags out for Ulm now, so that Pisa and Darmstadt can pass.
Looking onto the outfield section, I believe the car from Kempten is going a little bit slower than they were before. The car from Pforzheim stopping just after the finish line. The driver from Schweinfurt reacting in time. We already saw some stalls from Pforzheim before. They do manage to get going once more.
Schweinfurt following relatively closely behind, but I think they learned their lesson from the Osnabrück incident. It was the same situation, same place, but they kept a little bit more of a distance and managed to slow down in time. Ulm now again having issues through the cone killer chicane. They have stopped just after the entry to the overtaking lane, so the cars coming up from Brno.
And I see, sorry to interrupt, Jonas, I see Pforzheim I think have stalled out on the track again, just in front of the Ravenel curve sign. Schweinfurt being allowed to overtake, but the marshals are taking a closer look at the car from Pforzheim.
The T-cell is still flashing, so the car is still active.
The car from Brno now once again stuck behind Ulm. Ulm slowing to an absolute crawl. I think Brno, given it's a bit of a force majeure situation, might be allowed to overtake outside of an overtaking area. Yes, indeed. And this is the last lap for Brno at the moment in the first half of the endurance.
Ulm is now really struggling in the track section.
I'm also seeing yellow flags being waved at the hairpin at the end of the outfield section. Not sure what the situation is there. I think it might be Pforzheim stalling once again. And also in front of the Ravenel curve, another car has come to a halt. Is that Ulm still, Jonas?
Yeah, that is Ulm still. Now there is a bit of a tricky situation, I think, with cars stalling on track. Other cars being motioned to wave by. In the meantime, the stopped car gets going again. So yeah, the marshals in that part of the track definitely being given a run for their money. Now Darmstadt is caught behind Ulm. Officials are tending to the Ulm driver, but yeah, Darmstadt trying to be waved by, just like Pisa, who arrived on scene. Blue flags out for Ulm in the ring section, but they can barely make it up the ever slight incline in that part of the track into the overtaking area.
A bit of a four-car train there once again. Now Brno receiving the checkered flag and coming in for the driver change.
Nicely done. Checkered flag for Brno. Well done.
Blue flags out for Pisa. Schweinfurt behind them, being quite a bit faster than them. And Ulm is still struggling in the ring section. They are grinding their way slowly uphill and are now coming to a stop in the hairpin. Yellow flags out for Pforzheim.
Ulm does manage to get going, only just. They still have
Ulm is on their 11th lap, so this is 7 more laps of agony for the second driver from Ulm. If the car is indeed struggling with a temperature-related issue and the cooling system is having problems, as I suspect, then this will be a long walk for them. Pretty much every lap from here on forward will look just like this. They drive a couple of meters, stop, slow down, and get going again. This might take a while.
Yeah, of course, differently from the track drive event for endurance, there is no minimum or rather maximum amount of time that you're allowed to take. As long as the car does manage to get going, the officials usually allow it to continue. So indeed, Jonas, we might still be here for quite a while watching the Ulm car make their way around the track.
I was listening into the officials' conversation. I think the plan for the Ulm car is to let them come around to the start and finish line and actually pull them out of the running so that they won't be blocking the path for another 7 laps of theirs. And they are clearly very much struggling.
Darmstadt making their way in the final lap now up towards a driver change, but it seems that they might get caught by the Schweinfurt car behind them. So let's see how the officials will solve the solution. I'm afraid they'll first go in the blue zone and then in the pits. And indeed, the Darmstadt car has been given a blue flag. I expect them to get the checker flag afterwards.
And that is, I believe, the Schweinfurt car. They're getting their last lap sign. This is their last lap of their endurance run.
Wow, and they're still pushing quite hard, the Schweinfurt car. Putting them quite some pace, despite it already starting to rain at the moment. Meanwhile, Ulm, nothing new, slowing down a little bit in the middle section. And who is caught behind?
There'll be 79 from Pforzheim, as Darmstadt has come into the driver change, completed the first half of endurance very quickly indeed.
The marshals now opting to create impromptu overtaking lanes for Ulm already. They are just ahead of the second slalom, so at this pace it will be multiple minutes before we see them passing the start and finish line again.
And Brno back launched on track, had a successful driver change, and they're still pushing now into the second part of the endurance. Schweinfurt having to stop, and so does Kempten before the Ulm car. A bit of confusion exactly to what the drivers need to do.
And I think, yeah, as you mentioned, Jonas, the officials are coming up with sort of impromptu overtaking zones to make sure cars can get around the Ulm vehicle. It is, of course, unfortunate for Ulm that while the car does still manage to keep going, it is creating not only a block for the other teams from setting the times that they want to be setting, but also given the rather unpredictable nature of whether they start or they stop, it is also a safety hazard for the other cars on the track. There we go, Ulm stopping once more as Schweinfurt completes their endurance run, seeing the checkered flag. Congratulations, car 297.
Still an obstacle just in front of the horseshoes section. Brno just came up on them, but since Ulm is still moving, the officials are struggling to create an impromptu overtaking lane yet again.
Yeah, and it's almost as if Ulm has gotten their dedicated marshal that's running with them across the entire track. I think they might actually be able to do the same speed, given that Ulm has to stop so many times.
Taking a short look at the queue. In the meanwhile, we have car number 111 from Trento, car number 49 from Konstanz, car number 50 from Lisboa, 69 from Hamburg, 23 from Amberg and a couple more making their way into the queue. So plenty of action still to come in this morning session of the endurance.
Darmstadt in the driver change area already has their second driver in the car. think they will just about be ready to get going again.
Ulm still rolling its way. This is of course a bit the risk. If you're caught in this slightly earlier session of the endurance, you have a little bit more chance that you're stuck behind slower cars. Of course, the issues that Ulm have are pretty unpredictable. Darmstadt back out after their driver change. There is of course a certain rule that if a car goes too slow, exceedingly too slow, and then the officials can have a closer look to see if it's still suitable.
Well, speaking of cars going too slow, we see the car from Brno actually slowing down and stopping on track entirely.
No yellow flags shown for Pforzheim, a bit of a dangerous situation. But they managed to slow down in time and get waved past the Brno car, stopped in the middle of the track.
Ulm still struggling, as we've gotten accustomed to in the last overtaking section. I believe they're being held so that the car from Pforzheim can pass them safely.
And Pforzheim will be making its way into the driver change. Driver really pushing on, so good job at this driver, and let's see if the second driver can do it even quicker.
Brno, meanwhile, does manage to get going again under their own power, so they will continue their endurance run. Ulm, I believe, is about to be showing the black flag, unfortunately.
I'm surprised that they show the black flag and not the meatball. In the end, it means that they have to come in and have a little talk with officials or scrutineers to see how they can best resolve the situation.
Yellow flag's being waved from Brno, as Ulm has stopped just after the start line. But they do manage to get going back into the driver change area, and Brno is now free to speed their way down the track.
Yeah, I think by now the drivers are very aware of the risk that there is a car standing on track. So to be honest, I think the drivers are doing a really good job in slowing down on themselves, even though the flags are not always there. Last lap sign for Kempten. I think they will be coming into their driver change.
Yeah, and I think now quite a good gap between all of the cars that are on track. Nobody impeding anybody else, so all the drivers get to really push their car to the limit that they can explore.
And I think this is Pisa completing the endurance. A big cheer from the crowd, and rightly so. Pisa, one of the Italian teams here, wrapping up the endurance, and the team is extremely happy about it.
Yeah, Pisa coincidentally pulling into the same spot that was just occupied by the Ulm car. But yeah, indeed, due to the unfitness for the Ulm car for the track, they've been asked to remove themselves from the endurance area. That's a DNF for them, unfortunate.
And the Brno driver really pushing on. They're definitely not holding back. Clearly he has been given the info that they have enough energy to complete the endurance, and is pushing like a madman.
No, indeed, I believe this was the second fastest lap from Brno so far.
Kempten, I feel like slowing down just ever so slightly, but maybe it might be a strategy. The driver's really driving very energy friendly, as I say so, accelerating on the straight. For his final appearance here, gets the checkered flag, and in for the driver change, the car 52 of Kempten.
And so we have two cars in the driver change, two cars out on track at the moment. And we see Trento now being allowed to approach the starting line, but I think just before Pforzheim will return from the driver change.
And look at this Brno car. The nose is really following what the driver wants it to do. You could very clearly see that in the slalom. And I think here in front of us in the first two corners, you see how nimble that car from Brno is.
The Brno's of the car.
I have a feeling that the Darmstadt is just going a little bit slower. Maybe during the driver change they saw that their energy was just below what they expected. They're speculating, of course.
Yeah, you couldn't be further from the truth. Before the driver change, they were averaging around 110 seconds per lap, and now they're in the low 90s.
Yeah, you can very clearly see the driver taking it easy on the straights, saving some energy. Of course, the most important thing is to finish. You have nothing. There are no points awarded for fastest lap if you do not finish. The super fast car from Brno approaching Pforzheim, who has also been doing a very decent job so far. And I think they will just meet each other at the next overtaking lane. The marshals are preparing some blue flags, I think. Or is it just not close enough? It is. I see a blue flag being waved. Hopefully driver from Pforzheim sees it. He does not, and continues on its way. Luckily this time the Pforzheim driver sees the blue flag and Brno can make a clean pass.
Hearing quite a bit of scraping from the car from Darmstadt. I don't think they were bottoming out quite as hard beforehand. And I'm hearing a bit of a rattle, I think, from the drivetrain of the car. Hopefully no serious issues.
Slight shuffle in the queue happening. We talked about Trento joining us soon, but they're now being pushed away outside of the queue. Maybe they ran into an issue getting the car going in time.
Yeah, they were in there for quite a while, the Trento car. It's a little bit calmer on track now. We had quite a busy morning with a lot of cars on track. Also some cars causing some trouble. A lot of blue flags in action. Now we have 3 cars, really fast cars on track.
Yeah, and Kempten, car number 52, is about to rejoin them, having successfully performed the driver change. Hearing quite a bit of a rattle from the Darmstadt car, once again bottoming out quite heavily in the corners in the horseshoe.
Big wheel spin from the Kempten car when they leave here. Not sure if the driver's not quite acquainted with the car yet, or if they have some issues. It does have a peculiar sound to it.
There's a bit of a chattering noise. Of course, they were also on rain tires. Now we're on a mostly dry track. The rain having subsided again. So maybe just not expecting the lower grip from the rain tires.
I see car number 43, the black and orange German twin of the team from Pisa, Team Konstanz.
But Brno is slowed down on the straight. I don't know what happened.
Not just slowing down, they came to a stop in the final straightaway. The high voltage system is discharged as well. Blue flags now coming, yellow flags coming out for Pforzheim to pass them. Looks like they got it activated again though. Brno might be able to continue. Yes, and they are back off again into the final chicane.
Yeah, this is the 16th lap from Brno. They're very, very close to completing the endurance.
Yeah, I think you can already see that the driver is taking a bit more cautiously now. He was pushing along very nicely, but if you get a scare like that, he'll probably take it easy for the last 2 laps.
Some nice information about the Konstanz car. Apparently they're experts when it comes to little malheurs, so they put turbo malheur on their rear wing, so exaggerating the situation slightly. It's also their first monocoque and the first season where they're using torque vectoring and slip control. Hopefully that does them well in the endurance here, keeping the car under control a little bit better. I want to give a shout out to their cooking team because they have the best food at FSG.
Then we know where to go tonight.
Brno, meanwhile, has caught back up to Pforzheim just after the blue cone section, so they'll have to wait for about a quarter of a lap now before they can overtake them. And as we say that, car number 50 from Lisboa is at the starting line. Konstanz having a bit of a moment in the final few corners, taking out a cone but making their way back onto the track. Blue flags being prepared, and now wait for Pforzheim, allowing Brno to overtake them. Pforzheim getting out of the way nicely. And Brno now also getting the last lap sign.
Yeah, that will free up some space on track for car number 50 to join us from Lisbon. Of course, after their incident at the driverless acceleration, they are front wingless for now. And afterwards, car number 69 from Hamburg and car number 23 from Amberg will probably be motion in the green flag soon as well.
And interestingly, Lisboa choosing to start on wet tires, not the slicks. The track, of course, has been drying out, but perhaps they think there's a bit more rain coming before their driver change.
And there is rain expected. I'm not sure when though. We had a brief shower 10 minutes earlier, but it seemed to stop now. And maybe within half an hour we get a big shower again, but of course weather is always very unpredictable.
Yeah, I see some spikes coming in around 11:15 and then a big one 11:30. So yeah, depending on the confidence of the Lisbon team, I do understand their entire choice.
So just looking at the car from Kempten, they seem to be going considerably slower than they were before. Brno is catching up to the car from Konstanz.
But this is of course the last lap from Brno.
Indeed, the track official needs to be careful not to confuse the Konstanz driver. And yes, Brno crosses the line and completes the endurance event. Congratulations, Brno.
Yeah, we saw a couple of stoppages from them. I think that made the hearts sink of the team members slightly, but now they have reason to cheer having completed the endurance successfully.
And they are replaced by car number 69 out on the track, Hawks Hamburg.
The second Hawks car, so that makes them Hawk 2.
Darmstadt now getting the last lap sign. Lisbon now completing their first lap, and interesting looking at the rear wing, it seems that their DRS is permanently open now.
Yeah, it is. We also saw that on the autocross actually, and I also had a talk with their drivers last evening, saying that they tried to get the balance under control, but both drivers will still saying, yeah, it's pretty understeered.
Car number 23 from Amberg Weiden joining us on the track for their first endurance lap. So the action picking up once again. We have 7 cars out on track at the moment. And car number 84 from Warsaw is at the front of the queue, waiting to join them as well. Kempten now getting blue flags, allowing the car from Konstanz to go past them.
I'm afraid the Konstanz car maybe misunderstood the blue flag and thought it was for them, or just followed the Kempten out of pity. Anyways, they have to wait a bit more for the next blue flag now to overtake.
Darmstadt coming through the last few corners and getting the checkered flag to complete the endurance. Big cheer from the team. Congratulations, Darmstadt.
Yeah, the Darmstadt slot out on track will be replaced with a very polished car number 84 from Warsaw. This car is called Jaszuka. after a swallow bird in Polish.
And that's why they have these birds on the livery as well.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Looks pretty nice. They also have a rearing slogan that they want to explain. They've been testing since April, May, June, July, or maybe August, since all the prior months that they were expecting to test did not materialize for them. They want to give special thanks to Agromage, the company which helps us immensely to manufacture so many of the mechanical components of the car. And this is apparently only their second car and the second from a student competition in the team's history. They are very pleased to be here at FSG, and it's a great performance from them, seeing them make it through scrutineering and be out here on track in the endurance.
And I'm seeing 6 cars in motion at the track. I believe there should be 7. And there it is, car number 7. They were just hiding in the outfield section. We see 2 small trains forming. I believe the car from Lisboa is stuck behind the car from Kempten, and car number 22 from Amberg is following Pforzheim very closely.
Yeah, and Hawks was just let through comparison to Konstanz. And we'll see another overtake here, Lisboa on the Kempten car, as you already predicted, Hugo. Curious to see the true pace of the Lisboa car. I feel like so far they have been held up. It looks like quite a quick car, so I do expect them to improve still.
I think Amberg also looking pretty sprightly out there. As Pforzheim now goes for lap number 17, so their next lap will be the final one.
The last lap of Amberg was, of course, stuck behind another car, and they're stuck again behind Kempten. And so we'll have to wait a little bit to see their true pace.
Warsaw working very heavily after the first straight. We're seeing blue flags being shown for Kempten once more, this time for Amberg to overtake. But I think the Kempten driver might have missed the entry to the blue cone section. They rejoin it around halfway through the straight.
And now the Kempten driver also has to wait for the Pforzheim car, who's on their last lap, clipping a cone, unfortunately. And hopefully it's not because of an issue. It seems like they're... or is this their second to last lap?
For Pforzheim, this is lap number 17, so they should be getting the last lap sign as they cross the finish line.
And I think Amberg has a clear track ahead of them now. This is their 4th lap, and we'll finally be able to see their true pace.
Pforzheim now coming through the last few corners and getting the last lap sign from the marshals.
Also Kempten, they seem to be managing their energy relatively slowly but very smoothly driving.
And it seems that Hamburg is also either managing their energy or slowing down for reasons outside of their control, but they were allowed to overtake Konstanz before, but now it seems Konstanz might be getting that same treatment.
Yeah, already when they made the overtake, actually, it seems like they had some problem maybe, or slowed down a little bit, because we had a little bit of an awkward situation, and indeed the Konstanz car now re-overtaking the Hawks car.
I was taking a little bit of a breather here to try and make sense where we are within the running order. Since we have HAWK 2, number 69, out on track, the official order is all the way through. Nevertheless, there is a pretty long queue forming, and Warsaw being out on track, I think also means that we are now in the out of order running. So all of the teams running out of order will of course receive 2 minutes of extra time. Casting my eyes into the queue, I see 49, 115, 54, 31, 22, and 173.
And Amberg now having a clean lap finally. They did an 81.3. That's 1 second shy of the best we've seen from NTNU Trondheim this morning.
You see Pforzheim making their way onto the final straight, going through the last few corners, and already the checkered flag is being waved. And Pforzheim finishes the endurance, car number 79. Big cheer from the crowd. You can tell how much it means to them to have their car finish this grueling track. And will their place be immediately taken by another vehicle? Not just yet.
Yeah, so as Jonas was saying, these are the cars that are still in order. Now we'll get some cars that are out of order, so maybe the officials are creating a little bit of a gap in between those two. And so we had the battle between Konstanz and HAWK. Seems like Konstanz has the better end of it, but Lisboa is catching them both now, and so is Amberg. So I think in 1 lap time we might see 3 cars again overtaking each other. Talking about overtaking, the Konstanz car is meeting the Kempten car. A few more corners to go and then they'll see the blue zone. But maybe the HAWK car and all the others will catch up with them as well. I see a hand up for the Warsaw car. They went out of the track. Driver definitely indicating something went wrong.
Yeah, the T-Sol is showing a solid green light, so the tractor system is disengaged.
Again, really good driving from the drivers. There are no yellow flags yet out there, but they all took a cautious approach. They saw something was wrong, a lot of people next to the track.
Yeah, too bad the driver is getting out of the car, so this will be recovered on the DNF for Warsaw. That's really unfortunate.
Coming out a little worse off, unfortunately. Bit of a train forming there. Konstanz and Hamburg being held to let through Amberg.
Very close call. Pisa being...
Not Pisa, Konstanz.
Konstanz indeed passing by as Lisboa was pulling out of the overtake a little bit earlier than anticipated.
And Hamburg now also being released just before Kempten, but I believe they've been moving faster than Kempten in the last few laps, so that shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, that was a very, very close call between the cars from Konstanz and Amberg and Lisboa.
And Lisboa, yeah. Yeah, of course, this is always tricky if 2 cars need to pass, and this was extra complex because there were 2 cars in the blue lane and 2 cars that need to pass them both. Luckily, no one crashed, nothing happened, but yeah, extremely dangerous situation.
Yeah, we see and hear Erlangen with a positively combustion type sound at the starting line, car number 49.
Yeah, they are struggling to get going. It sounds like a brake is dragging on the rear wheels or something like that. They are allowed to go, but the driver doesn't manage to get the car really moving any further than a couple of centimeters.
That's such a shame because they already made it from the queue to the starting area. So something very unexpected must be happening.
He's given ample time now to try and restart the car, re-engage high voltage. Let's see if we can get it going.
Yeah, the checkered flag now being prepared for the car from Konstanz. This is their last lap of the first section, or the first half of the endurance.
Good news for Erlangen, they are out on track to start their endurance.
And Konstanz comes in for the driver change. And Lisboa also being shown the last lap sign. This is lap number 9 for Lisboa.
Extremely good job by the flagman here below us, managing the situation to show 1 car the finish flag and another car the last lap sign. It's not easy to, in a split second, communicate this to these drivers, but they did a very good job.
And you see Kempten now also coming around onto the final straight. The official preparing to show them the last lap sign too. And Kempten now beginning lap number 18.
Yeah, they seem to be really managing their car. Driver doing a really good job keeping it on track and keeping it smooth. Last lap for them.
And we were talking about the lap times before, Matti. And it does seem indeed that the running snail is the fastest car on the track at the moment. Their best times are in the low 80s, whereas everybody else is in the 90 to 100 range.
Indeed, they're doing a very good job. They're extremely fast. Of course, this morning we saw the out of order running, or at least order 0 running car of Trondheim, which is a very fast car. They managed to have 1 second quicker best lap time. But I feel like if Amberg OTH is allowed to push, if they have enough energy, they might be able to beat it because the track is significantly drier now.
Checkered flag being prepared for Lisbon. And they cross the line to come into the driver change.
I was taking some time to listen into the officials. They are considering whether the track is actually dry enough to be declared entirely dry. Currently, of course, we're still on damp conditions. Looking into the queue, I think Strathclyde is very much on wet tires and probably also won't have enough time left to change back to slicks. Barcelona and Munich behind them are on slicks. But behind that, I think I see the car from Leuven, 22, and Düsseldorf, 173. They have some time left and might consider to run on slicks since it is pretty dry out on track now.
And what are Lisboa doing, Jonas? Because of course they started on the wet tires, but the track does indeed seem to be quite dry at the moment.
Yeah, they started on wets. They are in the driver change area now.
Sorry, Jonas, I'm going to interrupt because Kempten has just finished their endurance run. Congratulations, car number 52.
Big cheers from the team members on the sides, deservedly so. Lisbon does not appear to be changing towards slicks. Of course, it's on the line.
But it's not too bad to drive in these conditions, I think, on the rain. Even in a bit colder conditions here, the rain tires might have a slight advantage in terms of temperature. So I don't think it's too bad for them.
And we see the car from Amberg OTH, car number 23, also joining Lisboa in the driver change section, which leaves only 3 cars running out on the track at the moment. Although, as I say that, I see marshals running over in the outfield section. There is a car slowing down quite significantly, coming to a complete halt, in fact. I think that might be Erlangen, as Hawks Hamburg also comes in for the driver change.
Indeed, that seems to be the car from Erlangen, stuck stranded just before the big grandstands.
And we have all 5 bays now fully filled up with cars in the driver change. Not all of them will be coming back out on track. Of course, car number 52 just completed it. Nevertheless, Konstanz is ready to go. They are next out on track.
And indeed, Konstanz's car is here ready to start the second part of the endurance. A lot of noise coming from the car. That is not something we heard in the first run. So let's hope for them that it's just a fluke at the beginning. But I can still hear it.
Yeah, it sounds like a little bird is stuck in the gearbox. Also looking further into the ring section, there are still yellow flags out that Konstanz is now running into. I think Erlangen is still stuck.
Yeah, and Konstanz so far quite had the adventure on endurance. Many overtakes that they made, but they've also been overtaken by some cars. And this was only halfway through for them.
We see now car number 115 from Strathclyde, indeed starting on the wet tires. Just waiting for the green flag, of course, plenty of space out on the track. Only 1 car driving at the moment. The single constant that we have available to us right now.
Yeah, and some info about the Strathclyde car. Their car is called Sticky Vicky. I hope the sticky refers to the amount of grip that they have. And their drivers are Matthew and Brooke. And they wanted to say one more thing, that they are the best UK team at FSG for the two years that they have been running. And I think they're also the only ones.
Just looking over at the outfield section, I see the marshal still standing next to the car from Erlangen, but it has been It has been a minute, so it's not looking too good for them at the moment, unfortunately. No official word whether they will continue or DNF just yet.
And Strathclyde also starting on the wet tires still, although the track is indeed, is it declared dry already?
No, it is still on damp as far as I can tell. But yeah, the next runners were definitely warned that this might change very soon.
Hawks Hamburg now also ready to leave the driver change area. How are the driver changes from Lisbon and Amberg Weiden doing? I think they've been there for quite a while now.
Yeah, Lisbon seems to be ready to make their way. I think I see one of the scrutineers or the official signaling that they are ready. Amberg Weiden is still strapping in. So first we'll see Lisboa make an appearance on track.
Strathclyde unfortunately already coming to a halt just before the hairpin on the outfield. I have to say Konstanz is also slowing down, going very slowly indeed.
We've seen a lot of cars struggle, maybe because it's ever so slightly uphill out there on the ring. Ulm, of course, were particularly struggling in that area, just ever so slightly more power demand. Strathclyde got going again, deserve a round of applause from the grandstands.
Yes, and Konstanz getting going as well, as Lisboa is lined up on the starting line, and I think about to be shown the green flag. And Lisbon sets off on lap number 10.
And still that constant sound from Konstanz's car. Very weird. Oh, and indeed, Strathclyde car again stranded, this time in the middle section. The car from Hamburg is being shown how they can drive around. Hopefully they can start. This is of course the second time they've stopped already in their first lap. And they get going again.
Weiden now finished with their driver change, ready at the green flag as well.
They were, of course, a very quick car in the first, with the first driver. Let's see if they have enough energy left to also push it in the second half of the endurance.
Lisboa looking a little bit tentative through the infield section. I think the driver just coming to terms with the balance of the car. Meanwhile, we do unfortunately have a confirmed DNF for the car from Erlangen. They've been stranded out on the outfield section of the track for quite a while, and it is a confirmed DNF now.
Now ready at the green flag is the car from Barcelona, car number 54. I do see a slight change on the car compared to yesterday. Distinctly, the rear wing is completely absent. Of course, during the autocross, we saw that they were incurring some damage there, probably bump related. The screws were just pulling out of their inserts inside of the rear wing. So instead of trying to fix it, the team clearly electing to just take it off and run without it.
Could this be maybe a little bit of Iberian solidarity? Lisbon running without the front wing, Barcelona without the rear. So together they complete each other.
A couple of cars of Theseus out there on track now, as they are shown the green flag.
This will be very interesting, of course, without the rear wing, but with the front. The car might be very oversteered high speed. Right before the grandstand, there is the high speed section, so let's pray that they did not make a spinner there.
So we have once again 6 cars out on track and one more car, number 31 from TU Munich, getting ready at the start line.
Very curious at the pace of the TU Munich car. In the past they have made extremely quick cars. This year they do not seem to get it working properly. Also on autocross yesterday they failed halfway through. Let's hope they can make a successful endurance. And I'm very curious about the speed they will do it.
Yeah, given the reliability issues yesterday, perhaps they'll take a bit more cautious approach here. And meanwhile, the 6 cars out on track at the moment, going along very nicely. And there we go, car number 31 from Munich, beginning their endurance run.
First couple of corners definitely did not look cautious. They're coming up now to the section where they were struggling in the autocross yesterday and had to DNF their run.
Hawks catching the Barcelona car. I think they will meet just in time to make the overtake here next to the large straight. Oh no, the too fast car stopping at almost the exactly same spot of at yesterday's autocross.
Yeah, not looking too fast is Munich stranded out in the ring section right in front of the grandstands. We have marshals tending to them.
Yes, unfortunately their endurance attempt ending much too fast.
Other than that, all the cars seem to be split up on the track quite nicely. So with a bit of luck, there are no more overtakes to be made in the coming few minutes. Although maybe the Lisbon car is actually catching up on Strathclyde, but it's going to take a few more laps.
But I think we might see a bit of a flurry of finishes because the cars from Amberg-Weiden, Hamburg, Lisboa and Konstanz are all between laps 13 and 14. So I think we'll have
yeah, they were all together in the driver queue as well. It was almost the final five that we had here in the first morning session.
Indeed, and it's good to see that they're keeping pace with each other. Cars of a similar speed, not impeding each other too much.
Not so good to see is the TU Munich driver outside of the car, though. They are now being pushed off. So yeah, a similar picture as we saw during the autocross yesterday, them not making it through one lap, unfortunately. Constantly making noise is car number 43 still, that little birdie in the gearbox still making its song, but they are still lapping nicely. Almost all the way through. Lap number 15 out of 18, they'll be coming up into the finishing line.
And as we didn't have enough cars on track yet, we have a new car joining, the 173 car from Düsseldorf. They are looking for a place where they can slot them into. The Glasgow car and the Lisbon car are making the way here. Will they put them after the Lisbon car? I think they might wait for the Amberg car to pass here as well. And Strathclyde having driven the blue flag, Lisbon will pass them here in front of the paddock.
Looking at the time and the status of the queue, we're slowly reaching the end of session A of the endurance. We only have Trento returning in the queue and also KO Leuven still in there. They are electing to switch to slicks by the look of things. So they will be coming up behind Trento.
Düsseldorf meanwhile beginning their run and they are on wet tires.
I still can't make out why the Konstanz car is making the sound. Sometimes it seems to do it, sometimes not.
I think it's a similar sound we heard from Kempten before. Kempten, of course, were able to complete their endurance run, and Konstanz only has 3 more laps to go.
By my ears, the sound is getting louder as well, and especially the fact that it's on and off indicates to me that maybe a bearing is on its way out, one of the wheel bearings on the left side potentially.
Yeah, it does seem to be correlated with on throttle or not, but I'm not 100% sure, of course.
Barcelona, I feel, are slowing down a little bit. They are almost caught up by the team from Lisbon.
I think they're doing the same pace, and as you can see, on braking, the rear steps out for Barcelona car, of course, due to the lack of rear wing. And this will be interesting as well. Amberg-Weiden will catch up on the Strathclyde car, and as I say so, the Amberg-Weiden car seems to be stranded at the horseshoe just after the bump. The car stopped. Hopefully for them, they can restart, and it's a minor issue.
Yeah, the car from Düsseldorf now approaching the same section, getting the yellow flags waved. The sound from Konstanz getting very loud now.
Yeah, Hawks is catching them. They have slowed down as they get into the second slalom.
Amberg-Weiden quickly got going. Now they've been given the instruction that they can continue. I feel like they will be overtaking the Düsseldorf car any moment now. Or the Amberg driver seems to be taking it a bit more cautious now.
Lisboa now has caught up to Barcelona, and Hamburg has caught up to Konstanz, but it feels like just a little bit too late. Konstanz, we see a meatball flag being waved.
Yeah, and a pretty cool sight, the Barcelona and Lisbon car behind each other. If you put them closely together, you have a complete car with a front and rear wing.
Jonas, can you see if anything is happening with the Konstanz car in the driver change section?
And indeed, Lisboa has been half past the Barcelona car. Weird sounds from the Barcelona car now. Hopefully, nothing too bad. And meanwhile, the Strathclyde car doing its own pace, being overtaken a bit. But the most important thing is to finish the endurance, of course. Amberg definitely taking it a bit slower now. They had a bit of a shock.
We see Hamburg now catching up to the competitor from Düsseldorf. And Düsseldorf scraping their front wing quite hard at the horseshoe section.
Konstanz still being investigated in the driver change area. The scrutineers trying to figure out the source of the chirping sound. I could have sworn that it's originating from the left side, or especially the front. But yeah, visually it's pretty hard to tell what's happening.
Strathclyde now catching up on the Barcelona car. Might still take half a lap before they actually catch him, so maybe they will make an overtake just before the big grandstands.
Since the scrutineers can't seem to be finding the source of the noise, Konstanz is allowed to get going again. But immediately quite a lot of sound coming from the car as they roll up to the green flag.
Yeah, even when the car is standing still, it's making this slight pitching noise. So maybe it's one of the fans and not necessarily related to the powertrain. Although it's really loud now, and the Konstanz car is not really accelerating, so I take back my words. Indeed, we have many cars that are on the same lap. So the Konstanz car, this is their 17th lap, if I'm not mistaken. Lisboa as well, so is Hamburg, and so is Amberg now. Hawk's been given the last lap sign. They're still pushing quite hard, quite confident.
Lisboa now coming onto the final straight, and the marshals preparing the last lap sign for them as well. Lisboa starting lap number 18. Strathclyde, it seems, Matti, is still catching up to Barcelona, but only inches at a time. Not sure how long until they get shown a blue flag.
That's nice to see, two cars, and as you say so, Barcelona gets the blue flag, and Strathclyde can overtake, but it's nice to see two cars on track with similar pace. I feel like the drivers we are seeing now seem to be quite well in the rhythm. Amberg closing up on Konstanz, who is definitely struggling with some kind of issue.
And both of them are about to see the last lap sign, and as we say that, car number 111 from Trento begins their endurance run.
Very careful approach through the first couple of corners, and it also looks like their DRS is constantly open on the Trento car. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. Maybe they aren't expecting to need the wings during the endurance.
and Hawks Hamburg have completed their final lap and complete the endurance. Congratulations, team number 69.
Lisboa catching up with the Düsseldorf car, if I'm not mistaken. And Lisboa will actually be shown the checkered flag, doing one final overtake, just for the fun of it. And Lisboa finishes the endurance.
Yeah, the Düsseldorf car was very close to actually fully catching up on the Lisbon car. They pulled into the driver change area pretty slowly. Of course, they are now completely done and won't change drivers anymore.
I see a checkered flag being prepared. My guess would be that it's for Strathclyde going into the driver change. And on the other side, Trento going very slow and Amberg being caught up by it. And driver change for Strathclyde. Last lap for Amberg if I'm not mistaken. I'll quickly double check on the timekeeping. They had a very quick first part of the endurance, also very quick in the second, but then stalled once 3 laps ago. And since then the driver is taking it a bit more cautiously, and seems to have worked, because they are making their way on the final straight and will be given the checkered flag. And that is a successful endurance for Amberg here on FSG.
Congratulations, Amberg. Unfortunately, the car that was close behind them, the car from Konstanz, does get a DNF on the final lap. Heartbreak for the German team.
Yeah, they were stuck out in the ring section in front of the grandstands. I think we missed that a little bit, but yeah, the noise might have finally taken its toll on something critical in the car not functioning anymore.
I think now we have car number 22 from KU Leuven lining up the green car at the green flag. I think this might be the only fully green car that we have at FSG this year around, so they'll be very distinctive out there on the track.
Yeah, they switched around their tire selection in the queue just before they got going. They are now out on slicks, and yeah, this is definitely the right tire choice at the moment. The track is fully dry, just a couple of drizzles every once in a while coming down so far.
We have a few fun facts about the team from Leuven. Their car is called the Comet, so hopefully they go as fast as a Comet. Their drivers are Nathaniel and Diego. They really want to thank the UD, the Eindhoven team, for the helmet, and Fast Tube for the impact attenuator, because apparently at FS Czech they had an EBS crash. This is their first year driverless, and I recall them doing quite well on the driverless aspects. And apparently to make the car, it took them blood, sweat and beers. Of course, they live very close to the brewery in Belgium, in Leuven, as shown by Jonas, so the beers part, they will be supplied quite quickly.
And we see now the car from Dortmund catching up to Trento. But just as I say that, Dortmund seems to slow down a little bit. Nonetheless, Trento does see the blue flag. And I think both of those cars will be allowed to pass. And then Strathclyde will be allowed to re-enter from the driver change.
Yeah, it was the car from Düsseldorf, not Dortmund. I also make that mistake sometimes. That made its way past the Trento car, who seemed to take a very cautious approach. They also have their DRS open permanently to save some energy. And Leuven really pushing it right now.
And Barcelona making their way through the last few corners and getting the checkered flag to come in for the driver change.
Glad to see them not make any mistakes. The car must be very hard to control, of course, without the rear wing and also the slightly damp conditions we had, although it's pretty dry now. Next year, Barcelona team might be looking at a Red Bull sponsorship, because apparently that gives you wings.
And Mickey to give you a bit of an update on the ratio of finishers to non-finishers. So far we have had 14 cars finish successfully and 18 unfortunately DNF. But there are 5 cars out on the track still in the running, so it could still swing back in the favor of finishers, and hopefully of course we do get to see that. The more cars finish, the more excited we all are, and the more fun it is to attend and watch these events.
And I think Leuven currently the fastest car on track. They just did an overtake on Trento, and they will be catching the car from Düsseldorf soon. It's a blue flag here just in front of the paddock for Düsseldorf, and Leuven will make its way past. Very clean overtake. None of the teams losing too much time. And it's a bit calmer now because we are wrapping up the first section of the endurance. If I'm not mistaken, there will be a brief pause now after all the cars are done, of course, before we continue with the second segment of the endurance. And at the very end, we'll have the 5 fastest cars being lined up to wrap up the endurance of 2024. We saw an overtake from Düsseldorf on the Trento car a few laps before. Somehow I do have the feeling that Trento is speeding up a little and actually catching the Düsseldorf again. So these two drivers battling it out, switching positions maybe multiple times. And Leuven really pushing, full throttle on the straight. Nice to see.
We also see now Barcelona has made their way out of the driver change and to the start line.
That felt like a quick driver change. Good job by team.
I think they'll just allow the cars from Düsseldorf and Trento to pass before Barcelona is allowed back on the track. We see Düsseldorf being shown the last lap sign for the first driver.
Will the Trento car be able to catch them before they go into the pits? They're creeping in ever so closely, lap by lap. Trento finding some pace somewhere. And now they're really closing in, so I think they'll be given the blue flags before the big grandstand.
I'm seeing a little bit of a traffic jam forming there. I think Trento has caught up to Düsseldorf, but I think it might be that Düsseldorf has slowed down somewhat.
Yeah, the officials were waiting for Strathclyde to clear some distance. Now car number 54 is in a little bit of a Barcelona spot at the rear of this train of cars on track.
Car number 22 from Leuven making their way back to the horseshoe. Still bottoming out quite heavily, but continuing along nicely.
I had the feeling initially that they did not have any regen braking, but now clearly there's a much different sound when they brake, so maybe they do not have regen braking in the first part and then only enable it after a few laps.
Yeah, full accumulator of course doesn't like to be charged any fuller, so this is expected behavior.
Strathclyde now catching up on the Düsseldorf car, who indeed maybe goes slightly slower. They are of course on their last lap before the driver change.
And Strathclyde now coming up on a pretty slow Düsseldorf. There's definitely not, that's definitely not quite the pace that Düsseldorf was expecting. Fortunately, they are coming up on an overtaking zone, but
they need a few 10 or 100 meters just to make it into the driver change.
Yeah, Strathclyde now being waved past the stationary Düsseldorf car. So
probably Barcelona will be allowed to overtake as well.
I can see the driver here in the second driver, and big stress, hoping that the car will make it to the driver change. It's not looking too great. They're standing still as we speak.
Still yellow flags for Barcelona and Leuven.
This is also going to be fun to watch, to see the Leuven car catching up on Barcelona, although Barcelona is finding some pace.
And we can't see it from here, but we hear on the officials channel, car number 173 from Düsseldorf is now completely off.
And the second driver here is ready to jump in, but it's not looking too good.
Trento now coming up on the scene of the crime as well, still yellow flags. Düsseldorf still stationary. This is a pretty heartbreaking situation, of course. They were only a couple of 100 meters away from making it across the finish line for their driver change. And these are the moments where, yeah, the heart of every Formula Student alumni basically goes out to a team like this.
No, indeed, the first driver is getting out of the car, but not where he would have liked to. And that will be a DNF for Düsseldorf. The officials now just moving the Düsseldorf car out of the way as Leuven is waved by. Barcelona is moving through as well. And we still have Trento and Strathclyde out on track 2.
I wonder who will get into the driver change first. Both Trento and Leuven are on their second lap. Trento is a bit ahead, but Leuven is really pushing through at the moment. I had the feeling the car from Leuven was slowing down at the end of the pendulum. I'm not sure the driver made a mistake or if there was a problem with the car, or I misinterpreted it, but they are definitely going again.
Leuven grinding to a halt just before the start-finish line. The driver getting out of the car. Unfortunately, that will be a DNF for Leuven.
Yeah, this must have been quite a severe issue if the driver is immediately able to recognize that he can no longer continue. Some things that can cause that usually reside within the accumulator, and that would be a pretty unfortunate situation. It's so tantalizingly close to the finish line again. They were still a little ways away from the driver change, but still a tough situation. Leuven having to stop.
Yeah, shame to see they were the quickest car on track at the moment, pushing through. And unfortunately, they stopped here just in front of the finish, making it extra complex now to also finish or signal drivers to come in the pit. But very quickly they managed to clear the car, and the track will be green again now.
No, indeed, the car and the driver are leaving the track. As we have Trento still making their way around, followed by Strathclyde, and out by the hairpin on the outfield of the track is Barcelona. For Trento, this is their last lap before the driver change. Strathclyde still with 3 laps to go, and Barcelona on lap 13.
Driver from Trento in his last corners before the driver change. I do feel like they started very tentatively, but definitely found some pace in that car. And in the driver change, they go. So they're stopping the car, discharging it, making sure it's safe. At that point, the first driver gets out the steering wheel, gets out himself. We see a nice high five between the 2 drivers. The first driver definitely did a very good job.
And Matti, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I feel like Barcelona might be coming to a halt, at the very least going much slower than they were before. I see the marshals running over to the car.
Yeah, this is happening in the ring section. They are hiding behind the concrete wall from our position. I don't see a flashing red at the top of that main hoop with my bare eyes, though. It's usually a bad sign. They can still try and get it going in many cases. Trento now coming up on the scene. Oh no, that's Strathclyde being waved by.
I can see a solid green light on top of the T-cell, meaning the car is still on in terms of low voltage, but the high voltage has been discharged. If they can start again, so charge again, then they will be allowed to continue. But of course, we do not know what the nature of this issue is.
We see Strathclyde now going into the horseshoe on their penultimate lap. The driver, I feel, is really trying to nurse it back. And the last lap sign shown to Strathclyde, the driver acknowledging that they realize this is lap number 18. Matti, what can you see on the Barcelona situation?
Yeah, the T-cell is still green. The marshals are standing around. I do have the feeling that they are informing the driver that he or she can continue to try and restart the car. But so far, the situation seems to be still the same. Yeah, it's still green. That's not looking too good. They do have some time. I think the official rule is that another car can pass twice. But of course they always check the context of the situation.
Yeah, and I think that is what's happening now. Strathclyde now passing Barcelona for the second time.
Indeed, I'm hearing now from the officials the time has lapsed for the Barcelona car. I think this will be the premature end of their endurance, unfortunately.
Well, a premature end potentially for Barcelona, but a very well-deserved and successful end in sight for Strathclyde. The driver coming out of the horseshoe and going into the slingshot and the final straight.
Yeah, driver now getting out of the Barcelona vehicle, so that's that for them.
And as that happens, the driver from Strathclyde crosses the finish line and completes the endurance. Congratulations, Strathclyde. And immediately car number 111 from Trento is released after the driver change.
So now we have 9 laps where everyone can have a look how Trento is tackling the second part of their endurance.
Yes, we see the Barcelona car being pushed out of the way by the marshals and the driver walking away. So it will be indeed a expected 9 laps of action only from the Trento car, after which I believe we will have the break before the second part of the endurance. That break will be 45 minutes long. And then more action to come with session B of the endurance, followed by the final 5. And Jonas, could you maybe tell us who these final 5 cars will be this year?
Maybe I have them on screen here now. That is Tallinn, Delft, Stuttgart, Dresden and Zurich. They, of course, were the quickest cars in the autocross yesterday, so based on their raw lap time, so without any cones. And the nice thing is they will be launched, or they can start all together with a gap of maybe 10 seconds in between. And it makes it very exciting to watch, because then they're all on the exact same lap, and you can really see the pace difference between the cars. And then they will also come in all at the same time in the pit, creating a beautiful 3 minutes of silence in between the top 5.
Matti, as a former driver, would you say the autocross event is more difficult, or is endurance the more difficult test for the drivers of these cars?
Personally, I found the autocross a lot more difficult. You haven't driven the car here on this tarmac, you haven't driven the circuit yet, and you need to immediately perform and immediately set a quali lap time. You only have 2 laps and you cannot make any mistakes. Hitting a cone, for example, costs you 2 seconds, and there's no way you can ever make up for that. So I always found the autocross very difficult to do well. In the endurance, everything's a bit chiller. You have more laps to get into your rhythm. Sometimes you also need to do some energy saving, meaning that you, in the end, drive a little bit slower. But it makes it easier as a driver, I think, to keep it all under control. Of course, all the drivers, some of them like the autocross more, some of them like the endurance more. They're just 2 different disciplines.
Yeah, of course, the track also gets diffused slightly. Some of the tighter turn sections have a slightly different line for the endurance. And of course, we have a slightly different order here around race control, where you enter and leave the track so that it is actually connected, which isn't the case for autocross.
But I've been lucky that I was part of the top 5 or the final 5 a few times, and I can definitely tell you that is an extremely stressful and tense moment when you're lined up against all the other top competitors.
We are falling awfully silent now as Trento makes true on their car number. They're the only 111 out on track. But in essence, that is good news. We have no drama to report. As a team, I think this is exactly what you want. You want your endurance to go smooth and steady. They are on lap 12 now, so they have 6 more laps to complete after this. I would expect this to take, around 10 minutes roughly, maybe slightly more, and then indeed we're off to our deserved lunch break for about 45 minutes.
I'm just taking a little look at the weather radar. It appears most of the heavy rain has actually flown a little bit off to the southeast of Hockenheim. Quite a bit of downpour above Stuttgart, above Ulm, above Konstanz, above Zurich. So a lot of the teams that we have seen or will be seeing here today, their homes are currently getting drenched, but it will be an expected dry proceedings here after lunch.
And actually the Trento car is accelerating quite a bit. They started off their first lap with 139 seconds, improving all the way through. And this driver started off with a lap time of 100 seconds, exactly picking off where the previous driver ended, and already improved to a 93.7 in their last and 12th lap. Let's see if they can improve again on their 13th lap. So they go for a slightly different approach than maybe other teams are doing. They're starting off a little slower, see how the temperatures and energy is doing, and then pushing more towards the end. Drivers driving very cleanly, no drama, accelerating nicely out of the corner, lifting just a little bit, and then slowly braking to get as much energy back as possible. And as we expected, they're still continuing their streak to go quicker. Last lap time was 93.4, which was 0.3 of a second quicker than their previous lap. And I think they're even on a quicker sector now, more than a second quicker in fact. So if they can continue this, it will be another improvement for them. You can visibly see the driver pushing more and more also in the slalom. I even heard a bit of a wheel spin in between. Probably caused by one of the rear wheels lifting just a little bit. And if you go on throttle, then they tend to spin. Let's see what this lap time gives. Oh, it's 2 seconds quicker than their previous lap time. So they do find some energy to still keep pushing for the last laps of their endurance.
Matti, did you know that the city of Trento was only annexed by Italy in 1919, and before that was part of Austria and Austria-Hungary? It is the third largest Italian city in the Alps and the second largest in the historical region of Tyrol, with 118,142 inhabitants.
I did not know that. Thank you very much for that information.
Trento is an educational, scientific, financial and political center in the Trentino Alto and Südtirol region. The city contains a picturesque, medieval and Renaissance historic center with ancient buildings such as Trento Cathedral and the Castello del Buon Consiglio. The University of Trento, founded in 1962 as a higher university institute of social sciences, is one of the most prestigious medium-small Italian universities with a strong international vocation. It ranks first among medium-sized universities in the census ranking and second in the Il Sole 24 Ore ranking of Italian universities.
Talking about Italian universities, we actually see a lot of other Italian teams here as well. We also saw the team from Torino, Milano, Pisa, Padova making their appearance on autocross. I think we've seen a few of them already on endurance, but we're expecting more in the second session. I do have the feeling that Trento is now slowing down. I was praising the driver for going quicker and quicker, but to me, visibly, they seem to be slowing down.
Yeah, indeed, the ring section is not looking quite as peppy as it once did, coming up to the hairpin. I'm still claiming the uphill section there being a bit of a difficulty for some teams.
Yeah, looking at the sector times, this is almost 10 seconds slower than what they were doing the previous lap. So now they're suddenly managing some kind of issue. Hopefully the driver is informed by his team about the energy levels or maybe temperature issues that they're having.
Yeah, indeed, they might be running out of capacity within the accumulator, or similar to the issue that we saw with Ulm, where they were overheating and could not continue any further since the car was limiting itself so much that they were coming to a stop the whole time.
Luckily it doesn't look so bad yet for them. They still need to do 2 laps after this one. So hopefully the driver can manage to get it home.
Trento now on lap number 17. I'm sure the driver is just willing on the car, just like the team is from the sidelines, to keep going. This is a critical point for them to be making it across the finish line. The last lap sign is already being prepared for them.
They actually sped up again a little bit. They're slightly quicker than their previous lap. The previous lap, of course, over 10 seconds quicker than their fastest. But they have some newfound energy in this 17th lap. And they're driving with their DRS permanently open. I think certainly the first driver also had it permanently open. I do not quite recall if in their fast laps they also had it open, but clearly trying to save every bit of energy as possible.
Now I'm pretty sure they've had it open since the very beginning of the endurance run, and they are now getting the last lap sign. We see the teammates of the driver giving them a thumbs up as they drive along. I'm sure the team is just as anxious, probably more anxious than us, to see the car complete the endurance successfully.
Yeah, the driver is doing a very good job saving energy, also keeping it very clean and smooth, not wasting anything. And as far as I can see, they didn't hit any cones anywhere.
Yeah, coming through the hairpin for the last time. And like you mentioned, but he is keeping it very smooth, not accelerating too vigorously, keeping it calm under braking as well. Back on the infield.
The driver can enjoy the slalom one last time. Into Broken Dreams. Cleanly making its way. Just horseshoe and slingshot next.
So Trento's dream staying quite intact.
They're on the final straight. Just need to roll it over the finish.
Checkered flag is ready.
And Trento finishes the endurance.
And an absolute explosion of cheers from the team members of Trento. And I believe this is it for the morning session of the endurance. Jonas, what can you see out there for the future?
Yes, indeed. We have session A completed now. We mentioned it multiple times. We have a 45-minute break. All the marshals out on track, including us, will be mowing down into their lunch very quickly. Afterwards, we have session B, with quite a few less cars than in session A, so it should be going a little bit faster, especially since those are also faster cars. Right afterwards is the final 5, concluding the endurance for the day. Good afternoon, Hockenheim, and welcome back. After a little bit of a rain break, it looks like the officials are about ready to start session B, the afternoon session of the endurance. We have the first 4 cars lined up. First out on track, we'll probably see the Uni Padova. Right behind them we have Dortmund. I also see Turin and car number 62. I think that's Regensburg.
Yeah, and what a spectacle is awaiting us. So much rain has fallen in the past 10 to 20 minutes. The whole track has become quite like a river. There are some places where there are some, just pools of water where cars will be driving through.
Yeah, the bumpy features of the track that are usually so feared now carry an extra risk factor with them. The water really accumulating, some standing lakes, especially here I see at the horseshoe, but also coming towards Broken Chain. There's quite some standing water there.
Yeah, the officials just now are looking for the sign very wet. So this morning I think the track was declared damp. But we're now definitely in wet or very wet conditions. So I do expect all the teams to come here. They're even obligated, I think, to start with the rain tires.
Yeah, indeed, the sign now indeed forcing everybody to be running rain tires. Even if they would be brave enough to go out on slicks, it would not be very wise.
Indeed, very important to have the right rubber when it's that wet out there.
This morning all the drivers kept it relatively clean despite the tricky conditions. I'm really curious to see how they will cope with this weather because it got quite extreme. They're doing the final preparations now, making sure that all the marshals are ready, all the officials are ready, and then we should be able to get going.
Yeah, this morning we saw, of course, as per the running order, the slightly slower cars. Based on their autocross performance yesterday, the cars that we will be seeing this afternoon should be quite a bit faster. Of course, you never know what kind of strategies the teams would be applying. We've seen cars like Turin clearly trying to save as much energy as possible and driving quite a bit slower than their autocross performance. But still, faster cars should be more on-track action for us.
And as you might be aware, electricity and water do not always go well together, and this is also a very challenging bit for these cars. Of course, these cars, they are checked that they are waterproof. They even get a shower, a literal shower in the scrutineering, but driving them 18 laps around this track makes it very challenging, and if there are some problems, we might see some cars getting stranded because of that.
Yeah, the cars carry a device on board that measures the insulation. If there are any shorts detected, which usually happens by water, then the car will be immediately shut off by that, and the driver will not be able to reset that fault on track. That would result in an immediate DNF. Like Matti mentioned, the rain test is in scrutineering, but yeah, with the car running for such an extended period of time, things get warm, things expand, seals might start to wear and leak a little bit.
And these cars are quite watertight, but slowly but surely certain drips of water make their way to very crucial components, and it's mainly the duration, I think, here that will see cars stopping maybe at the last lap. I wouldn't be so surprised.
Yeah, a lot of cooling, of course, also going through these cars. The accumulators are usually air-cooled. Of course, the teams are often trying to put special intakes, covers, things like that, to avoid direct water ingress. But yeah, 22 kilometers out here on the endurance track can be a little bit tricky, even with those special measures. We see a little bit of a shuffle inside of the queue. The original first runner, Padova, is now pushing off to the side. I think they ran into a bit of an issue. And now Dortmund coming up to the position that would then release them towards the green flag. Of course, running outside of the prescribed order, as was published by the officials last night, immediately incurs a 2 2-minute penalty for the team. They do still have the option to run after the session B, just before the final 5, if my eyes don't deceive me. But yeah, this is an immediate time issue for part of our right of the start.
Yeah, I do think that I read this morning that if you choose to, or due to another reason, you run out of order, that you will actually drive before the final 5. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll probably finish off everything with the final 5. Yeah, and this was the rain that we were actually expecting in the morning. From what we could see, we thought this shower would hit us at 11 o'clock. It did not. It stayed relatively dry, and the track was drying up this morning. But then now, in the last 20 minutes, a huge shower, and the track is completely soaked.
Yeah, of course, this might create some interesting situations timing-wise. We saw Trondheim, for example, very early in the session this morning, running in the basically dry, delivering quite a fast performance. Now the faster cars are having to deal with this much heavier rain conditions. So yeah, this can create some of the fun parts of the endurance, where a slower spec'd car within the running order might actually end up pretty competitively, since they were able to run their time in the dry.
Yeah, the weather, of course, almost impossible to influence, but that's why I think it's nice that all the cars with a similar pace drive together. Usually those are also the cars that point scoring wise overall are close together, so at least the similar cars have similar conditions. But it has happened in the past that indeed these changing conditions caused some maybe slightly slower cars to actually take away the win. Of course, the rain not only makes it more challenging for the teams, also organization-wise, everything becomes just a little bit more complex. That's, I think, why we have not started yet. Everything needs to be checked. Also, for example, timekeeping equipment and other electronics. We need to make sure that we do not make any mistakes here. We have these brave marshals standing on track. Some of them have an umbrella, I see. I think the ones with the microphone or the headset got hand of an umbrella, but others just had to endure the shower we just had.
Yeah, Matti, I hope you're making sure you have your binoculars ready as well, because just looking at the queue, I see that of the 6 cars out there, 4 are primarily red and black, and 2 are black, blue and white. And the Prague car, of course, red on one side, blue on the other, adding a little bit to the confusion. So we will see a lot of very similar looking vehicles out there.
Dortmund now having their high voltage system charged. I think they're about ready to go.
Indeed, the Dortmund car almost ready. The car name from Dortmund that we will see appear hopefully in a few seconds is Frank, the harvester of cones, and we can very much confirm that, because on the driver list they had a very spectacular track drive, collecting a lot of cones while keeping it for most of the laps on track. And I see them rolling towards the start line. Apparently they're endurance drivers. Both are 19 years old, so pretty young drivers. They say that they are extremely good, and what a better way to show how good they are to do the endurance in the wet. And off they go. Very cautious start. I think that's a very wise choice, because we do not know how much grip there is at the moment, and making one mistake can cost you the entire endurance. Wow!
Big dive through the first leg. Yeah, this is definitely exceeding even the rain test during scrutineering, this sort of punishment, I think, will lead to some failures out on track.
Yeah, and it seems the punishment might have already been a little bit too much. The car 172 from Dortmund stopping on the track. The T-cell system is disengaged.
Yeah, usually you would expect the IMD to take about 30 seconds to trigger for a fault. So I don't think this was necessarily connected to the water slide.
No, and the driver is staying in the car, so no high voltage system errors, at least not dangerous ones.
Yeah, the team from Dortmund actually wanted to make a shout out to Timo, who never misses an FSG stream and cheers us on from home. So I do assume that Timo is watching this as well now. They also want to make a shout out to Squidward from SpongeBob, as he is one of our most dedicated high voltage engineers, which apparently this is an inside joke.
Well, the conditions out on the track definitely seem more appropriate for a squid than for a race car.
And apparently they also had some issues at FS East. Their lidar broke due to the thunderstorm. So they really caught some bad luck this year, because it seems that their car also broke down now in almost a thunderstorm here at FSG Endurance.
Yeah, I think the marshal is still waiting around the car, not quite ready to push it out of the way manually, which would of course be an automatic DNF.
Still good to mention from Dortmund is that they love the alliance from the Ruhrpott area. The industrial area of Germany, especially racing from Dortmund, who sadly could not attend FSG, as they are sticking to the combustion drivetrain origins. Of course, this is a bit of a specialty here at FSG for the first time this year. The combustion class being forsaken entirely at this specific competition. Usually we would be hearing engines revving up, warming up here behind us for the endurance, but that was the last time last year. From now on, we'll only be seeing electric drivetrains here going forward.
And what I actually find interesting also about the Dortmund car, their wing slogan is Ernten, and I might butcher the pronunciation a bit, but it means harvest. Why? Because in this season they finally get the payout for the past 3 years that they invested in the effort on electric vehicles, and they hope this year to finally harvest their success.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite that way. They are still stuck out on track. The T-cell still hasn't turned red flashing again. So
yeah, they only harvested quite a lot of water going to the pool.
And indeed now we hear that the driver is requesting the car to be pushed out himself. So yeah, once the track is clear, we will see Turin join us on track.
The rain stopped for a minute, but it's picking up again. So it's not over yet for today. And I think the car from Turin is ready. It's making the way to the start blocks.
And just as we had with the morning session, we would expect multiple cars to join us here on track at the same time. We still have Regensburg car number 62 and car number 66 or 99 from Monash.
And away they go, Turin into their first corners, driving the rain tires from Pirelli. Picking quite some pace on the straight, but cautiously braking for the first kink. Going through the puddle slowly by the driver. That might be a very wise choice, but I do see some smoke coming out.
I think that's a puff of water that actually got inside of the car, just being blown back out by the fans. Their intakes clearly not deflecting most of the water that they just drove through.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be an idea to just broom up. I see a marshal walking with the broom to the puddle, because it is quite an extreme puddle. quickly looking on the track, I do not immediately see another puddle of that size. The puddles here in front of us have cleared up a bit. Yeah, there are some marshals now trying to get rid of the puddle, or at least reducing it. Of course, they do have to pay attention if the car from Torino makes its way around again. So far, so good. Driver keeping it very clean. Of course, in these conditions are very difficult, and a mistake is easily made. The very last straight, actually, on the blue zone, there's also a big puddle, which they are also now trying to clean. Meanwhile, Torino making its way through the slalom. Still going smooth as ever. Yeah, the Torino driver definitely not wanting to make a mistake. There are 18 laps, of course, so there's no point in binning it on the first lap. And actually, the puddle there at the straight seems to be quite okay.
Props to the marshals working very hard to make sure the puddle at the beginning of the lap is cleared as well. Make sure that the conditions are as safe as possible for the drivers.
Marshals retreating just in time. Let's see how bad it's still going. Yeah, still quite the splash from the car as they go through.
Of course, they can move the water, but somehow they need to get it rid out of the track or something, because it will keep coming back to that one spot. I hope there is a drain hole there in the vicinity. Or we need to invite one of the fan cars quickly to do one lap.
Taking a quick peek over at the queue, the car number 62 from Regensburg is still doing some final preparations. The team members are in discussion with their driver.
Turin had a little bit of an off, coming off of the first overtaking section back here in the infield. It's just understeered out of the corner, trying to push it a little bit too far. It's still very slippery out there. I think that is also the reason that we only see one car out on track right now. We have seen the Regensburg car ready themselves before for quite a while. Now they're ready again, being motioned towards the green flag.
And where I come from, rain, we call it regen. So it's quite ironic that Regensburg is now making its way to the track.
Of course, for the Italians on track, the torrential downpour that we had earlier is also very appropriate.
And Regensburg gets the green flag and sets off. Car number 62. I think the driver already taking a more adventurous approach than Turin. Let's see how they fare with the puddle. There's still quite a big splash, but the driver wisely slowing down just before.
And I also see the car from Monash being lined up here, number 66. They did also fill in kind of our commentary form, but send it as a PDF to us. Nonetheless, I have it open here. It's actually their first time since 2018 that they're back in Europe and competing. It took them 2 months to ship the car, from Australia to Europe, and they have been helped by KA Racing, hosting them for the past months.
And we're just noticing that Monash is being very adventurous indeed. They have their DRS enabled in the rain.
And apparently, if you ask Monash to do a shoey, they will do it. I'm not sure if they still will do that promise in the rain, but I definitely think it's something to, at the end of the endurance, if they finish it, they should do a shoey, I think.
A bit of a slide there from Regensburg as the driver is searching for the limits of the track, the limits of the car. Going through the horseshoe, there's a bit of a wet spot there, but no trouble for the driver.
One thing that I do like about seeing cars drive in the rain is that you get a little bit of an idea of the aerodynamics around the car. You can see the Monash car especially kicking up quite a few water droplets behind the car as it drives past. You don't see that effect quite so much with the other two cars out on track. So I think it's safe to say that they have slightly more downforce in the Monash car.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen if there are two drivers relatively close to each other in the rain, because of course you are still going to get a little bit of backwash from the car ahead of you. You're going to want to stay a little bit further behind. But Matti, could that then impact whether the judges show you a blue flag or not?
I do feel like indeed in these conditions you need to keep a bit more distance, and I'm sure the drivers will. The judges here, the officials look at how the pace is different, and I think we'll get an answer to that question now, because the Regensburg car is catching up with the Turin car, have been given the blue flag, and as you can see, the Regensburg car making the appropriate amount of spacing in between, so very nice driving from them.
Yeah, we've seen the importance of the spacing earlier today already. We've had a couple of incidents of cars getting particularly close to each other. Osnabrück, for example, being caught out by that, having to brake especially hard as the car in front of them slowed down unexpectedly.
Of course, every time you have to leave a space.
Yeah, and these drivers now finding quite some pace in these very difficult conditions. The Regensburg car not holding back. Driver really doing a very good job at finding speed and consistency. Of course, this is where the true power of these electrical four-wheel driven race cars comes into play with their torque factoring. Car opening their DRS on the straights.
And we have car number 65 from Rijnman lined up on the starting line now as well. Let's see what they can do on this, I think, still officially very wet track.
Yeah, quick look into the queue. After Rhein-Main, we will have Prague, Leibniz, Hannover, Berlin, Montreal, Wien, I think, and a few more cars joining us soon.
It seems the marshals are doing a good job of drying out that puddle in the second corner of the track, barely getting any splash from any of the cars going by. And the Rijnman driver, really a bit of a rain man, keeping it very, very clean on the track so far. The Regensburg driver now really pushing the car. You can really hear him flooring it on the straights and out of some corners. Yeah, that four-wheel drive system must be very, very beneficial.
Pushing very hard is indeed the Regensburg car. Beauty to see. The Monash car seems to be hitting some kind of limiter at the end of the straight. Of course, these electric cars do have limited energy, so they do have to maintain it a bit. And even in the rain, apparently, it seems to be critical.
nevertheless, the fact that we can take a few breaks from commentating here is usually a good indication. So far, I'm particularly impressed by that most of the drivers managed to keep it extremely clean. We see very few cones hit, and we also don't see any big slides. And there is a particularly difficult braking zone here at the last straightaway before the final chicane and finish line, where yesterday we saw quite a few drivers struggling under heavy pushing for the autocross. This time around, the drivers are a lot more careful to not overshoot there. Yeah, so far, even in these very slippery conditions, it's looking quite clean.
I think we have seen the Monash car sliding around quite a bit, especially in the wing section, but the driver always doing a good job to catch it in time and stay well within the bounds.
Monash and Regensburg now battling it out of who's the quickest car on track. Regensburg improved to a 93 and Monash with a 94.2, so they are very evenly matched at this point. Regensburg, by the way, improving 4 seconds on the last lap. Before that, another 4 seconds, so you can see how crucial it is for the drivers to get a feel of how wet the track is at the moment.
Mate, how is it looking over at the queue? Of course, we saw up to 8 cars driving around simultaneously in the morning session. Do we expect any more cars to join us soon?
I think 8 in the rain is very ambitious, but we already have 4. But yeah, the team from Prague is starting to get ready to make an appearance. After that, we have Leibniz Hanover, the beautiful gold car, remember? Then we have Berlin, and is that Montreal? After that, it is. So they are all ready. It's just a matter of what the officials want, how many cars are on track at the same time. And we will have the Prague car on track. Last instructions being given. The car name is the CTU 24 and their drivers are Javery and Philip.
The Prague car does indeed set off, a little bit of wheel spin off the line, taking it very tentatively through the Conquilor chicane. Also elected to be very careful through that first puddle, which is now a lot smaller thanks to the efforts of the marshals.
And so I'm reading here into what they input in the commentary form, and apparently the Prague car, they have a cat silhouette laminated to the bottom of the nose, and they also have a picture of their imaginary friend Peter behind the seat of the car, who drives the car in autonomous mode.
Yeah, it's also nice to hear from our little castle here that the grandstand are still people cheering their team on. Every time they pass another team, you can hear a big noise from the grandstands. So that's what we like to hear. Also looking at the Monash car, it does seem, like you said earlier, they seem to slide around a little bit more than the other ones. I'm not sure whether it has to do with the fact with a different tire choice, because we know that they run the Goodyear wet tires as well, as far as I can tell. And maybe they have a different compounds from the Hoosiers, who are very sticky. Yeah, and Prague was just overdriving it a little bit. I think it did pick up a cone and it's carrying it around a little bit. Either it will eat it up or maybe just bring it home. We will find out later on. Anyway, as far as we can see, we have 5 cars out on track. Yeah, that's it. Not sure whether the organizers will add more due to tricky conditions. So far, I'm actually quite impressed about the skills of all these drivers in this very, very tricky conditions. It's not raining anymore, but it's not dry either. We don't see any dry lines forming. And also I think the big puddle is sort of gone as well. So well, track conditions are improving a little bit.
Yeah, they're very evenly matched, all these cars. They all start with a lap time of around 100 seconds and then slowly improve their way into the 90 seconds. The current fastest car is Regensburg, although they are slowing down just a little bit.
Yeah, there's a yellow flag, and I think I see smoke coming from one of the cars. Could still be steam, the driver jumping out. And I think that might indeed be the car from Regensburg. I think we sense a little bit of a burning smell coming around. We see there's a meatball flag prepared by the officials. Not sure who that was meant for.
Yeah, it's usually something burning in an electric car is not good news. Usually that's some kind of battery fire, and as we all know, battery fires is an issue.
So we do have a fire brigade here as well that can make their way if needed. I do see a truck making its way potentially to the track. Yeah, I think it looks like a little bit of chaos going on here.
Yes, car number 65 was asked to slow down. That's the car from Rijnman as the fire truck is being led onto the track. There are still cars driving around. Marshals scrambling to pull out the yellow flags to tell everybody to slow down. Monash slowing down. Prague seeing the yellow flag as well, slowing down. And Turin also on yellow flag. And there are red flags coming out now as well.
Finally, yeah, makes total sense. There's a fire truck, or at least a truck from the fire brigade on track now. So when there's a red flag situation, everything gets neutralized. Everyone their times get paused. Either all the cars will stop where they are right now, that's what they're doing. A marshal will run to the drivers, explain the situation and what's going on. If this takes too long, then I think some of the tire cars will get the opportunity to go back to the pits and we'll just restart from there.
Yes, probably the optimal solution would be for the cars to restart on the same count of laps that they finished on at the moment. But of course, priority number one right now is figuring out what's going on with the Regensburg vehicle and neutralizing the situation.
Yeah, so normally the situation is, let's hope the fire brigade can put out if there's any fire. Normally the situation would be that the cars return to the pits and they will be released in a certain order. And obviously the long lap time that they have now will be deleted from their time, so they don't have too big of a disadvantage.
No, and I wouldn't be surprised if they fill in this lap time with the average lap time, for example, so that they also do not have to cover extra distance. But given that all the cars are very closely here to the finish, don't think it's going to be any problem. I do hear that there was no fire. Of course, if indeed smoke comes of a car, that's not a good sign, and better safe than sorry, so they sent the fire brigade on their way.
Yes, exactly. I think that's a good call to neutralize the race at the moment. Make sure there's no battery fire, because if that goes wrong, it goes wrong really quickly. So safety first, neutralize the situation, and then if there's no more hazard on track, then we will continue the endurance.
And the marshals are getting ready to show the green flag to the cars that are stopped out on track at the moment.
This is quite a unique situation. I don't think in all my years I've seen something like this. We have a fire brigade on the track, it's raining, we have 4 cars stopped, so this is quite unique.
And I do see the team members from what I would assume to be Regensburg, together with the pull bar, are being now taxied over to the stranded vehicle. It could, of course, also potentially be team members from Dortmund being allowed to recover their car that DNF'd a little bit earlier in the day.
We do hear that the moment the green flags will be given, which I assume to be in a minute or so, that it will be a flying start. So I assume that all the cars will be launched more or less at the same time. Of course, you do want to avoid them immediately running into each other. So my guess would be that they, one by one, let them start.
Yeah, let's hope they get away from where they are standing still. Because we do know some of these cars after being stopped don't always manage to get away again. So let's hope they, with the first car here, for example, doesn't pose a big bottleneck for the rest.
And we see fire truck returning successfully back to the pit area. The fire truck being very careful not to get a 2-second penalty.
No, I think they wanted to do the exit of the normal track, but then you arrive into the dynamics area. And actually they need to go back, I think, to the entrance, because that's where they can drive out. But again, no need to rush. Better safe than sorry. And they are guided by the marshals towards where they can exit. Wow, that was quite an adventure. Now that the fire brigade has cleared the track again, I think we can make ourselves ready to get going again.
Let's give a shout out to the fire brigade for being ready with a rapid response team. Very good to see that everybody is always on the lookout to ensure the safety of everybody involved.
And I really hope none of these cars get stranded now. As Mickey was saying, in the driver change it's already proven that some of these cars, it's difficult to restart them. I think they all remained active, but still you can't know for sure. Okay, correction on what I said before. All the drivers will, I think, be given the black flag. Not because they have been naughty, but to get them into the pits again, and they will be sent on their way from there.
While we're waiting for the action to resume, looking over at the queue, once the action does get going again, we will have the cars from Hanover, Berlin, Montreal, Vienna, Karlsruhe, Ingolstadt, and a couple of others joining us very soon. It'll be a bit of an interesting case for Turin because they are, of course, on their last lap of the first half of the endurance. So when they come in, I'm guessing they will be going straight to the driver's change section.
I would guess so too. Of course, these cars are now standing still, not consuming any high power energy, but they also have low voltage components, which are quite sensitive to to longer periods of time. So I really hope none of these cars run out of low voltage. And there's a slight problem should be shown on the way. All the cars very slowly making their way to the pits, and they will be sent back on track from there. Drivers showing that they understand the instructions by thumbsing up, if that is a verb. And as Igor identified, I'm going to have a look what they will do with the Turin car, because indeed I would expect them to do the driver change now.
Yeah, there's some discussion going on in the pits between the Scooties and the driver from the Turin car. I think it's not really clear whether there's going to be a driver change or not. I don't see, at least I do see a driver standing at a couple of meters away, but not getting ready to get into the car, for now at least.
Yeah, I think the problem, if they do not let it happen, is that the Turin car basically did an entire extra lap that will not count to the endurance. And of course, given how critical energy is, that might make quite a difference. I'm not sure if the Monash driver is waving to me or just waving for some fun. Definitely enjoying his time. And again, everyone and the team members are being informed about the procedures now. This is a very exotic case where also the officials will have to be a little bit creative in how we can make this fair to anyone.
Yeah, you can see the drivers informing what will happen with this long lap time. Yeah, I could see the Monash guy. Are you sure it's going to be deleted, this lap time? Because it was really, really long. And one of the officials had to confirm it. Yes, this long lap time will be deleted by the timekeeper guys. And also another shout out to the timekeeper guys, because these guys have to make sense of this whole situation again. So we don't see them, but they provide everything for us, including timekeeping and IT.
They do come out at night though, so I met them a few times already. But I'm very surprised to see that the Turin car is continuing on its way, or will be continuing on its way, because first we get Prague back on track.
No, indeed, looking over at the timekeeping screen, lap number 9 has been invalidated for Turin. So indeed, it will be interesting to see if the Turin car will, in effect, need to do a whole another lap.
Unless they decide to take one off the second driver then. But might also be a solution. Still, also for the other drivers and other cars, it would mean that they have to do one extra lap.
It does seem the Turin car is being intentionally held to rejoin last. First we have 65 from Rijnman.
Yeah, in these kind of situations, they first launch the fastest car and then go from fast to slow. And I think Turin was the slower car on track at that point in time.
Yes, it seems they will bring the touring car back immediately after one lap, because the driver is standing by together with one of the team members to make the change.
And I saw the touring car actually understeering a little bit here in the first corner, so I think these tires have cooled off a lot, of course, when standing still here.
And I think that Monash is not too far away from the driver change either, because also from Monash I can see one of the drivers and the team member standing by.
Exactly, they have just been given a lap sign. So you predicted as well, Mickey. And we have a new car on track, or at least will be. Leibniz from Hanover, 187, the beautiful gold car. And the car from Leibniz Hanover is called Jessica. And their drivers are Jonna Gutendarm Vanini and Felix Fortnite Schröder. I want to do a shout out to Lars 8 centimeter boulders. I hope this is live stream proof, this comment.
See the marshal getting ready to wave the finish flag for car number 46 from Turin.
And the golden car has been launched on track. Cautiously making its way to the first corners and a small slide on the straight, just showing how slippery it is. And Turin indeed making its way to the finish, not to finish, the driver change, and one closely followed by Monash.
Yeah, both of them just pulling into the right bay, and both of the teams are waiting for them. So yeah, this should go pretty smoothly.
I see a new car approaching, a car from Berlin, 313.
Yes, car 313 is of course the team from Berlin. And let me just see if I can confirm. Yes, the driver is wearing pants. And I see yellow flags being waved out on the hairpin. On the outfield portion of the track, there is a car stopped.
I'm afraid that is the Hanover car that was just launched, the 187.
I believe it is. Prague has just been ordered to navigate around them as the Berlin driver is having a discussion with the starting line official.
Yeah, I think the official informing the driver about the current situation on track and informing when he or she will be launched.
Yeah, we're hearing that it is indeed car 187 from Leibniz Hanover trying to restart under their own power. Yellow flag still being waved, this time for Rhein-Main, as Prague makes her way back through the horseshoe.
Yeah, normally they are given one lap to restart the car. So the next time the same car comes by, usually that's the allowed time to try and restart. After that, it's at the discretion of the officials whether to allow them to continue. It looks like they got it started, so that's good news for car 187. They're back on the road again.
Yeah, it took them a while, but eventually they got going, making their way through Pendulum, and will make an appearance here again on the infield. A lot more cars already, of course. We have the car from Montreal, we have the car from Vienna, UAS Karlsruhe, and Ingolstadt that are currently in queue. And they will be launched whenever the officials think we can add a few more cars on track. I see that Monash had a successful driver change. I also see the T-cell blinking, meaning the car is ready.
And meanwhile, Berlin sets off on their first lap. A little bit of a power slide into the first straight. The driver getting used to the tricky conditions out on the track. Now we see Prague has caught up to car number 187 from Leibniz Hanover. Blue flags being waved well ahead of time. Car number 187 rattling it a little bit. The driver having trouble getting it going.
Yeah, this is what we call a little bit of a jerky motion, as Jonas would say during commentating. It does seem to go again. I'm not sure what exactly. It looked like some kind of input variable that we don't know about. But it is going again. So let's see whether they can continue. And even though looking a little bit up to the skies, we do have a lot of clouds around the circuit, as it seems. But so far, the rain has not come yet, at least on this part of the circuit. So the track is not getting wetter. In fact, it's getting a little bit drier as well. And that means a bit better circumstances for these drivers.
My weather predictions this morning were bad to awful, but I'll gamble on another one. My app says that in 30 minutes we might see some extra rain again. And the crowd car quite often locking up when braking. I do notice that the rim, they have one wheel with another rim color. The left front is not as yellow or gold as all the other rims.
Maybe that's their spare tire, spare wheel that they needed to mount. Not sure what happened there, but it does look good, all the gold tires. It looks really awesome.
And we see now the silver tired car, the silver rimmed car from Monash, coming out of the driver change and setting off on the second half of endurance.
Turin have been signaled that they are allowed to go, but I think Turin car did not manage to properly restart after driver change, and it seems that they are stuck. You see the driver being very disappointed, so that's usually a sign that things are not going their way.
Unfortunately, the first two times they were able to restart, but unfortunately now in the driver change, that is not the case.
And the team from Wiesbaden, Rhein-Main, makes their way into the driver change. I feel like they drove a very anonymous endurance so far, all on their own, but a very clean drive from the first driver so far.
And we see Prague now coming around to the finish line, getting shown the last lap sign. So this will be their last lap of the first driver.
Yeah, Prague definitely the fastest car we've seen in this afternoon session so far. Of course, the track getting better and better until it might rain again.
I have to say the Monash car, either the car or the driver, have gotten a little more conservative. You no longer see the DRS opening on the straights. And I think the car in general moving a little bit more tentatively. And as I look at car number 187 over on the outfield, it does seem to have slowed down to a bit of a crawl, really holding up car number 56 from Prague. And now car number 40, Polytechnique Montreal, getting the green flag, setting off, missing the cone killer chicane, doing a bit of a burnout and the power slide through it. A big amount of wheel spin on the first straight. Matti, what do you think about this?
Yeah, the driver immediately made two mistakes understeering into the first and second corner, and then accelerating on the straight. This was also the car that yesterday made a big power slides, so of course in the rain this is only amplified.
Yeah, and the car from Montreal wants to do a shout out to Eduardo. Muchas gracias, Eduardo, because the faculty advisor pushed him to compete in Europe. Also another shout out to Dave, the best cook in the game, to Paul. Also shout out is merci Paul Le Boss, because he is an alumni who made Europe possible.
Interrupt you for 1 second, Nicky, sorry. The car from Leibniz slowing down and Monash actually got caught. Not only do they catch Leibniz, now they also have a cone stuck underneath their front wing. Very slowly.
Just to see that, Matti, that front cone slides all the way under the car. Monash being signaled to go around. As we said, that Prague also successfully completed the first half of endurance and came in for the driver change. I see what I think is a low piece of carbon breaking off on the underside of the Monash car. I think the cone might be wreaking some havoc under there.
Yeah, but it seems like they have a clear track now. What else can you add, Mickey, about some fun facts on the Monash car?
Yeah, Montreal really did a very good feedback. So they also want to do a shout out to ETS, They want to clarify that they are not the same team as ETS. And also they want their Quebec flag back because it was stolen on the campsite. They have been around since the last trip was in 2013 with a 424 kilogram car. It should be a lot lighter this time. And yeah, that's about it. And they want to encourage Monash and Konstanz, their campsite neighbors, to improve their music.
Well, message received. I see the driver change, the Rhein-Main team did a successful driver change. The car is back charged, and the marshal is making himself ready to send them on their way again.
Yeah, the car from Hanover, meanwhile, struggling very much to go around. We saw a similar situation with Ulm in the morning session, of course, and Ulm eventually, of course, was unfortunately asked to retire early. We'll see what happens with Hanover. Monash, meanwhile, if I look, I think still might have the cone stuck somewhere under their car.
No, I actually saw it fly loose a bit further away, unless they picked up another one. But yeah, the Leibniz car, I see the driver shaking when he passed by. It's not going his way, that's for sure.
Car number 65 from Rhein-Main, meanwhile, have successfully completed the driver change and are ready to get going again.
A pretty cool situation evolving on track. We have the Berlin car catching up with the Montreal car. I do feel like these two cars have a very similar driving style.
But I think judging by how tail happy the Montreal car is, I think they might be only rear-wheel drive, whereas Berlin is four-wheel drive. And you can see, especially in the corners, how much more stable the Berlin car is.
Yeah, the Montreal car is more sideways than anything else, sliding its way through the endurance. And an overtake by the Berlin car and the Montreal car. Rhein-Main was launched on the track again, but they got caught behind the slightly troubled car from Leibniz, who is definitely driving with an issue. Really making its way into the blue area, and the team from Wiesbaden can continue. Still, Berlin is pulling away from Montreal, but I expected them to pull away a bit further because Montreal is keeping them close.
No other cars at the moment being allowed to come to the starting line. It seems that 4 cars is the limit that the officials are most comfortable with in terms of cars on track at the same time. Actually, I miscount. It's 5 cars on track at the same time. And you can see 4 of them bunched up very closely indeed. Berlin catching up to Hanover, Montreal right on their tail.
And will they also let Montreal through? This can be a very complex situation. So attention is required from the marshals.
And yes, they are allowing Montreal to pass as well. Well done by the marshals. Given how consistent, Matti, the Montreal car is with doing the low burnout at the start of the first straight, do you think it could be an intentional move to maybe heat up the tires a little?
Well, you can do that at the start, but at some point it's not to heat up the tires anymore. I think this car just has no traction control whatsoever. Actually, also saw the rear locking up and followed by also some wheel spin. I think that's just how their car is set up, but luckily the drivers seem to be able to cope with it even in wet conditions. Monash slowing down. I saw them jumping into the don't quite broken dreams, and I see the driver looking on top of his head to see if the light's still on.
The light did come on just now. Meanwhile, Prague has successfully completed the driver change and come out for the second half of endurance.
And yellow flags, of course, being waved close to the Monash car.
I see the
because
green
it's in the
light,
middle.
yeah, the T-cell light on the Monash car turning off again. Sorry, Matti, I interrupted you. Now, once again, a little bit of a traffic jam. Rijnmond, Berlin, and Montreal all being waved around the stranded Monash car.
Yeah, and so this always bunches up the cars a little bit. So it's important to then observe their true pace to figure out if a blue flag is needed. I do have a feeling that the Berlin cars was slightly quicker than the Rheinmain, but we'll see in the coming meters. I paid attention to some incident on track. And indeed, it is a Leibniz going quite slow again. I had the feeling in the past lap that they found some kind of pace, but it is going very, very slow again. Unfortunate for the Prague car, because they are stuck behind it. If a car is parked on track, you can go past it, but if it's just going very slow, then you need to follow it until the next blue zone, which is still quite far away. And they will approach the Monash car now as well.
Yeah, and the T-cell light on the Monash car going on and off and on, but always only staying green. I do not see the tractive system engaging.
Please let the Leibniz car be given a blue flag. It does, so that the Prague car can pass. I'm really feeling bad for the Leibniz driver. And he's doing everything he can to get the car around, but the car is just not willing to.
And we see now the Monash driver unfortunately exiting the vehicle. So that will be a DNF for Monash. Once again, some yellow flags being waved for Berlin, Montreal, and Rijnmond to get around them.
And it's really nice to see how the Montreal car is able to follow the Berlin car. The driver definitely didn't want to get that Berlin car out of sight. And again, they do have a very similar driving style, stepping out the rear constantly, having some fun in the rain.
Yes, and unfortunately for Monash, the driver is out of the car. Car is being pushed out of the track. Such a shame for this team. They made it all the way here from Australia, so did an excellent job competing in all the events so far. They did an awesome job. So we hope to see them back again in the next year or the year after, because I think they have a 2-year cycle. So let's hope we can welcome them back again soon.
Yeah, and their feedback document that they sent me, they said that they're trying to make a new appearance in 2026, so indeed in 2 years. A small mistake from the Prague car, but I think the driver kept it together without hitting any cones. And yeah, I'm just intrigued by the Montreal and Berlin duo here. I hope these two drivers can maybe go on a date sometime.
I think the duel is about to be put on pause because this is the last lap of the first Berlin driver. They should be coming in very promptly. And Montreal, meanwhile, still has another 2 laps to go after this.
And we see the rain also coming down a little bit more. So the conditions are getting trickier and trickier.
Yeah, I think we were at the point at which the track was definitely drying up. On some of the straights you could see a drying line evolving, but unfortunately it's starting to rain again. And I hear rumors here that it's not just going to rain a bit, but there's going to be a lot of rain. So everyone also in the queue, prepare yourself.
And everyone in the audience too, get your umbrellas out. Of course, as they say, if you bring an umbrella, it never rains. If you don't, it definitely will. So perhaps if you all pull out your umbrellas, it can scare the rain away, and you'll be able to see the cars drive their full performance out here today.
Pretty calm times here in the pit. We only have one car doing the driver change, the car from Berlin, of course. Props to the driver. I think he drove very spectacularly in his first part. I'm very curious to see if the second driver has a similar style in the rain, or if they will go for another approach. And now I feel bad for the Montreal car. the driver, he lost his buddy and just has a clean track in front of him.
Are there, Matti, any benefits to following a car closely in these slightly wet conditions? Maybe the car in front of you clears a little bit of a dry line for you as you drive further?
Maybe, but I wouldn't say there's much benefit. You do get a bit more spray, dirty air. It also confuses you, I think. I wouldn't like it, at least. But on the other hand, if you have a car that you can follow a bit in the sense to know what kind of rhythm you're driving, keeping track a bit how far away they are, that's nice. Just for yourself to check if you're improving on that car or not. And luckily for Leibniz, they found some pace again. At least not the struggling car that we saw before. They do get the meatball though, just as I say that. So probably the marshals want to get a closer look at what kind of problem they might be driving and if it has a safety problem. I do hear that it has to do with the brake light, that indeed is a bit random. They will just have a check. If there's no problem, then they will be sent on their way again.
I remember there was a team in the morning session that also had an issue with the brake light. It was working fine when the car was braking mechanically, but it was not actuating for the regenerative braking. So perhaps a similar issue here for Hanover as well.
The Montreal car with a very spectacular driving are being shown the last lap sign, so we can enjoy this driver one more lap.
Yeah, the driver from Montreal definitely picking up a lot of style points on their endurance run.
And while driving sideways and with a lot of style is good fun, it's actually the very clean driving style from Prague that is currently the quickest on track.
And also for car 313, we can confirm that the second driver is also wearing pants.
I do have a little update about the Leibniz car. So they have been called in with a meatball flag just a few minutes ago. I do hear that they will be allowed back on track. If things get worse though, they might be called back in. I think that that's reasonable.
Yeah, and whatever, if you are called in for a meatball with the meatball flag and there's nothing, well, the check is over and there's nothing wrong with your car, that extra long lap time will be replaced by average lap time, as far as I can tell.
Exactly, the meatball flag does not necessarily mean a bad thing. It just means that scrutineers want to have a closer look at something that might be unsafe or not conform with the rules. And the Montreal car is in for their driver change. I can actually see that the visor of the driver is very, damped up, foggy a bit. That's something you do see more in these wet conditions.
Well, we see, unfortunately, car number 313 coming to a stop just before the horseshoe section. The T-cell light is solid green.
Yeah, exactly the same thing that happened with Monash, it seems. Exactly the same position. Also, the car seems to have discharged, but the green light is still on, so maybe the driver can restart.
That's not called broken dreams for nothing, that part of the track. Two cars in a very short amount of time, that can be a coincidence.
Yeah, I think traditionally it was called that because of the heavy bumps that you have there. But yeah, it seems the profile is expanding, and we do see the Berlin driver getting out of the car. Unfortunately, that is a DNF for Team 313. Nevertheless, congratulations to them on getting as far as they did.
Leibniz, meanwhile, they do seem to have some kind of issue getting the car going again. The car seems to be charged up, so that's a good sign. But I do see the driver pushing some buttons on the dashboard.
I think there's a little bit of a hassle with the driver change of Montreal.
Yeah, something with the belts. Maybe they forgot something, or they are just trying to make sure that the driver is very tightly, how do you say that? Not dressed up, strapped in, that's the word.
Rijnman, meanwhile, the car from Wiesbaden, getting the last lap sign, setting off on lap 18 of the endurance.
Also very interesting, the Canadian team, they have a round steering wheel. Most of the former steering teams have some kind of more rectangular shape, I would say. They opted for the round steering wheel. Now, given the amount of drifting that they do, I do understand that choice. Rijnman on its way halfway on their last lap, if I'm not mistaken, unless they need to do another one with the pause we had in between. But I do think this is their last lap.
This should indeed be the last lap from Rijnman. They're just coming around the horseshoe as car number 141 from Vienna with that distinctive sound setting off on their endurance run. Rijnman making it through the last few corners and through the checkered flag. First team to finish endurance in the afternoon session. Congratulations, Rijnman.
Yeah, the afternoon session, of course, which is completely wet, so extremely challenging conditions. They are parking next to the car from Hanover that did not manage to restart, and I'm afraid that after a very difficult drive for them, it ended up in a DNF.
Yeah, and both drivers for car number 65 deserve the title of Rain Man.
Montreal, meanwhile, had successfully made it out of the driver change and are back on the track as the last lap side is shown to E-Force Prague.
Yeah, you can see the Prague car slowing down a little bit. They are 10 seconds slower than their fastest time, but you can very clearly see on the straight that they're managing some energy.
And I believe in the queue, about to join us with car number 399 from High Speed Karlsruhe. Just taking a peek over at the commentary form from them. They would like to give a shout out to Delta Racing from Mannheim, without whom they would not be able to race this season. They lent them the motors that the car is using. So indeed, great shout out to Delta Racing from Mannheim. They would also like to indicate that they love their faculty advisor Oli. They missed the times when he went with the team. That is why they have a picture of Oli in the crash box. They hope that with this way he can protect their car. And also indicates that they might have photoshopped his face onto a Smurf as High Speed Karlsruhe get going. High Speed Karlsruhe would also like to indicate that since FSCs, they've built a friendship with Diepholz Dynamics because they connected their team tents to make one big tent. So
hey Gordon, I'm going to interrupt you. Prague just finished endurance, the second finisher that we have now in the afternoon session. Great drive. I saw nothing but clean and smooth driving from the driver, so congratulations to them.
And let me just give one last bit of info from High Speed Karlsruhe. It is apparently their first electric vehicle in 13 years and only their second electric vehicle ever. And they're saying it was a really tough season for them because they had to make the change from a 2 times consecutive carbon vehicle, combustion vehicle winner to an EV.
Yeah, of course, the US Karlsruhe team won the last 2 years, I think, in the combustion cup. So making the switch to EV and be so competitive is quite impressive.
And they're saying they faced quite a few difficulties, of course, with building only their second EV car ever. But they're very happy that the car is here and the car is driving. So if they manage to finish endurance, that will already be a massive achievement for high-speed Karlsruhe.
Oh, the Vienna car is so loud, but it's going smoothly with a bit of a tail whipping. And so does, of course, the Montreal car, the second driver, doing exactly the same thing as the first driver. So we'll get to enjoy them for 8 more laps. US Karlsruhe clearly saving some energy. They're going quite slow on the straight, or at least not pushing full beans. We have an interesting situation there. The Vienna car is closely followed by the Montreal car and are now being given the blue flag. Maybe this can be a new body for the Montreal car, although I think they have quite a bit of a speed advantage over them. I do see the second driver from Montreal trying to keep the rear in place, but clearly the car does not want to. The moment he steps on the gas, throttle in this case, the rear steps out. Now the US Karlsruhe car is singing a little bit. If it's rolling down the straight, you'll see the noise it makes is a bit of a song. The high-speed Karlsruhe car did have some active aerodynamics, but it did have a small problem on acceleration, and I think they blew one of their fans. That's why they're currently running without him.
I think it's usually the fans that do the blowing, Matti.
Ingolstadt is driving very neatly. They are definitely power or torque limited a bit to conserve some energy, while still going quite quickly on the straight though. But the driver taking a very clean approach, yet quite fast. Montreal car has their DRS practically constantly open, explaining part of the drifting. I feel like it's stuck open now.
We also are about to have car number 35 from Ostfalia join us on the track, just waiting for the green flag.
Yeah, the DRS for Montreal is stuck open, and it closes on the straight. So they opt for a strategy where DRS is open in the corners and closed on the straight. But I think they have a slight problem there.
And the car from Ostfalia gets the green flag and sets off.
And they also do the little welcome slide here on the first straight. The rear stepping out, just as literally every vehicle has done so far.
And just taking a quick peek over at the queue, I think we might be approaching the end of the running order as established before the final 5, because I already see the very fast cars from Chalmers, Esslingen, DHBW Stuttgart, Karlsruhe and Milano.
Yeah, quite busy on track because all these cars are driving a very consistent pace so far. There's not much drama going on. It seems that they're all quite equally spaced from each other. So we'll have to invent some stories here to fill the time. The DRS of the Montreal car is now closed again. So, and it opens very briefly on the straight. So they're still using it despite it seeming to be stuck open for a while a few laps ago. And the Vienna car is so loud. I always thought it was a fan car. I don't think it is. Team members can correct me if that's not the case. But yeah, very weird or unique at least that the electric car is so loud. And I think we'll get some action. The car from Ostfalia is catching up with the, I can't quite remember what car it was, close to the hairpin on the Hockenheimring. It's the Vienna car. So will the Vienna car get a blue flag now, or will they wait till the next point? They have been giving a blue flag. I don't think any of these teams will lose a lot of time because this was a very efficient overtake.
And I think the officials realize that there is space on track for at least one more car to join, and we have car number 60 from Nuremberg rolling up to the start line.
This is also going to be an impressive one. I saw them on the test track on Friday, spinning a lot of rear wheels. So my gut feeling would say that they have the same driving style as the Montreal car. Let's see on this straight. Oh yeah. Driver kept it well under control, I have to say. But still the rear stepping out a little bit on trouble.
And just looking at the commentary form from car number 60 from Nuremberg, the very first thing that they decided to mention is if someone with an AMK package knows how to fix EMI issues, please come to them.
I think we can start an entire community here.
They also would like to point out that they're currently on the third iteration of their wheel hubs, so probably iterating on a new design that they're trying to iron out. They would like to give a shout out to RCC for saving them when they broke their wheel hub. So it seems that third iteration of the wheel hubs, I'm not sure if they mean third version or third replacement throughout the season, but nonetheless shout out to RCC for providing them with the wheel hubs that they need. And their goal for FSG is to finish top 10 overall. And also just looking at the driver names that they have provided. The first driver is Gunul and second is Paul. They're the ones driving on the track for Nuremberg today.
And despite having a lot of fast cars on track, it's still the best time from Prague that holds the record in the afternoon. And they're all the cars are well within the 19 seconds, but none of them seem to be able to go below it. When will we see our first sub 90 seconds lap in the afternoon session?
Well, looking at the queue, I am seeing some very fast cars indeed lining up. I think there might also be some out of order runners, if I remember correctly, because I believe the car from Kit was to be the final one of the running order, but I also see 78 from Hamburg. Or not 78, but the car from Hamburg right behind.
Yeah, this is TU Hamburg, of course. They were slated to run earlier in this afternoon session, but are now going to be running out of order before the final 5.
Polytechnique de Milan just going through the Broken Dream chicane and into the horseshoe. And I believe when they cross the finish line, they will be shown the last lap sign.
the last lap that we can enjoy the Montreal car and their really nice driving style, giving us once more a reward by drifting their way onto the first straight.
Joining us now on track, car number 95 from Chalmers. They were good boys and filled out the commentary form as well. I want to give a shout out to Morsan I Linköping, kom igen nu Britt-Marie Kurvergaan. You really got to put some simpler stuff in here for us to read, guys. Apparently they also like constant downforce, also known as mass. They like him big, they like him chunky. This year the team succeeded in doing the entire FS East competition without crashing into any walls. Of course, they're alluding to their driverless acceleration crash last year. The team has also used only one LiDAR compared to 5 last year.
Vienna making their way to the final lap of the first driver. And then we also have Montreal wrapping up their endurance here. They're now in horseshoe. Slingshot is next, and they have one more straight to cover. And they will be finalizing another drift. Beautiful. And the car from Montreal, guys from Canada, are finishing their endurance. Very impressive. Thank you very much for being here. It was a great show that you put up in these very difficult conditions.
Yeah, the journey was definitely worth it, coming so far and then finishing endurance in these conditions. Hats off to Montreal.
We have Chalmers now coming around on their first lap, and I do say the driver is looking a little bit tentative at the moment. Given what we saw from the car yesterday, we'd expect Chalmers to go a little bit faster as the driver gets used to the conditions of the track.
I see Nuremberg is in. It was only their, what is it, 4th or 5th lap, so I might have missed it. Maybe they got a meatball flag, but they aren't supposed to be here, at least for the driver change yet.
Yeah, I think we have a similar situation as with the Leibniz car earlier. The scrutineers are taking a pretty close look at the brake light situation.
They were going very fast, one of the faster cars on track. But that award still goes to Ostfalia, who almost broke the 90-second barrier on their previous lap.
High-speed Karlsruhe just got the last lap sign, and Vienna should now be coming in for the driver change. Let's see the checkered flag. And there it is, Vienna completing the first half of their endurance run.
Yeah, indeed, Nürnberg's presence here in the driver change area is based on brake light performance. The scrutineers are not quite satisfied with the actuation point. The driver claiming he's not braking a lot out on track, which is then not actuating the brake light at the correct level.
And a cool situation evolving here on track. We have Chalmers closely followed by Ostfalia. I do have the feeling that the Ostfalia car is going slightly quicker, so I would expect them to overtake the Chalmers car soon, but maybe the Chalmers car is finding some pace. They were 5 seconds quicker, of course, than their first lap or second lap, so maybe they might actually be able to pull away again.
And meanwhile, car number 94, Renstal Esslinger, gets out on the track.
Yeah, and unfortunately immediately understeering, taking a cone, and also on off track with them. That's of course the risk if you push it on a wet track. And as we were predicting, the Ostfalia car overtook the Chalmers car just in front of the big grandstands.
Esslingen want to send their apologies to Mainfranken Racing for throwing up in their workshop. That must have been quite the scene. For them, there clearly has to be a driver in the car. I understand that with the rise of driverless. And they want to give a shout out to DHBW for showing their electronics department how to flash faster.
And high-speed Karlsruhe just pulling in for the driver change, successfully completing the first half of endurance.
Nürnberg, I think, are being let go back out on track. Clearly they managed to convince the scrutineers that their brake light is rules compliant still, or at least safe enough to be let back out onto the track.
Chalmers driver making a small mistake in Broken Dreams, understeering the car and let it go wide. I think the driver managed to keep out of trouble, but you can see how challenging these conditions are.
Yeah, the Ostfalia driver does manage to set some very fast times indeed, keeping it very consistently in the 90 to 91 second range. But still no sub 90 second laps here in the damp afternoon session.
No, and it's still the Prague car that had a 90.1. That's still faster than what we are seeing currently. But of course, as long as it's not raining anymore, the track is getting better and better. So we will see these times drop. Of course, we also get quicker and quicker cars, at least on autocross, based on autocross results. So we will see the times drop very soon. Beautiful slide there from the Ostfalia car into Broken Dreams. I think they will be shown the last lap sign, indicating that the first driver can almost go home.
Maybe some smacking and banging out on track. I think it's the Trondheim car going through the horseshoe.
Chalmers, you mean?
And it's the Vienna car, I think, that's making their way back out of the driver change, hyped up by their team members here close to the dynamic area. Wow, Esslingen, a 91 second lap time in their third lap, or in their second lap. They're really pushing it, not holding back. You can see on the straight how quick they are going. I think it's still a matter of getting to know the track and warming up the tires, but I'm sure they will go below 90 seconds. And while I say that, Vienna makes its way back onto the track with the second driver.
Ingolstadt as well have successfully completed the driver change and are waiting to be released back onto the track. And they get the green flag and get going again.
Yeah, and what I find super impressive, we have Ostfalia, Nuremberg, Chalmers and Esslingen all within a second, currently lapping. I find that crazy given how challenging the current conditions are and how close these drivers managed to stay within each other.
Yeah, Ingolstadt was also lapping in the mid-90s before the driver change. And I think we're still waiting on high-speed Karlsruhe to come out of the driver change, or is it someone else?
Yes, indeed, 399 still stuck. But the second driver is already in the car, and I think, yeah, indeed, they are pre-charging and are ready to go.
Ostfalia in the driver change. The driver really tried to get it below 90 seconds. Did not quite manage, but a very good and clean drive from him. Let's see if the second driver can put up a similar performance.
And we just saw Esslingen collecting a couple of cones in the final chicane.
They are going quick though. They just beat the 90-second mark. They have an 89.3, but indeed a little bit clumsy or hitting some cones. Let's see if they can also put in a clean one. I see the head shaking from the driver from Vienna. Something must be wrong. The car still seems to be charged. No, it's not. It's discharged. Luckily, the driver parked it outside of the track.
Yeah, this is a relatively safe position for him to be in, I would say. If my eyes don't deceive me, I also see some bits hanging off the front wing, actually, underneath the left-hand end plate. I think either a piece of carbon or something else is touching the ground.
Yeah, the driver is getting out. I do not know what exactly is wrong, but the driver seems to be convinced that he or she is not able to continue.
Yeah, that's a tough break for Wien. Yeah, I don't think any driver would get out of the car voluntarily if this wasn't completely unrecoverable. So yeah, too bad for them. They were on lap 11. They were relatively close to finishing here.
Yeah, luckily the car stopped quite close to the exit. So the rest of the cars won't be slowing down too much as a consequence. Four cars out on track now, joined by a fifth 399 from Karlsruhe coming out of the driver change.
And also Nuremberg now under the 90 seconds with an 89.4 on their last lap. Yeah, there is a dry line-ish appearing here on the straights. That's one I can see. Not sure if it's already dry enough to put on some dry compound. Is the track still declared wet?
No, we are no longer in wet track conditions. It's damp at this point. I think that's also appropriate given the state. But yeah, it's a tough call. We have some dark clouds still looming in the distance. We've had a couple of drizzles of rain in the meantime ever since we restarted this session. So yeah, it's a tough call. I think I would still go out on rain tires at this point.
But meanwhile, we see Nuremberg has come back in. I believe they were once again shown the meatball flag.
Yeah, I think this is still connected to their brake light behavior. I will go and check.
Again, a cool situation evolving on track. The Esslingen car closing in on the Swedish team from Chalmers. I do feel like they have a very similar pace, so they might just hold on.
Yeah, normally it is the Swedish team you'd expect to see with the meatballs, but at the moment it's Nuremberg collecting all of them. And as we say that, car number 90, Politecnico di Milano, sets off on their endurance run.
Yeah, no, Esslingen lapped 4 seconds quicker in the previous lap than Chalmers, so they are definitely catching up. Chalmers will be giving the blue flag, and neither team should lose a lot of time here. I think Esslingen was very briefly stuck behind Chalmers in Pendulum, but of course also Chalmers is a pretty quick car.
It feels like high-speed Karlsruhe is dropping off that high speed just a little bit, lapping a little slower than they were before. As car number 35, Ostfalia, returns from the driver change.
Yeah, well, the first time they might have still gotten away with it. Now there is some dejected faces at Nürnberg. I don't think the scrutineers are quite satisfied at this point. I'm not sure if the actuation point for the brake light has shifted relative to its brake pressure. But yeah, it is possible to completely lock the car without the brake light being active. So this is creating a bit of an unsafe situation out on track.
We see the last lap sign being shown to the first driver of Chalmers.
We also have Milano on track. Do we have some fun facts about them? Of course, the Milano car surprisingly quick on many of the dynamic events. Also yesterday on the autocross, putting in some really great lap times even early on. And that's why they're making an appearance on endurance together with all the other quick cars.
No, unfortunately, there's no news from Milano from the commentary form. Of course, yeah, any submissions now are a little bit too late, but for next year, this is the moment where we would normally read out the information that you provide to us.
Matti, I feel like the car from Ingolstadt is slowing down just a bit. How are their lap times looking?
Stand by. Actually, their last lap time was still pretty good, very close to their best. But indeed, they are definitely going a lot slower, and they are being caught by Renstal Esslingen at a very rapid pace. So I think when Ingolstadt closes the lap here, we'll see an update on the timing. Stand by. Finishing the last few corners. And indeed, it's 5 seconds slower than what they did before, so they're probably managing some kind of issue. Of course, they are already in their 14th lap, so it might be energy or temperature related.
We're seeing now the Finnish flag being waved for the Swedish team as they come in for the driver change, 95 from Chalmers.
Taking their spot out on track will be DHBW Stuttgart.
Indeed, they get the green flag and they set off car number 77.
And immediately, again, another mistake driver making a mistake in the first corner, understeering, oversteering everything, only hitting one cone, luckily.
Yeah, that must either be Ed von Schleck or Schmutz Lambrecht driving the car. This is the information that they are giving us. Their goal for this competition was only to pass scrutineering, so them having made it all the way to the endurance is already a good performance.
Yeah, and Renstal Esslingen is on fire right now. They are improving and now are on 86.2. And we were wondering when someone would break the 90-second barrier, but they're just smashing it right now.
The HBW also want to give a shout out to Orla's mum. She was there for the whole team during good and bad times.
And I see Nuremberg being pushed out of dynamic queue, so I think that indeed is a DNF. Not sure if you already mentioned it, Jonas, that it was a final decision. Ingolstadt again 5 seconds slower this lap. Let's hope they can keep this pace at least in order to finish the endurance. Looking at the cars on track, they're not immediately followed by a car, so they won't be blocking anyone. Wow, the driver from Stuttgart trying its best to get the car on track, but sliding around a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking towards the queue. We have one more car in the regular running order who will be joining us. The last one, car number 24, Kit. Behind them, I think indeed TU Hamburg, car number 78, lining up for their out-of-order run. And then further back in the dynamic area, I can already see the beginnings of the final 5 queue forming.
Yeah, some track involvements here. Ostfalia is being chased by Renstal Esslingen, who are absolutely smashing it. As I was saying, they will be given the blue flag, and I think the other car of, what is it, High Speed Karlsruhe will also make an overtake on Ostfalia, I think.
Yeah, Chalmers, meanwhile, already out of the driver change and back on the track. And we once again are seeing 7 cars in action simultaneously.
For some reason, no blue flag given for the Ostfalia team. I think the reason was because the Esslingen team is in for the driver change, well spotted by the by race control. Also Milano, I think their first lap time was in 90 seconds. That is already promising, and indeed they're improving. And they have an 87.6 now. Also Stuttgart making great improvements in their second lap. That's an 88. So a lot of very quick cars on track, but the evolution between the first lap, second and third lap is crazy in these conditions.
Ingolstadt being shown another blue flag to allow Milan to overtake.
DHBW chasing UAS Karlsruhe. Will they get the blue flag already? They do, because DHBW is closing in fast. And that's nice because none of the two teams lose a lot of time with this overtake. And I do have the feeling that Chalmers is now going quicker. Let's see if this is also reflected in the lap times. It is. Last lap was their personal best. I do have the feeling that this driver has a slightly more aggressive approach, certainly in steering. Of course, could also always be strategy. Be conservative with energy in the first driver, and then do the opposite, depending on how much energy is left. All the teams deploying different kind of strategies. It also depends, of course, what the drivers like themselves. And indeed, Chalmers 2 seconds quicker now in 88.1. They're right up there with all the other cars on track. And I feel like the DHBW Stuttgart driver really found its groove. Let's see if he can improve the lap time.
Troubles for Milano though, they just outright stopped in the middle of the track. Karlsruhe was already chasing them a little bit after their overtake earlier. They are now having to be motioned around the stricken Milano.
But Milano thankfully does manage to get going again.
Almost ready to join us back on track is Esslingen. They have their second driver in the car and will be at the green flag momentarily.
Ingolstadt now being shown the last lap sign. Big slide from DHBW Stuttgart, clipping a couple of cones on the outside of a corner.
And while they had to wait behind them just a second ago when Milano stopped, Karlsruhe is now being overtaken by Milano again.
And also now Esslingen, as you mentioned, Jonas, coming back onto the track out of the driver change.
Small overtaking maneuver again here. Car number just elude me though.
Yeah, it was Stuttgart on Ostfalia. Ostfalia did quite some fast lap times. They're slowing down just a little bit now, but of course they're nearing the end of their endurance. And DHBW Stuttgart keep on improving. They're now at 85 seconds.
I'm not sure if the times reflect this as well, but I think Karlsruhe is nursing some sort of issue. It seems like the car is severely limited in terms of its top speed on the straightaways anyway.
But meanwhile, let's see Ingolstadt make it through the last few corners and across the line to finish the endurance. Congratulations, Ingolstadt.
Indeed, Karlsruhe going a little bit slower than their best lap time, but I think they have been managing energy from the get-go.
And the track conditions are definitely continuing to evolve. But probably the final five would still all be starting on the wet tires. What do you think, Matti? And Jonas?
Very good question. I do indeed think they start on the wet tires because there are not that many more cars that will drive. Unless the sun comes out very suddenly. Yeah, but it will be interesting. Maybe one of the cars will actually start on slicks. Who knows?
Well, the sun is not coming out just yet, but there is some yellow entering the track. And that is car number 24, Karlsruhe. And we do get, I think, one lap of action where we see both Karlsruhe cars on the track at the same time.
Yeah, Chalmers making a lot of grinding noises with the floor as they come out of the horseshoe over the jump.
I think their front wing might be just a little low. The driver definitely noticing that. I think it's hanging on the right side a bit low.
Yeah, exactly. I think the rear right wheel is exhibiting a lot of camber.
Big spin by DHBW Stuttgart going into the horseshoe. Driver not quite able to enter the turn.
And Esslingen also getting squirrely right behind Karlsruhe there, the 399 car.
And a bit of a difficult situation there for Ostfalia as the HBW knocked some cones around.
Yeah, so I think the drivers are getting a little bit more confident to push and then clearly push it above the limit. A minute ago I would have said, yeah, try it, go out on slicks, but yeah, this is still a very intermediate track conditions.
So Chalmers is now being chased insanely rapidly. They of course seem to have an issue, so are going very slow. And Renstal managed to clear US Karlsruhe, but are now stuck between US Karlsruhe and Chalmers.
And Milano, meanwhile, coming in for the driver change, successfully completing the first half. And there's a bit of a train now following behind Chalmers indeed, Matti. I see Chalmers, I see Esslingen, I see High Speed Karlsruhe, and I see the HBW Stuttgart right behind as well.
Yeah, and DHBW Stuttgart and Esslingen are driving on almost the exact same pace. So it will be interesting to see how they catch up with each other. Of course, DHBW is temporarily stuck behind US Karlsruhe for just a few more corners.
Chalmers going very slowly indeed.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a closer look at it, and it's indeed the rear right corner that is now severely grinding as they come into the horseshoe. Something in the suspension must have collapsed, not quite enough to fully ground out the rear of the car, but something's not quite.
I see a black flag being prepared with a meatball on there, so that will probably be for the Chalmers car.
Indeed, going to be a bit of a Swedish meatball situation.
And of course the US Karlsruhe car successfully completing its endurance. Congratulations to them. I can see the team being very happy.
And Ostfalia right behind, finishing endurance as well.
Yeah, actually, Chalmers, I'm taking a closer look at them now. It looks like there is carbon fiber damage. I think the rocker bracket of the rear right suspension that is attached to the top rear of the Chalmers chassis has actually ripped out. And that's looking like no easy fix to feet to fix.
Karlsruhe in their first laps also already close to the 90-second barrier. We've seen a big learning curve on these drivers, so I'm very curious to see how far they can push it. The best lap time we've seen in the afternoon is quickly looking at it from DHBW Stuttgart with an 85.2.
And I think looking at the queue, this was it for the Session B and out of order runners. So until these cars finish, no new cars will be entering the track. And at that point, it will be the final 5 of Tallinn, Renteam Stuttgart, TU Delft, 59 from Dresden, and 33 from Zurich.
Yeah, indeed. Chalmers with chassis damage, I think, will be vacating their spot, unfortunately, out on track. This is a DNF for them from a mechanical perspective. I don't think they can be let out on track like this.
Yeah, Jonas, just as you were coming up above again, I see the DHBW Stuttgart car with a bit of a loose rear wing. Not sure if that's intentional or not, but I see the scrutineer moving it around a little bit. It's not too bad, and I also don't see any panic.
Meanwhile, Milano number 90 has successfully performed the driver change and are just waiting for the green flag.
Yeah, so apparently the wing of the DHBW seems to be okay. It's meant to be wobbling a little bit, so that should be no problem. Esslingen still pushing on. This is their 14th lap that they just did. An improvement for the driver, an 86.0. They have a few more laps to go.
As Milano is released back onto the track for the second half of their endurance run. And as we speak, Car number 24 from Karlsruhe has stopped out on the track.
Yeah, it has fallen silent outright. Usually the drivers are of course instructed to pull off the track if they can, to avoid confusing situations for the other drivers following behind. Yellow flags now prepared for Hamburg. Marcia is all ready to guide the car around the stricken kit.
Yeah, the approaching now as well.
Yeah, the problem sometimes with these electric cars is when they shut down, the resistance on these electro motors is quite high. So quite sudden you come to a halt and you do not have time anymore to put it next to the track. Big slide from the Hamburg car, going left and right here on the straight before the paddock.
The driver from Karlsruhe, I'm sure, is trying their best to get the car going again. But they are unfortunately now stepping out of the car, and that will be a DNF for car 24 from Karlsruhe.
Coming back out on track, car number 77, DHBW Stuttgart.
Yeah, the first driver of DHBW Stuttgart was really pushing very hard, also making a few mistakes, of course, in these very challenging conditions. The first driver managed to get an 84, which was the best lap time we've seen in the afternoon. And I'm very curious to see if the second driver can continue the streak of improving lap times.
Yeah, Milano seeming to struggle a little bit. They came back onto the infield and were slowing down for a moment, but I think they got going again.
And Milano, Jonas, as you mentioned, once again slowing down just inside of the horseshoe. DHBW Stuttgart not too far behind, being shown the yellow flags. As Esslinger overtakes Hamburg in a blue flag section. Milano, of course, I believe, did already have a bit of a slowdown where they got going again in the first half of endurance. And they're able to get going once more.
Stuttgart missed the last chicane here before the finish line, having to take evasive action out onto the track, or off the track.
That's a mistake we see a lot of drivers make in their first lap, unfortunately.
And Milano obviously got moving out of the horseshoe again. Not quite sure what their issue is, but yeah, they have a couple of laps to go, 6 in fact. And as I say that, they slow down in front of the small grandstands. Lost chain chicane.
Esslingen will be shown the last lap sign. This is also the last lap of their entire endurance.
Yeah, Esslingen car, good fun to watch out on track. They do slide around with some oversteer every once in a while. Now coming up again on the yellow flag situation for Milano. But yeah, still a good performance seeing them push the car over its limits a little bit in a damp endurance.
I think the DHBW driver is a little bit more cautious now, building it up a bit more slowly, or they also might be managing some energy issues or temperature related stuff. Yeah, lifting a lot on the main straight, that's usually an indication that energy needs to be saved.
Yellow flag still being waved around the Milano car. Officials are leaning over, talking to the driver.
The Esslingen car just a little bit slower now, bringing it home. They are in their final corners. This is horseshoe. Slingshot is next. And then the last long straight. They will be making the way to the finish. And a successful endurance for the team from Esslingen. Congratulations. It was a pleasure to see your car drive.
Yeah, in stark contrast to that, car number 90 from Milano we're just hearing is requesting to be pushed out. You can also see the driver having left the car already. So yeah, about 2/3 of the way through the endurance, they are having to give up.
So that means we have 2 cars left, the DHBW Stuttgart car and the Hamburg car. It's the second driver for DHBW Stuttgart, while it's still the first driver for Hamburg.
These the cars are effectively on opposite sides of the track, so they shouldn't get to interfere with each other. Both drivers get to show us the best of what they're able to do.
Yeah, and at the moment they're driving a similar pace. Of course, the DHBW Stuttgart car was very quick initially, but now I think they're just managing the energy, making sure they get it home.
And the Hamburg driver seems to be dialing in more and more, speeding up with every lap. This was a new personal best for them at 92.3.
And this is also the last lap for this driver, or second to last?
Second to last. Now the DHBW driver once again not quite making it through the last chicane, needing to take a little bit of a shortcut on the outside of the track.
Yeah, maybe he has some issues with the brakes. Who knows that the regenerative braking is not working properly. That might also be the reason why they need to save energy. Of course, completely speculating. We have no clue what is actually going on at these teams. But they're going quite...
I do feel that the Hamburg driver is going a little bit slower than they were on the last lap. We'll see, of course, when they cross the finish line, but the driver seems to be taking a slightly more cautious approach.
Yeah, Stuttgart, DHBW now struggling also in the turns a little bit. Kicking it wide with some oversteer, picking up at least 1, if not 2 cones.
Yeah, my comments were premature on Hamburg. They indeed improve by another 2.5 seconds to a 90.7. Getting very close to those sub 90 second times that I'm sure all these teams are aiming for.
We have some time to look a little bit further in general at the track conditions. I do see some dry patches appearing also on the main driving line, not just off track. So yeah, I think we're slowly sliding into the area where it is time to put on slicks for the final 5.
I'll have a look at the queue for the final 5. Maybe I can find some tire information on what these teams are planning to do.
Yeah, if you could also take a peek at what the current official track state is.
Yeah, it's damp. It started off as very wet, but they replaced it and now it's clearly damp. Oh, this is pretty interesting. The first team in the queue is Tallinn, and they have the rain tires. The second team is the team from Renteam Stuttgart, or ex-Green Team. They have the slicks on. And the third team in line is the team from Delft. They also have the slicks on. Then we have Dresden also with the slicks. And finally Zurich also with the slick tires. So at the moment Tallinn has the wet tires on and all the rest the slicks. Of course, once they make their way to the dynamic area, they can still switch their tires.
Quick update, car number 78, TU Hamburg has made it into the driver change successfully. Halfway point of the endurance for them.
DHBW Stuttgart cutting a lonely figure out on track at the moment. This is their 16th lap, so 2 more to go after this. And then Hamburg will hopefully rejoin them after the driver change to do their back half of the endurance.
I'm listening on some official conversation here. The plan for the final 5 will indeed to all be on track within 1 lap. So yeah, this is one of the perks of the final 5 to make it extra interesting for everybody. Yeah, while Hamburg is off track in the driver change, they have the second driver in the car already, by the way. DHBW is still making their laps out there.
Two more laps to go for DHBW Stuttgart.
Yeah, and since they are now close to the end of their endurance, Hamburg will indeed be the one closing out the session.
And so the reason why, of course, it's so calm now is because we are waiting for all the cars now to finish their endurance. So we'll see the Hamburg car hopefully making its way back, doing 9 more laps. Because then we are actually preparing for the final 5. I think we already explained it a few times. But I think it's still a nice time again to emphasize what it's really about. All the 5 fastest cars from autocross will be starting together on the same lap on the endurance, and that's why we need to clear all the other cars before.
Of course, not every competition has this sort of setup. This is a bit of an FSG special. I'm not sure if other competitions are imitating. But yeah, originally this concept was created by accident, and then the organizers actually realized, hey, this is actually a pretty nice setup for the end of the endurance.
Yeah, I think it happened because of a similar situation we had this afternoon, or this morning, no, it was this afternoon, where there was a red flag situation, or at least all the cars had to clear. And as a coincidence, the last 5, or let's say last 3 cars drove separately. And it was so exciting, and they found it such a good idea that they just kept on doing it in all the past years.
In the meantime, Hamburg did successfully get out of the driver change, starting their second half of the endurance, as the HBW makes their way back to the infield for the final time.
Yeah, and indeed we can definitely see a lot of dry patches now on the track. I do still think that some of the segments are pretty wet. You can also see some of the cars struggle.
1 second, Matti. DHBW Stuttgart crossing the finish line and completing their endurance run.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the driver was giving it a quick head shake as he was making it in. Clearly not quite as excited as his other team members in finishing the endurance. I think he's a little bit disappointed with the pace over the last few laps. They were clearly struggling with some sort of issue.
Yeah, as a driver, you always want to push, of course, and prove yourself. But this is really all about getting these cars home. So really good job by the driver, even though he might feel disappointed right now. But I'm sure he'll be very happy this evening with a few beers in his hand.
And as car 77 has left the track, we are left with car number 78. Seven more laps to go. I think it might just about be time to pull out the Wikipedia page on Hamburg. Jonas, what can you tell us about that lovely German city?
Matti, did you know? Hamburg is the second largest city in Germany after Berlin and 8th largest in the European Union, with a population of over 1.9 million people.
That's a lot. 1.9 million people. Wow. They also have 1000 Strom on their rear wing. That's also, I think, their team chant. Personally, I never quite understood why it was 1000 Strom on the rear wing, because I do think that's a bit much in these cars.
1000 amperes would indeed be too much. I think the story originates with their motor controllers using a slightly different way of counting the current going through it, and somebody accidentally set it just ever so slightly too high.
And I can't help but look at how the driver is driving the vehicle. And I want to praise this driver from Hamburg, because he is doing a very good job at driving very energy friendly, very smooth. We see almost all drivers getting a little tank slapper here on the straight in front of our tent. But this driver found the perfect balance to make sure the car does not step out. So really good job by the Hamburg driver. And of course, the driver is not pushing all out. That's something you do on autocross. This is all between finding the balance between speed and efficiency.
And while Hamburg finishes behind us in the driver change area, we have the final 5 assembling. This also then highlights the order that they will be released out on track with. We have Tallinn, Delft, Renteam, Dresden, and last but not least, Zurich. This is, of course, a pretty tense moment, a pretty special moment for all of these teams, having made it with their great performance in autocross into this section of the endurance. I see a lot of very focused faces on all the team members, the drivers, basically zoning out in their helmets, already sitting in the car, ready to go. A lot of people are taking pictures. This is a special moment, just the same as it is for TU Hamburg. They have all the attention out on track of all the marshals, all the officials, just waiting for the last 5 laps of Hamburg to tick down.
So before I did a rundown on the type of tires, we still see that the Tallinn car has their rain tires on, and actually they might be right because it's just started raining again.
Yeah, only just a few small drops for now, but you never know how that might evolve.
Of course, if you can get the cars out there and get them running, and that's usually a good way to keep the track dry. But I really wonder how big of a drizzle this is, because maybe the Tallinn team knows something that we don't. So they do still have a little bit of time, but it does look like their decision is final. Starting with the rain tires. That's Team Tallinn I am talking about. They have a really nice helmet and livery, of course. The Delft team, I think it's Kenny that will start, followed by Jose in the second run. They, of course, starting on the slick tires. And then we have the green team, Ren team, electrical car, also starting on the slick Hoosier tires. All the top 5 are running the Hoosier tires. And the Dresden car, one of the fan cars, also using the slicks, of course. I'm curious how much they will run the fans during the endurance. Will they keep it off? Will they put it in a low power setting, or can they actually just burst through? And then, of course, the quickest car from yesterday, the car from Zurich, number 33. Remember, they are the extremely loud car, and somehow I hope that they will not blast it through, otherwise we'll have a full endurance where you can't hear our commentary anymore.
Yeah, Hamburg, meanwhile, slowly, well not slowly, quickly and surely, running down the laps. Lap number 16 starting now, so 3 more to go. And they have been improving lap by lap, so either the track conditions are improving just that much, or the driver is getting more used to the track. But only a little bit longer, and then after Hamburg finishes, we will have the final 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at Christian here, one of the white shirts in the dynamic area, very carefully briefing all the teams on the proceedings here. Of course, releasing them all within the span of about 80 seconds with just the right gap between them is no small feat. In order for that to be possible, the teams have to be ready and good to go all within the same time period.
I had a brief chat with the team from Zurich, asking them, will it be noisy again? And the team member nodded to me saying, yes. Yeah, probably all the time, but I do expect them to run slightly lower fan power. But yeah, the fact that the team member nodded to me makes me a bit worried.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, of course, there's a little bit of a trade-off in having such a system running the whole time. You consume a lot of electricity, and if you want to do that for the whole 22 kilometers, you also got to be carrying around a lot of batteries, then consuming a lot of weight on the car and potentially negating the positive effect that the aero has.
And this is a perfect moment to take some really epic pictures. We have the 5 fastest cars here lined up. Everyone's super stressed. You can just feel the tension while it's also raining. I'm quickly having a look in the past. We actually used to align the cars that all the heads were exactly in line. So far we have not done that yet. I'm not sure who I can ask to do so. Of course, this is just a marketing or media feature, so that's the least of our worries.
Hamburg, meanwhile, just coming back to the infield for the second to last time. And the drivers still slightly improving their times. Lap 16 was a little bit slower than 15, but overall you can see a very clear downward trend in the lap times. So we're hoping to see similar improvement once the final 5 get underway as well.
And of course, all these cars are four-wheel driven race cars with inner wheel concepts. That means that every individual tire is controlled individually, and they'll need it because the track is super slippery. They all have torque factoring on their traction control, and it will be super important.
And Matti, I'm going to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but the Hamburg car, having just started the last lap, is slowing down drastically on the track.
Oh no, you can't be serious.
Yeah, this is super bad luck, of course. They just had the last lap sign out, are now getting going again, fortunately. And now it's really a matter for the driver of just somehow getting the car through the very last lap. There's some hesitation in the car. They had to stop again. I hear the ready to drive beep. So the driver really trying to just get the car going, whatever it takes.
Oh, and this is really horror for Hamburg here. They were so close to finishing the endurance. Hopefully they will still be able to, the driver doing their absolute best to get the car going again.
In the meantime, it is definitely starting to rain heavier. I'm trying to stand outside as much as I can because this is such a nice experience to be here around these 5 extremely fast cars, but I think I'm gonna look for a roof over my head because it's raining so hard now.
Taking a look at the Hamburg car, the officials are still keeping their distance, giving a driver every chance possible to restart their car.
And now what a tension build-up. Certainly now added with a little bit of drama from the Hamburg car. Hopefully they can make their way around before we get these fast cars on track.
Yeah, I do hear the ready to drive sound, but unfortunately not seeing any motion from the car.
Yeah, of course we can only speculate as to the cause. My guess at this point would be energy content of the accumulator. They have been running a relatively steady pace out on track, of course, and I don't think any derating would be causing this. If it's not energy content, then yeah, it's some other issue, not easily fixable out on track.
I'm not sure if I ever seen such an exciting final 5, to be honest. Usually it's quite straightforward how these cars will start, and it's looking a bit on which car can maintain the pace the longest. But this time we get a bit into Formula 1 territory of excitingness because it is starting to rain and not everyone is on the same tire type.
Yeah, I also overheard the officials debating the procedure here a little bit. Of course, they have the power over declaring the track conditions, but with those track conditions come certain time allowances for the cars that are now standing here. They need to allow ample time for them to prepare. So if they were to declare the track wet, then wet tires become mandatory, but that also means quite some delay. But
and unfortunately, as you hear that round of applause, that is the support being given to the Hamburg driver, who has unfortunately had to step out of the car, and the car is now being rolled away manually by the officials, which unfortunately means a DNF on the last lap for car 79 from Hamburg.
And I really hope that the
78.
officials, I really hope, shame for Hamburg, of course. They did a really good job, I think, navigating their way. It's very smooth driving. I was praising the drivers, and unfortunately it has come to an end. While we're on the final 5, the officials are saying ready to race, so I think our speculation on whether they're going to change it to damp or wet has been solved. I'm very happy with this decision because this will allow the cars to have different tire types and give us, honestly, one of the most exciting top 5s I've ever seen. And it just has to start still.
Yeah, of course, Hamburg, the loss of the Hamburg car playing a little bit into the hands of the slick-tired cars. The longer we wait with the current state of rain, the more slippery it will get for the slick tires. Tallinn will be out on track first. They are already charged and ready to go. And yeah, now it's a full focus inside of the driver change area to be able to release these cars appropriately.
Somehow I feel like I'm more stressed than the drivers in the cars at the moment. I really want to see how this is going to play out. We have all the cars charged apart from the Delft car, where I see that the light is still green. So that means the high voltage is not on yet. Yeah, I hear some rumors here, people making jokes about if it's going to be a one-stop or two-stop strategy, changing tires. It is possible. You can actually change if needed, if the car gets declared wet.
Yeah, of course, then the race, not just for the car, but also for the people here in the dynamic area begins. It's no small feat to change these tires. You need to jack up the car, remove the current ones, and put the reins back on.
And here we go, we're ready to start. Tallinn rolling up to the green flag. And we're off to the races. Tallinn, car number 124 starting us off. Immediately Delft being rolled up to the starting line too. Tallinn started with an off course, of course.
Yeah, and so this is the car with the wet tires. They should actually be doing the best at the moment. And the Delft car being launched on track very cautiously with their slick tires, but navigating well through the first corners.
Yeah, I heard some wheel spin from the Delft car indicating pretty icy conditions. The tires are of course cold, and now there's a bit of a water film.
Nearly immediately Renteam Stuttgart gets the green flag as well.
And understeering in the first corner, similar to many other cars, of course. These are on slicks, all the other teams, so I'm very curious to see which decision was the wisest.
And we hear the fan from Dresden powering up, and they set off a big bit of oversteer.
And just literally sliding four wheels sideways in the cone killer chicane, just like most of the other cars.
And prepare your ears, everybody. AMZ is at the green flag.
Yeah, Delft having a bit of an off, just coming back from the ring section. A couple of cones collected there.
And there we go, all five cars out on the track.
Judging by the fact that my ears are not bleeding yet, Zurich has indeed turned down the fan power quite a bit.
Yeah, it seems it's really more variable based on the speed of the car as Tallinn comes around the first lap.
And I do have a feeling that they are on the right tire. Of course, the tire choice, maybe theoretically the slick is faster, but it is more inclined for mistakes. I see the Delft car making its way on the straight, definitely struggling to slow the car down. And the first lap of Tallinn was a 91, and from Delft it was a 97, so that's 6 seconds slower.
Well, let's see, we have Renteam coming up next. I believe they're on the slick tire as well.
They're also very difficult to get the car slowed down. It was not even enough. It slides out and hits a cone. And for them it is 101 seconds, so 4 seconds slower than Delft and 10 seconds slower than Tallinn. Tallinn made the right gamble, it seems, at least as of now.
Yeah, Dresden seems to be going a little slow, even with the additional downforce being provided by the ground effect. 97.5 for Dresden.
So Dresden and Delft on a similar pace indeed, and I'm very curious to see what the Zurich car will deliver. Does their active aerodynamic help them a lot in the rain condition? But it doesn't look as quick.
No, it doesn't. It really looks like they're being very tentative. Meanwhile, Tallinn really blasting along the track, already nearly caught up to Zurich.
Zurich is second quickest on the track at the moment. It's a 94.4, so right in the middle of Tallinn and Delft.
Yeah, but Tallinn's about to come back for lap 2.
It's an 88. Wow, that's quick. But we saw other cars going to 85, 84. Of course, that was before the small shower we had here. And wow, the Delft car is struggling so much to get it slowed down and turned.
Yeah, despite the speed, the Tallinn car isn't having a fully clean run. I did see at least one cone per lap so far from them. But of course, all the other ones are struggling just a tad bit more by the look of things.
So yeah, oversteer from Delft, a lot of wheel spin, a lot of oversteer from Renteam as well. Dresden also sliding. And Zurich has gone off track. trying to find their way back. It seems the ground effect fans are not providing quite as much downforce as they were expecting.
Yeah, so here we will see the real good drivers versus the other drivers. I do have a feeling that all of them are navigating very well, so high quality drivers currently in the car despite making some mistakes. And yeah, they're not improving. Tallinn is just taking it away.
Well, they are all improving on their own first laps, but Tallinn is far and away the fastest.
Of course, the trick now for these cars on slicks is just to get heat in them. They operate on higher temperatures, so hopefully in a few laps they can get them switched on, just like they do in Formula 1.
AMZ coming around to the 97.7 with that little bit of spin that they had. Tallinn still sub 90, 89.7.
And yeah, the gap between Tallinn and Zurich is now shrinking. I think the Tallinn driver can already see the Zurich car in his sights. We might have the first blue flag for the final 5 coming up.
Yeah, I wonder if the Tallinn driver can hear the fans from Zurich as well in the car. We need to ask him afterwards.
That's not difficult. I am not really hearing the fans of the Dresden car anymore, though. Maybe they have already turned that feature off.
Delft, meanwhile, crosses the line and improves yet again to a 94.0, so the driver definitely figuring out how to go faster, but still 5 seconds off the pace of Tallinn.
Yeah, Dresden really struggling for grip out there coming into the horseshoe. There's at least 2 cones from a slide that they are having.
Yeah, Renteam is just understeering and oversteering all the way around the track. Big snap of oversteer as they cross the line on lap 3.
So can they in fact change tires during the driver change? I think as long as it's within 3 minutes, there's no added time. I do wonder if some of these teams are able to do a quick pit stop, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, changing the driver and tires within 3 minutes is quite the order. Of course, they can still elect to do it, but any extra time that they collect, well, over the 3 minutes will just be added to their overall endurance time.
We're seeing our first blue flag of the day, Tallinn being allowed to overtake AMZ. Tallinn not quite improving, but still the only team of the final 5 to stay consistently in the sub-90s.
Yeah, Zurich, I feel like are improving a bit, but they had the spinner indeed, and were overtaken. I do expect a quicker lap time from them in the 4th lap.
Well, and as the more this goes on, the more clear it becomes that Tallinn are the only ones who made the right choice with the wet tires. Delft crosses the line, still improves, 92.9. So the driver definitely finding the optimum line. The tires are heating up. Maybe the track is being dried out a little bit by Dresden and AMZ.
Yeah, worth noting that the lap times, that's just one dimension at the moment, because it's all about making mistakes. The Dresden, for example, making a drift and hitting another cone. The Delft driver is driving very cleanly, not hitting any cones. I'm going to have a closer look at other drivers as well.
Yeah, indeed, I would say as well, Dresden definitely not quite as clean out on track as some of the other teams. But it also looks like AMZ is struggling.
I think there might be some sort of issue with the AMZ car, because their first lap was their fastest, and they have been unable to improve since then. Delft, Stuttgart and Dresden, meanwhile, all improving, and Tallinn also.
I was just watching Zurich on the final straightaway. There is a little bump on there, and as they were driving through there, they just caught a snap of understeer on a straight line, so they are definitely struggling.
Yeah, but despite that, they do set the second fastest time of the final 5. They get a 91.
Yeah, they had a spinner and they were overtaken by Tallinn, so that's why they were not able to improve before. It looks like the Zurich car has a lot of trouble getting the power down, so indeed getting out of the corner is pretty slow, but once they get going, they're very fast.
I think we might have another blue flag situation coming up now. Renteam is struggling too.
Yeah, 2 cars going off track simultaneously. Delft in the final chicane and Renteam just before the slalom section.
Yeah, Dresden catching the back of Renteam now at quite the pace. They are having to slow down quite a bit.
Yeah, surely we're about to see the next blue flag for Renteam. But I have to say, it looks like AMZ are actually catching up slightly to Tallinn, or at least Tallinn is not driving off into the distance as they did with everybody else. And we do indeed see the second blue flag, Dresden overtaking Green Team. Dresden improves as a consequence in 91.9. Stuttgart a little slower with a 97.8. And at the moment it looks like the best rankings are Tallinn, AMZ, Dresden, Delft, and then Stuttgart.
Quick weather update for those of you playing along at home. It is slightly drizzling, but definitely not as intensely anymore as when the final five were going out on track for the first time.
Zurich getting very close to a sub 90, 90.447. So at the moment it looks like the most useful thing to have on your car at the moment are the wet tires, then the fans, and then everything else.
Yeah, and an element that will come into play now is energy. Also maybe temperatures, although it's pretty chill here, but still at some point that will also play a role. So not only the grip levels that these cars have.
And you can really see the cars, especially from Delft and Ren teams, struggling in the low-speed corners, not being able to put the power down. Delft still managing to improve their time, 92.66. So not quite as fast as the other contenders, but still, let's say, within touching distance.
And every time I look at the Dresden car, I see drifting around through every corner. So it's a peculiar balance that this car has. Maybe it has something to do with how their aerodynamic balance is with or without the fans.
Yeah, we see that Delft is a little bit separated from the rest of the cars at the moment. We have Dresden followed by Ren team, followed by Tallinn, followed by AMZ, all within the sort of same half lap of the track. And Delft only now making their way back to the infield.
And everyone is improving, so the tires are getting hotter. The track is potentially getting slightly drier just by driving on it. And Zurich also, and also Dresden made its way sub 90 seconds.
Of course, Matti, as you mentioned, it is also about staying clean, making sure you stay on the track, that you do not hit any cones. We cannot quite see the cone counter on the display from where we are at the moment.
And indeed, that feature isn't quite added to the online timing screens that we are having access to. But indeed, the audience has a bit of a better overview of the penalties that will be added on top of the final endurance time for each cone that they hit. I do have a feeling that some drivers pay a little closer attention to not hitting any cones than others. Particularly Dresden and Green Team look relatively sloppy. Matti, correct me if I'm wrong. Delft and Tallinn and sort of in between AMZ are trying to keep it very clean.
I have a similar observation of these drivers. Of course, in a few laps, they'll get into the pit and we'll see other drivers. So we might see a completely different behavior in the second part of the endurance.
And I do feel like the rain is picking up just a little bit. The track is resisting the efforts of the cars to dry it out, staying definitively damp.
So everyone is close to that 90-second lap times. Tallinn, of course, a bit quicker. And it's just only Ren team that did not quite find a lap time close to 90 seconds yet.
Last lap sign being prepared. Of course, there's a whole train of cars that will be shown this.
Yeah, I think except for Tallinn, the marshal can just hold out the last lap sign and not put it down.
Last lap for Delft, first one.
Dresden just clipping a cone in the Broken Dream chicane.
And still everyone's improving. So one part is, of course, the drivers getting more used to it, but also I think the tires getting a bit hotter.
Yeah, Tallinn is now coming up on the back of Ren team.
Yeah.
I think I would expect no blue flags in this case. They will just be flagged out into the driver change.
Now, of course, Dresden was just shown the last lap sign. Green team, Ren team with a big power slide in the last chicane. Also getting the last lap sign as Tallinn finishes the first half of the endurance.
Wow, big congratulations to the Tallinn driver. He did an extremely good job.
I'm looking into the driver change area and I see a lot of tires. I think the Delft team, the Ren team, and I think one more are actually going to attempt to change to rain tires in time. Tallinn, of course, has smooth sailing since they already have the correct tires on.
Could it be that the track condition might have been changed from damp to wet and teams now get a little bit extra time to change the tires?
No, we are definitely very much still damp, so this is no extra benefit to the teams right now.
Delft crosses the finish line and comes in for their driver change, and on that last lap they did manage to also set a sub 90 second time, 89.5.
I'm trying to keep a close eye now. I see more tires being readied. I think this is by...
It does seem at the moment Tallinn's gamble definitely paying off. Dresden now through the final chicane and also into the driver change.
I think Dresden will also be attempting a switch to rain tires. Everybody having recognized the potential by the performance of Tallinn.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Delft is going to switch. They are lifting up the car, so I am wrong.
Team through the final chicane and into the driver change. Slowing down very tentatively before the finish line, and AMZ's right on their tail. And all 5 cars back into the driver change area. Jonas Matti, what's going on in there?
Yeah, I don't see any rain tires ready for AMZ. All the other 3 slick teams are very busy now changing. Of course, in some cases there are 6 or more nuts holding each of the wheels on. Each one of those has to get loosened by one of the team members. The tire has to be removed, put back on and fastened appropriately. The race against time is definitely on.
Yeah, this is crazy. I've never seen this before. The difference couldn't be bigger. The Tallinn guys are chilling out. They have a very good run. They do not need to switch anything. And the other teams are rushing to get these tires swapped.
Yeah, indeed. Tallinn has the second driver in the car, no muss, no fuss. They are discussing strategy, I believe. Delft is scrambling with all 4 team members that they have available in the dynamic area to still get the slicks off.
It is incredible because, of course, only 4 team members are allowed. The drivers themselves have to help out with changing the wheels on their cars.
Yeah, Renn team also still has the slicks on. They as well have 6 nuts each. Dresden also still busy, not on each corner of the car. The driver that has just gotten out clearly not willing to help out. And there's also a lot less pace from the Dresden team as a whole. AMZ, meanwhile, is taking things a bit slower as well, since they are clearly not intending on changing tires. They would only have 5 nuts to do up, though.
Tallinn immediately gets the green flag, and they're off on the second half of the endurance. They're now going to get the track all to themselves. Let's see what the second driver can do if they can continue the sub 90 second trend.
Yeah, Dresden still getting some additional tools being handed to them from behind the fence of the dynamic area to try and speed things up. I think Delft is going to be the faster of the changeover teams. They already have all 4 rain tires on the car. I hope nothing got mixed up between the different teams. But indeed, they are the fastest so far.
You know, Delft were the first car after Tallinn to come in, and I assume the first ones to start with the change.
And Tallinn just doing their own thing on the track. They have it all to themselves. Second driver also seemed to have a clean run so far. And they will probably be up a lap compared to the other ones.
Yeah, AMZ have the second driver in the car, I believe. They are still checking some car settings on their dashboard and will probably be ready to go pretty soon. The other 3 slick drivers that are changing are still busy, though it looks like Delft is already torquing their wheel nuts to the final specifications.
And Tallinn is dragging a cone along behind the rear right tire, so they must have clipped it somewhere.
Yeah, I see torque wrenches out now from each and every team, though not each wheel on the Renn team car is a rain tire yet.
So Tallinn crosses the finish line. They get a 92.6 on their first attempt. Perhaps that cone stuck under the rear right tire is slowing them down just a bit.
Yeah, but it's very normal to see the first lap of the, of a driver taking a little cautious. And we have Zurich on track.
Yes, AMZ is back, and I believe they're still on the slicks.
Indeed, they were not one of the teams changing over in here.
And so the question will be if the people changing, the teams changing, if they can do it in time, then they do not lose anything. If it takes longer, then this will be added to their total time.
I think it's definitely been longer than 3 minutes so far for all of the teams involved.
Yeah, Delft indeed applying final torque. I also see 4 rain tires on the Rennteam car. Dresden is still struggling with half of the tires being slicks.
But of course the rain tires on, there's not even a driver in there, I think, for Delft. So they still will need a bit of time.
Talon, meanwhile, still dragging that port cone along as they approach the horseshoe.
Yeah, that seems to be very firmly stuck, that cone. Will be pretty impressive if they can drag it along for 9 laps. Let's hope it does not cause any issues. We've seen in the past that these cones can warm up or block some other things.
And the driver immediately improves to an 89.75. Zurich looking a little bit hesitant through the horseshoe.
Yeah, I see dedicated stopwatches here in the driver change running, of course, for each of the teams to determine how much extra time this will cost them. I really hope they are able to catch this up on the rain tires.
AMZ's at the first time of 94.17.
That's almost identical as the first lap of the first driver from Zurich.
I now also see one of the officials actually checking on the Delft car whether they have done up all the 6 nuts as appropriate. I think Delft is ready to lift the car up off the jacks and they should be ready to get the driver in there momentarily. Rennteam still busy.
I do hear an update about the rules. Apparently you do have 10 minutes to switch the tires. If that is indeed the case, then there is still a bit of room for them to get themselves ready.
Yeah, Dresden is still struggling with their last slick on the car. I don't think they were quite as dialed in as all the other teams, with each member taking one of the corners off.
Let's see the progress from Tallinn meanwhile. Improving by quite a bit, 87.686, only 0.3 off of their best time of the day so far.
Yeah, and Tallinn, of course, driving on these wet tires already from the beginning. I had a closer look at how they were approaching corners, and also they were, of course, sliding around. So the wet tires, it's better, but it's also not a golden ticket to infinite grip.
Yeah, good news for Delft. The second driver is getting into the car, so they will be ready within a couple of minutes at the green flag again.
Zurich is slightly improving, at least the second driver is improving himself. Not yet beat the top time from his colleague, but yeah, clearly the Zurich team has found their performance ceiling, and this is what we will get from the slick tires, I think.
The Delft car is already back on the ground with a driver installed. Rennteam is just now lifting the car off of its jacks. Dresden is still struggling with one of the tires not being fastened and the car still up on jacks.
Yeah, Tallinn meanwhile seem to have lost that cone that they picked up on their 9th lap, or rather their 10th lap. Let's see if that improves their track times, lap times. Tallinn with a big slide through the final chicane, but they do set a new best time of 86.9.
Yeah, now Delft is almost ready to go. The belt's being tightened as a last measure. Rennteam also has the second driver in the car, but is not quite as far in getting him going just yet. The Dresden car is still up on jacks and the last wheel is being tightened.
AMZ is just going through the slingshot and onto the back straight. The car looking a little bit wobbly on the straight, but very planted through the last chicane. 91.5, still not quite in that sub-90 range that the teams are aiming for, but a very good improvement from the driver.
And the Tallinn car slightly improving still. They set their best lap time of 86.9. Definitely not chilling out. I think indeed the removal of the cone has done them good.
Guys, I have to admit I'm getting goosebumps here in the driver change area. I don't recall this ever being a thing, having to actually change onto rain tires during the driver change. There's so much action here in the driver change. I don't know if we have a camera going here, but this is really exciting. The team members really having to work together to get this done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I don't think it's ever happened because of intermediate conditions out on the track. I think there have been some occasions where it did start raining and cars had to change out of necessity, but this is a purely strategic call.
Yeah, but also this happening with the top cars, this must be the best final 5 I've ever seen.
Absolutely. We also have a huge mess of tools and slick tires lying around as Delft makes their way to the green flag.
Absolutely incredible television here at Formula Student Germany 24.
And Delft is off, very cleanly making its way to the first corners, and it has proven tricky before with some of the drivers. And they are of course on the wet tires, so very curious to see what they will do. Very rarely a team sets a really good time in the first lap, so we'll probably have to wait a lap or two.
I do have to wonder whether AMZ is wishing that they had done the same as the other teams now switching from slicks to rains. I did see them sliding through the final chicane before the finish line quite a lot.
Yeah, also their times are not necessarily improving. They did already find the performance what's in the car, and I feel like that's going to be it for the remaining laps.
Yeah, Ren team now ready out of the driver change area towards the green flag as well. I think they'll be waved through and don't even have to stop.
And Tallinn again a second improving on their previous lap time. They are just pushing it. Might also indicate that the track is getting slightly better, but that will only be slightly.
The Ren team sits off in the meanwhile. So we have 4 of the 5 cars on the track. Jonas, what's the situation with Dresden?
Yeah, Dresden is only now getting the jacks away from underneath the car, them clearly having a bit of a slower procedure for the whole thing. Upside is though that they already have the second driver installed in the car. The belts are already on. The officials are doing the last checks on the suspension integrity, and I think Dresden will be allowed to be getting going soon.
Yeah, there are a couple of big slides from Delft going into the horseshoe, but they did manage to keep it clean. And it's a 91.2 first lap, already 6 seconds faster than the slick tires in the first half.
Yeah, but you can visibly see how much more grip the car has now compared to what the previous driver was dealing with. So I'm really curious to see the second lap of Delft as well.
AMZ just sliding out a little bit in the final chicane. But they do get closer to that sub 90 seconds, a 90.2.
The stopwatch is still running for Dresden. The officials now giving the driver belts a last check. I think we will see them on track soon.
Ren team also already looking considerably faster than they were before. But I think the Tallinn driver might be so dialed in that they might catch up to Ren team.
HV is on Dresden. They'll be back momentarily.
Ren team already with a new personal best, 86.9.
What a difference. This driver already is, 8 seconds quicker than their first driver on the slicks, of course. So
Tallinn also with a new personal best, 85.05. And I think this is the second to last lap from Tallinn at the moment. That's how quick these cars have gotten going, as Dresden gets the green flag and sets off as well.
Yeah, so usually the idea is that all these cars are on the same lap and then they finish together, just as we saw them going into the driver change. But this was a very unique situation, and they're all desynced now.
Delft now coming in with an 86.6.
Yeah, so the game has really played out for those two that switched onto the rain tires. I think AMZ kicking themselves a little bit, not having taken the same opportunity.
Yes, and indeed, AMZ once again staying just above that 90-second benchmark, 90.46.
Of course, we don't know if Zurich is able to change their tires within 10 minutes. Maybe for them it was not even an option to change during the pit.
Ren team now starting to pull away from Tallinn just a little bit.
Yeah, and Delft is overtaking Dresden as we speak. Blue flag being given to Dresden. I do have a feeling that Dresden is going quite a bit slower now.
I don't know, but Ren team is blisteringly fast with an 83.16.
Imagine a world where they would have started on the rain tires.
We're all very contently watching the performance of the cars out on track. A little bit of silence falls over the driver change. What was once a bustling rear behind race control here is now all watching the live streams and the timing screens.
Delft also improved to an 86.5, but Dresden seems to be struggling to accelerate on the straights.
Yeah, I think the time from Delft is actually pretty impressive because they got stuck behind Dresden for a while.
Yeah, and Dresden set a 107. They're definitely hitting some sort of power limit or some other issue because they're just not accelerating to their top speed like they were before. AMZ, meanwhile, does manage to get under the 90-second mark, 89.5.
Yeah, the previous driver already set a time below the 90-second mark, but it's nice to see that also the second driver now caught up.
Ren team improving yet again to an 81.9.
And I think that is becoming close to actually the best we've seen today. If I recall correctly, was Revolve at the very beginning with an 80 flat.
And Tallinn crosses the finish line in Finnish endurance.
Yeah, congratulations to the Estonians. Of course, no Finnish relations there.
And Tallinn's total time just 0.7 of a second slower than the total time of DHBW Stuttgart, who still have the fastest time of the day overall. Dresden, meanwhile, got another blue flag to let AMZ by. Delft now crosses the finish line, and they get an 83.17.
Yeah, Tallinn now being motioned outside of the driver change area. Of course, as all the other cars out on track here today, they will still have to get through post-scrutineering. The final checks on the legality of the car after their run can still spell doom.
Dresden, unfortunately, still carrying that problem, and I think they might end up slowing down the Ren team just a little bit. Let's see what the blue flag situation will be. AMZ power sliding into the final straight. No blue flag for Dresden. But I think Ren team will catch up on that final straight. Will get slowed down just a little bit. And Dresden now does get the blue flag. Ren team did get slowed down, but still managed to set a very impressive 83.8.
And indeed, Dresden must have an issue. They are really slow right now. The last lap time was 114 seconds.
Delft bottoming out a little bit in a big power slide into the horseshoe, but managing to not clip any cones.
Yeah, indeed, it will be quite interesting at the end to tally up the cones to really compare what sort of penalties will be added on top of each team's time.
Yeah, and that slide really cost Delft 2 seconds and 85.3.
Yeah, they also went wide at the very first corner after the first straight in that lap.
Meanwhile, this is the last lap for AMZ. They're going through the horseshoe for the final time today. And Ren team also having some issues in the same entry to the horseshoe that where Delft had them. AMZ with a big wobble, but the driver managing to catch it just at the very end. And AMZ finished the endurance.
Congratulations to Zurich. They are pulling into the driver change under a round of applause from the team members.
And a good improvement from the AMZ driver. The final lap was their fastest of the day. Dresden, unfortunately, appears to be going slower and slower. Delft will catch up to them, hopefully for them before the second blue zone after the start-finish line. Otherwise, they'll be stuck behind them for quite a while. And indeed, Delft just a little bit too far behind Dresden. Let's see if Delft improves on this lap. Not quite, 83.4.
Yeah, you can also see that at the end of the straight, the Delft car is at a certain speed limit, or they're lifting. So I think at this point they're also looking at energy and temperatures.
And Delft now indeed stuck behind Dresden, but Dresden does get the blue flag and Delft does get to power by. Ren team have had a very clean run. They haven't had any obstructions on this lap. So let's see if they've been able to improve even further. Not quite, 84.4. Maybe they had a little bit of a
No, but very, very clearly you could see them on the straight being maxed out. So they had some kind of speed limiter or power limiter. So this is the point that with also they need to save some energy.
Delft now coming around through the final chicane across the line. And yeah, further on in the infield I can see Dresden now really slowing down. They really don't look very dynamic through the horseshoe anymore. It's more of a crawling along at this point.
Yeah, their last lap times ever slower. 5 seconds slower than their last lap time. They're going past the finish line now, and actually they do go a little bit quicker than their last lap time, so hopefully they can at least hold this pace till the end.
Yeah, of course, finishing is the name of the game here above all else. Ren team behind them still looks a little bit more sprightly.
No, and all the teams do seem to be slowing down a little bit. Tallinn did not manage to improve since lap 16. Delft since lap 13. Stuttgart since lap 12. Only AMZ had the fastest time on their final lap. It is starting to rain a little bit harder now, so perhaps that is why.
And yeah, I would expect Ren team to be catching Dresden for the next overtaking zone already.
Delft unfortunately hitting 2 cones on the entry to the horseshoe.
Yeah, that's 4 seconds only in that one corner that you lose, so it can be very significant, these cones.
And it would have been, well, it still is their fastest lap in 82.8. And I see here they hit another cone at the end of the first straight. Dresden still going very slowly. Ren team clipping a cone.
Yeah, there's a really weird sound from the Stuttgart car. It did not make that sound before. It almost looks like they're lacking one motor or something, because also the car suddenly has become undrivable, and they make a spin.
Yeah, massive spin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cones that they hit in the horseshoe.
That's 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it does look like, especially on acceleration and under braking, the car stepping out sort of in either direction.
But they do get to see the last lap sign, same as Delft on the previous lap.
Yeah, something clearly not quite working right on the Ren team car.
Yeah, Ren team was also 10 seconds slower than their fastest, so they are dealing with an issue. So now it's just a matter of getting it together and getting it home.
Delft much neater through the horseshoe this time. I think it's, yeah, the driver's having a little bit of trouble finding the right braking point before the bump, but still in time for the horseshoe. Checkered flag being waved for Delft, and they finish the endurance. Congratulations, Team 85 from Delft.
Well done. I see team members jumping here next to the fence of the dynamic area. Well deserved.
Yeah, I think Delft had quite a bit of trouble with early dynamic events at this competition, so getting to finish well in both autocross and endurance surely means a lot to them. The Ren team car, I think the noise is getting even weirder now.
Yeah, they are on their last lap, luckily for them and also for the driver, because he's really struggling to get the car slowed down. A few more corners remaining.
Yeah, it looks like Ren team is going almost about as slow as Dresden. Once again hitting 2 cones on the entry to the horseshoe. But they make their way neatly through the final chicane, and Ren team finishes the endurance. Congratulations, 26 from Stuttgart.
Yeah, now we have the faster of the tire changers pulling in. Dresden still having to go 3 more laps out there by themselves. I think
at the moment they're doing 2-minute lap times, and as I say that, they do improve to a 96, so maybe suddenly they did find some energy. Because they're now suddenly a lot quicker, so not sure what issue they were having, but it does seem to be resolved, yeah.
And I have to say, while Dresden finishes out some of their last laps, looking at the total times for endurance, we do have a couple of very, very close contenders. First at the moment, provisionally, is DHBW Stuttgart, but very, very close behind them, only about 30 seconds, are Esslingen. Tallinn is less than a second behind, 0.7. Delft only 15 or so seconds behind. Renteam Stuttgart about 40-45 seconds. And Zurich is not too far behind either. So the cone count is really going to be, I think, and the number of off-tracks are going to be the deciders in who wins endurance at FSG this year.
Definitely, we've seen some laps with at least 6 cones, so that's already 12 seconds you can lose on one lap. So if the differences are so close, then indeed cones and off-tracks will be the deciding factor.
And of course, all of the teams still have to go through the post-endurance scrutineering.
And what is up with Dresden? Suddenly they're extremely quick again. Maybe the driver just wanted to have the track for himself and waited it out a little bit.
Yeah, Dresden in fact sets their fastest time of the day with an 88.79.
Yeah, but I mean visually you can just see that suddenly they're accelerating super hard on the straight. So what is happening? But at least good for them and also good for the driver. Finally he can push a bit.
And Dresden now does seem to be going slower again.
Yeah, I can now see the last lap sign prepared for Dresden. Last lap of the endurance of FSG 2024 at the same time. Still big slides on the first straightaway after the finish line.
Yeah, knocking a cone over with that little left wide wiggle.
Going out onto the ring for the last time this year. Driving by the grandstands. Round of applause, thank you guys. We're closing out the competition almost. Through the hairpin.
No, indeed, this is the last car that we will see driving on track at FSG 2024. Well, it's been a very eventful weekend. We've seen a lot of action, driverless and driver yes. A couple of crashes, a couple of cone eaters. So overall, a very, very memorable edition.
Yeah, and I think this this final 5 is a very good closeout for this dynamic competition that we've seen so far. Definitely many firsts this time.
Indeed, the 5-way wheel change, the 5-wave battle to get your car back on track at the right time. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that at FSG before. As Dresden now goes through the final horseshoe, seems to find a little bit more speed on the exit.
And indeed we have double checkered flags prepared from either side. The red shirts double teaming Dresden to finish.
And Dresden goes across the line and finishes the endurance to an explosion of applause from all of the marshals, from all of the team members attending.
Yeah, thank you very much everybody here on the grandstands, holding out in the rainy conditions that we are having. Thank you everybody watching along at home on the live stream. This has been FSG 2024, at least the dynamic events. We still have the award ceremony coming up tonight. And you still want to say something, Matti?
Exactly. I think we definitely need to do a shout out to all other people that were not on the mic. We have our timekeeping guys who spent all the dynamic events in the van, making sure that all the times are properly measured. We also had delicious food here as volunteers, so big thank you to all the people from the Culina, and it also helped the Culina. Who else? We also have, of course, all the red shirts who stood here in the big sun, helping out, setting cones back, and today in the rain, so they had some really extreme conditions.
Yeah, we have the white shirts organizing everything in the background, up in the BW tower, up here at race control, making sure that everything runs as smooth as possible. We have the rest of the media team taking amazing pictures, videos, social media content, all the content that we see after the awards ceremony and during. That is available to all the teams. The pictures that they take will stay with them for quite a while.
Of course, also the scrutineering team, making sure that all the cars are safe, giving the proper advice and the proper guidance to all the teams, teaching them how to, well, build their cars to the best of their ability and make sure that those cars then get to drive on the track and bring joy to those team members that spent all that time building those machines throughout the year.
And yeah, it's worthwhile. We're all volunteers. We're all here under own volition, spending time here. It's been a lot of fun watching these cars out on track. So thank you everybody who came here.
Yes, thank you everybody. Also from my side, I wasn't talking too much during the final 5. I was enjoying it. But let's hope next year will be even better, more exciting, but it will be very tough to beat. See you next year, everybody.